Welcome back to the Asia League for Playday 3. The first two Playdays have seen some shaky ground for some of the best teams in Asia, leaving things a little bit more so up in question than we might have expected. I'm just going to put it out there, Bleed with a forfeit win. That could have been a lot closer than it should have, but let's start breaking down tonight. Unfortunately, I've been quite lonely for the last couple of days, so we've decided to welcome in another egghead. Let's welcome in the cast for the incredible show tonight. Pengu, is this the first time on Asia League?
That is correct. First time for me here, so it's a pleasure. Thank you for having me, and I hope we can get some good games today.
I can guarantee you we're going to get games today. Good, maybe questionable, but we're going to get games today. That's a damn sure. Dev, it's always a pleasure to see you mewing at the camera.
I always do. And hey, don't say we're not going to get good games. We have two absolute banging matches today at a bare minimum. Every now and then we get to see two of the Titans of the region clash, and fortunately for us, we get that in two of our matches today.
We certainly do. Doesn't mean they're going to be good games. Let's go ahead and start having a look at how the league is playing out at the moment, because, of course, there have been, for me, there were just some questionable starts to the league. Dev, maybe you'll double down on this, but the win from Fury in Playday 1 was undeniable, but then they lost 8-7, so they're down in 4th place. I mean, I definitely expected them to be up at the top of the pack.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you alluded to earlier, Bleed getting a forfeit win over Hasib could have been a very different story. It was actually a 3-3 scoreline with Hasib just finishing on attack with Cafe, which is typically just defender-sided. So, realistically, that could have been a Hasib win, or at least Bleed dropping some points. Instead, the forfeit win means that on the scoreboard, that turns it to a 7-0. So Bleed actually don't lose the rounds that they lost. It'll affect their round difference, and that's the main reason why they're at the top there as well. So yeah, a lot of surprises in the opening days, and a bit up and down for a lot of different teams. It's really hard to know where the teams will sit eventually. We obviously have the expectation Bleed and Fury will be at the top, and then Elevate in No Cap will kind of be the next, but it does really remain to be seen at this point.
Pengu, comments that were echoed throughout the OS League on Playday 1 were that the sentiment roughly is, apart from obviously your Game and Gladiators who are at the top of the league and expected to be at the top of the league, most teams are looking at the way these are formatted now, the way the leagues are formatted, as to the fact that it's not as crucial to have an unbelievable stage, to kickstart with, a flawless 7-0 and then to go into playoffs. A lot of teams are looking at it just to make sure that they're in that playoffs bracket. Where do you sit in that conversation of the importance on BO1s and just the regular stage?
I think if you're one of the top dogs here, so for example, let's say Bleed, Fury, etc., you should, probably make top 3, top 4 guaranteed, because you're that much better than other teams in your region. But if you're anybody else, just making it, 2 playoffs is enough, because you can get activated differently in a best of 3 environment. And I think that's should be at least a very big goal for teams, is do okay in your best of 1s, get your maybe one upset here, one upset there, but just win the games that you have to get yourself into the best of 3s, and that's where the real skill level has to come through. Can you play in a bigger map pool environment where you can, have your own map, enemy map, and a decider? So that's kind of where I stand on it.
See, that's why we pay you the big bucks. That's why we bring you here to the Asia League. Let's start having a look at today's matches, because Dev alluded to it. There are some big games today, and we're kickstarting with, Dev, this is the ultimate rivalry. If you're an Asia League fan, this is the game that you want to see.
That's right. These guys have been first and second in the region for about 2 years now, essentially since the inception of Blastar 6. And recently, this year, Bleed have taken that crown. Last year, it was Fury all the way. Even if Bleed looked better during the regular stage, Fury did really well when it came to those grand finals. We've seen a bit of a flip now. Bleed have had some pretty major changes. Fury, we have questions about their form, so that's going to be a really good game. But aside from that, the obvious one, the next really big game that I want to talk about is Elevate versus No Cap. Of course, No Cap is the same 5 roster that represented the Elevate organization at numerous events in the past, like the Berlin Major and the old 6 Invitationals. And so we have high expectations out of them. And going up against Elevate, who are a real big contender in the region as well, should be a good one. And then the middle 2 games, I think we'll still get some good stuff. I think because these are, in a way, middle to low pack teams going against each other, it's more likely we'll see Knock Knock and Hasib start to get some points. And that is really the goal for those 2 teams that traditionally struggle to find many wins in this league. And it's very achievable against Rival and Direwolves.
Well, that's it. We get to see kind of rival as well and where they stand in this league now. Obviously, they're currently sitting, sixth? But I think they've had two pretty good games against two well-known teams in this region. So there's every chance that they back that up tonight and potentially get the win on the board over Knock Knock. Let's have a look at the predictions as we're talking about wins and losses, because there's one point here that I think everyone might be tripping a little bit. Pengu, I know behind the scenes you doubled down on it saying you're a fan of him, but the Hasib Warrior game, we'll talk about the Bleed one in a second, so we won't worry about that for now. But the Hasib Warrior, I mean, is that, are we being unfair to Direwolves here?
I mean, Direwolves had, let's be completely honest here, they had a stinker against Fury, notably that very final round where Crit J just stepped up, right? You fall apart in that 4 versus 2, you got the Monty in Clubhouse, it should be a dub. When you lose those kinds of rounds, I lose faith in you as a team. They barely edge out a W, 7-5 over Rival, so they're just not convincing enough to me. Whereas Hasib, yeah, that's a forfeit, that's 0-7 loss against Bleed. Like Def mentioned, it was 3-3 on the attack inside our cafe. That was looking really good against the best team in the region, arguably, but then they were forced to, lose the matchup. I think Hasib have shown that what they've seen so far. I think they could definitely win today.
Dev, a good way to transition into our first matchup is actually you defending this Fury pick. Just prior, you were speaking about how their last playday didn't show all that much confidence. Is that how much faith you've lost in Bleed?
Look, there are two sides to it. On the one hand, Bleed have had some mishaps recently, and we were a little bit concerned with that Hasib game where they ended up winning by default. But what's more, I just think Bleed and Fury, it's always a 50-50 toss-up. Like, as much as people want to say that Bleed is the best team in the region, there's something about Fury that always pushes them to their limits, and we've seen Fury beat Bleed plenty of times before, including recently. They did have a best of 3. The last 2 times they've actually played were in best of 3s. And Fury did lose both of them, but both times they had a really good map. And so I still want to stick by my guns. There's something for me that tells me that Fury is in better form right now, and I think that they can take it.
Pengu, as we start to transition this conversation into the Fury lineup, maybe I'll give it to you here and maybe some perspective from an outsider almost to the Asia League. How have you felt like they've trekked throughout this year?
Yeah, so I think overall, obviously they're one of the top teams in Asia League, and they go back and forth repeat and whatnot. But I'm missing a bit of that individual performance, which the current stat lines I think also show you guys right now. You have someone like Crit J coming out way ahead. I also mentioned him stepping up big in clutch moments, but the rest of the squad falling a bit far behind. You can farm the lower seeded teams in your region, but internationally or against a big team domestically, that's not gonna cut it. So I don't mind if Crit J takes a bit of a step backwards if it means everyone else can kind of rise to the occasion. But at the very least, we gotta see BG Man, Dart, Acolas, and I9 actually go, positive, because they're either barely neutral or in the negatives every single time.
Now, Dev, having a look at their first 3 opening matches, obviously, Direwolves, a fairly decent start, right? That was the one we were looking for. Then No Cap, the questionable game, but they've kind of had 3 decent tests all back-to-back now. They come into this game, I would say, warm. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, and while it is a bit of a red flag that they lost to No Cap, it was a 7-8. It was down to the wire. It could have gone either way at the end of it. And also, these guys have a history against No Cap. The 2 Thai teams in the league, so much history. They know each other personally. Sometimes they're really close friends. I know, for example, I9 and Scatman are really good close friends. And of course, a lot of these players have teamed with each other before. So I just think we have to take an asterisk for any game that's like No Cap versus Fury. There's always going to be the added element of what is it between these players that is impacting the game. So you can't entirely take that as a mark of form. I think Fury are playing really good Siege right now, and I think that Crit J in particular is in insane form, potentially the hardest form we've ever seen from him. Like, look at the stats, and it's so evident. And I really think these guys have what it takes.
I think I remember as well, heading into the end of Stage 1, going into the playoffs, we were just praising Crit J constantly. So the fact that he's then gone away for 4 months without an international event, and he's come back and continued to do this, I think it speaks volumes to his form in 2024. Speaking of form in 2024, Bleed, the team that most international fans would know through and through. They have been to the last 3, maybe even 4 international events. That is an unbelievable run for a team that is in a very competitive league, Pengu. Like, this is not a farmers league in respects to how we kind of talk about OS League, where, there's one team out on top and they're very obviously going to go to the major. Bleed have to fight through it each and every time they get to playoffs. But now there's just there's an element of question around this roster. But are you backing them in?
I am somewhat backing him. I'm a huge fan of the leader pickup as well. We saw what he could do in Manab with his leadership and experience, for example. But I also have a bit of a concern. And, you know, it's easy to look at numbers and go, 4-13 from Terd, that's pretty bad. But before this stage started, there was that whole thing after around the EWC where Bleed were very vocal about they're going to retrial Terd's position on the roster. They trialed multiple players, but ended up going with Terd once again. He then has a really rough start to the stage individually. He was like 0-3 or 0-4 against the Sea Warriors before that forfeit came through. So I really want to see him step up in this particular match. It's a big one in terms of organizations, but for Terd individually, he is kind of fighting for his future in this roster. He has to step up.
And if I can just jump in on that, Rob,
Please.
as well. Terdster actually had a quote from before this match,
Oh,
which was on Twitter. I'm going to chuck it out there. So he said, good team, but we'll probably choke again in regards to Fury. And I think that he just needs to be careful about where he's throwing punches from the position he's in at the moment. He's had a rough stage so far. This is his chance to fire. He also tweeted something like, I've been sick all week. Let's hope that I either have like an insane MJ game or I go and have a terrible one. So he's already putting some excuses forward. I hope for his sake that he steps it up.
We've all been there, right? We all try to find excuses when we know things aren't going to go right. The only thing I would say when it comes to Terd, you know, people in glass houses. That's all I got to say. I think the rest of this roster, there's moments of brilliance from every individual. I mean, you even just look at their EPS. We don't even have to go into like individual players' perspective, but like everyone's held their own. Everyone's stood up in individual moments. And I agree, Pengu. I think the leader pickup is absolutely fantastic. I think it'll do this roster a world of good, but Terd definitely needs to start stepping up. Let's actually have a look at a player comparison. Maybe we're going to do him a little bit dirty here, but it's tough. It's tough, right? It's not. I mean, I know we've just kind of sat there talking about it for a little while here, but it is that difference maker when we get down to the nitty gritty. When you've got a player like Terd who just isn't hitting the mark, it's always going to be difficult. But having said that, it's not like it's isolated to one roster, Pengu. We've also got BG Man who just hasn't also been hitting the heights that we've seen in previous stages.
You are correct that BG Man is not hitting like the same heights, but just look at the consistency across the board here, right? Getting 11 kills over all the rounds that he's played versus Terd only getting 4. Sure, again, they had Seep game. They didn't play every single round possible. Maybe he was gonna pop off in the full match. It can happen. But when you look back at the match between Bleed and Hasib on Cafe, it looked like Bleed were not in control as a team. It was individual players getting kills here and there, winning them those 3 rounds, but Fury looked like, as Dev said earlier, the better team overall. So even if BG Man is not going to have that same height as previously, I think that he's still going to bring more value and impact to his team from doing what he's doing currently.
And I'd like to draw a comparison between these two players as well, if I can, Rob, because BG Man was actually the 3rd best player in the league in Stage 1 and the top one from Fury, and yet him dropping down to an 80 EPS, which is the lowest on his team, 1, it's still higher than Terd, and 2, there's no conversation about should we drop BG Man the same way that there has been a conversation in the past about Terd, and that is no doubt going to affect him individually, and it's just funny to see, BG Man isn't living up to expectation, but it's a completely different conversation. Like, we're not talking about the same things as we are with Terdster.
No, we're not. And you know how the saying goes, you're only as strong as your weakest link. We'll see whether that follows in this storyline. We head to Clubhouse here, and Pengu, for me, I don't know about you, but just like as a viewer, as someone who enjoys watching these kind of matches, I always enjoy something that's a little bit more standard for me, something that is going to be mutual. I don't have the stats here, so Dev might go ahead and rip me to shreds there, but I'll leave this with you, Pengu. I feel as though Clubhouse is a nice ground to go to. It's one that's been in the map for a while. We all know how it plays, so it really comes down to those fundamentals with the 2 best teams we've got in Asia.
I honestly really agree. There were like some maps that I did not want to see here. I didn't want to see like Chalet, Border, or Lair. I think those are going to be a bit of a chaotic mess, so to speak. I was personally rooting for a Nighthaven Labs or Clubhouse because you can test teams' fundamentals and like execute, heart breaching, and coordination. Clubhouse gives you all of those things. I think the better team here will come out on top. Of course, if you're Bleed, you're a little bit happy about this because Fury, they actually played against Direwolves earlier. They will have a lot to study, but because that game was so easy, I don't know how much they can take away from it.
All right, well, let's start to bring in. I never know how to intro these two. It's there's always
Those
something
guys.
really special. It's just it's these two. You've got one who's super happy. You got one who looks like Sedox, is everything okay? Is everything okay, Jake?
I have to be locked in. I mean, look at the absolute stacked roster of talent that we've got here. Guz, I believe you've done a grand final. James, I believe you've done a grand final. Nick, I
Take it away. Take it
away.
away. Chris, finish it.
Rob,
Piss him off.
Rob, have you done it? Rob, I couldn't get it. I didn't get an answer. I don't think he's done a grand final, though, has he?
Maybe one day. Maybe one day.
It's an absolute pleasure to obviously have Nick part of Asia. Massive game here as well. Big ramifications, as we know, when it comes to Fury and it comes to Bleed, the rivalry that we've seen from these two teams, it feels like it's consistently increasing throughout stage to stage to stage. A lot of pressure here. I remember the power rankings we did last week. Guys, I think you had Fury above Bleed. You're standing by that.
Yeah, I stand by it. It was by a margin of 0.1, so I'm expecting it to be a very close map, and I'm quite thankful that it will be on Clubhouse, a very stock standard map. We can really test the fundamentals of both rosters. Interestingly enough, I was actually looking back at stage 1 in the last best of 1. Fury knocked off all of the classic maps in that veto, the Oregon Club, Cafe. So we'll see how this one goes for them. And yeah, a lot of interesting storylines. So exciting match.
I did love the desk highlighting Terd. Poor Terd, he's definitely in a bit of a slump, but it feels like every time we as talent highlight the players who are maybe slumping, it's like they know, even though they're not actually watching it, they can't see it, they're locked in, they're in the server, they're ready to go. They always find a way to perform. I'm expecting that from Terd. I think this could be his pop-off game against a team like Fury. Look, at the end of the day, when it comes to Asia, what makes this region so exciting is there's only one slot. You can see down below as well. Please note, of course, Scopos is currently quarantined from play. We will not be seeing the new operator, but Mr. Guz, Mr. Gurry, we will be seeing the other changes, of course, from the patch that happened last night. So, Nook, Dokkaebi, Solus, to name a couple, of course, some changes for tonight.
Yeah, for sure. Intrigued to see what impact that will have on the meta. It does mean that we may see less Dokkaebi bans throughout this evening, and we won't see it here in map number 1. Of course, her 2 calls are now distributed across the round. You get the first 45 seconds in, and then the second 45 seconds after that, potentially making map entry a little bit more challenging for the attack. As for Nook, the meter now only goes down when you're moving or doing other certain particular actions, so you can now actually be stationary and visible to cam, so that's, you know, a pretty significant buff and may lead to pretty good luck potential on the Nook. And then as for Solus, well, she's basically been hit with a nuclear bomb. That's the easiest way to describe it. So Solus is probably going to be out of the meta for quite some time. Basement go though for round 1, Fury on the defense for a match that should be quite tantalizing.
Yeah, I mean, it was the only match tonight that was really split between the talent in terms of predictions. I'm trying to just also go and have a look. Usually there's a poll up on Twitch to get the viewers. But I can't see it, or I can't get it. I don't know, maybe I'm just old and I can't navigate the interwebs.
You are in your 30s.
I am. Fury on defense first as well. I mean, the onus is certainly going to be on them to start well here defensively, as always. No shocker, Clubhouse. I'm anticipating some change-ups in terms of, say, you know, Dokkaebi's usage. We know that in previous times it was a great way to help facilitate entries with things like Logic Bomb to clear out roamers. I'm expecting if it does see play tonight, it will be more akin to late round executions to be a nuisance to those maybe holding on-site positions. And for Bleed, well, all eyes definitely on Terd, but as a team, a big task against the Fury roster that have shown previously they've got the capabilities of taking down this Bleed roster. Just not always at the most pivotal time. Cast our minds back to the grand final of stage 1, and it very well could have been a 2-0 to Fury. They lost that second map 8-6, and as we know, the third map went the way of Bleed 7-1, booking their place in Manchester. A chance at redemption for Fury, albeit it is only, of course, a regular playday. It is not the be-end-all in this match, but a good taste of maybe what this stage could bring for us.
Top floor roam then, and Dark gets caught. Freebie for Hoven. Dark under a little bit of pressure and just falls into that line of sight recklessly. Good start for Bleed, not having to necessarily expend a ton of utility really to get that clear. That is sort of the instance where we would maybe see the Dokkaebi in play, but not the case here for the first round. Crit J, the star player for Fury, finds himself now on a bit of an island. Rotation could be cut here by Terd. smoke though to force him back, so good teamwork there alongside I9, and Fury can now look to fall back to site, but they are a player down.
Still decent drone economy as well for Bleed. Up a player, like you mentioned. Gas Babe's been used early if you're I9, so Fury not in a great position in this open ground. Good clear from Bleed. Still got some very important pieces of utility as well. Harvard on the Capital with both the Incendiary and the Smoke available. He will very much do the due diligence though of clearing out even still top floor with a minute 12 remaining. Despite the fact they've certainly got some kitchen control. Reaps on the Ram can get the Boogie Auto breaches in, and as evidented by our wonderful ops team, it has already seen the floors opened up. Still hatches though not open. All three, in fact, guys, under a minute are still closed. Yes, we see them getting worked on now, but in terms of timing, a little bit on the slower side.
Yeah, 45 seconds then. Bleed though should have a good position once they open the hatch to go for a drop and trade out these picks, like Halls as well. Forced back now on 9 HP. Probably still some denial utility up for the defense. Nitro Cell already expended though by Crit J. I9 under pressure from Moto Hatch, but wins the fight. Crit J in the meantime also wins his, so the SMG is activating here for Fury. And Bleed now find themselves on the back foot.
I'd be quite staggered if Bleed end up winning this round. Reeves just through Moto, able to just swing out Dry Peak, gets the kill onto I9. Leader by himself in through Blue. Although cut off by the flames, it will no longer allow him to move forward. There's no time. No one has the diffuser. Therefore, it's a round win for Fury. A very lackluster way to finish off the opening round of this game. Yeah, Bleed got off to a decent start. Good man advantage. I thought they actually had decent utility. Drone economy was great. Everything seemed like it was going their way. And they just grind to a halt. Quite lackluster in terms of their pacing. Couldn't get open the hatches in time. Honestly, a little bit disappointing for all intents and purposes, guys. I expected a bit more from them. Even the slightest whiff of pressure there from Fury. Lovely double kill in the middle portion of the round, but Bleed just honestly looked a little bit lost.
Yeah, really good mid to late round regress there from Fury. The back-to-back SMG kills from, you know, positions where undoubtedly the Bleed players on the receiving end would have been question marking internally a little bit as to how and why those players found themselves in the positions in which they did, but Fury took a calculated risk. They probably sensed that a 5 versus 4 for a pretty classic execute, especially over towards a kitchen hatch drop, was not going to be favourable for them, especially once Low Collars took a hit. So I like that from Fury. They didn't sort of sit back and wait. They instead took a pretty calculated risk and sent it in that round, and it stuck. So good work defensively. I Bleed will need to clue into that ability for you know, Fury to react mid-round, because to their, I guess, a negative in their column has been that their first 2 games were against South Asia, so the quality of opposition hasn't quite been there, and certainly not to the same level as you know, Fury, and even their international experience is a completely different meta to Asia, so they get a bit of leeway to kick off this game attacking as well, but the best of the best need to switch on quickly.
Yeah, no cause for alarms just yet by any means. Skizzy going to get opened up pretty comfortably here. No contest, despite the fact there is a bandit. It's all the way over towards CCTV. With that, Salma as well. Bathroom can certainly get opened up as well. Good sight pressure. Mentalist, okay, gets an angle. Like Cola's got caught over towards Jim. 2 rounds in a row in which the attacking team of Bleed have been able to find an opening kill. And double down for Reeps. Nice through the window. Crit J will fall. The Starman for Fury in the grave, and suddenly with still 2 minutes to play, it's a huge advantage now for Bleed in this round on still one of the primary sites of Clubhouse. Jim Bedroom is insanely vulnerable. It's going to take a huge effort. I don't know about a solo peek from BG Manning through Jim. I just don't think that's going to happen. Bleed have barely stepped inside of the building. In fact, another kill from the exterior as Terd gets in on the party. It's a solo dark through stage, and the round is forfeit.
That was disappointing from Fury, but Bleed punish. Didn't have to work particularly hard for that round. Almost every kill, well, in fact every kill netted so far from the exterior of the building. The round is all but over now. Dark and the team can use this as an opportunity to reset, and he can save you stats, but disappointing from Fury. They've gone from first round where their regress was quite well calculated, very well executed, to round number 2, where they're taking risks that are far too extreme. Peeking outside like that with limited info and not really a whole lot of pressure on site to be forcing their hand was intriguing. Well punished by Bleed, and round 2 is theirs.
Yeah, I mean, for match of the day, for arguably, as always, throughout the regular season of Asia match of the stage, Fury and Bleed, it's been a disappointing start in the opening 2 rounds for 2 juggernauts of the region. Both can play better. For Fury in that round, sure, I mean, like the opening kill, and even this one here from Crit J, although the way he's kind of toggling around there on main is just strange. That there from BG, man, you can't forgive that. You know it's a vulnerable position. Again, even that there from I9 trying to just go for another dry peek. It's just like 3 deaths in a row there for Fury. Just blind dry peeks around the corner trying to just see if you can get lucky. And Bleed are just stacked, absolutely stacked of players out there on Jacuzzi. Are always going to be able to win those kind of engagements. So 1-1. An early attacking round for Bleed bodes well for them as we are on Clubhouse. And over to Cash and CCTV, rather than looking to run it back for Fury, to double down on Gym Bedroom, they opt for the tertiary site instead. I don't know if that was a ping check, but pings are all good. APAC South days. And not between these 2 teams, no issues here.
Yeah. No, we're definitely not playing on UAE North this evening.
No, we're not. We're not.
Which is good. Blitz repick though here into round 3. Shield's a hot talking point at the moment, and interesting to note that they have both snuck through the ban phase for this match. And this could be a full breach stack from Bleed, potentially. We'll wait and see, but the way that Mentalist is posturing at the moment suggests that he might be looking to get very aggressive here. Typically, you'd be posting up the shield over towards a garage raft is clear, but not the case at the moment.
So straight in. No surprise in this current meta to see the blitz play to try and overload top Raptor's position. It works out for Mentalist, but they lose to others. So Fury still with the man advantage, despite the garage control that has now been acquired for Bleed. They are down a player. They did lose one. Thatcher Flores, to be fair, at this point in the round, arguably not needed, but the numbers, yeah, more so than anything. Once this main bridge is opened up, Thatcher's role now certainly is no longer as required. Little overview showing full well that everyone is top red. Cash. No real map control. There's no one lurking down below for Fury, playing lounge. Going for a rotate over towards main and con side instead. They're just going to play back a site, anticipating for a straight push through default plant. Big thing to be mindful of for Fury really from here is going to be Nitrocell. So easy to get those up and over the server rack and yeah, look to dislodge anyone going for a plant.
Yeah, I9 and Dyke likely still have theirs pocketed. We do apologize, there is some kind of issue with the UI at the moment, so... New patch things. I believe probably expecting that are going to actually look to rotate around this time. Default risky. Con now under pressure. Keep a barrier to stall things out. But there is a player close, like Hollis on the Azami side of construction. Frag grenade to try and clear. Like Hollis is repositioned, but able to do some good damage onto Mentalist as he tries to fall off.
Big kill for Leader. They absolutely needed that one, but he kept himself walking towards Cash, maybe wanting to help out with the pinch in towards Con. Fury coming up big. They lost Garage very early on, but it did not matter for Fury. Held their positions back of sight, and in the end, tertiary of Cash and CCTV goes their way, despite the little onslaught at the start through main breach and the blitz play towards Garage. Yeah, that worked, but nothing else really worked for Bleed. Fury holds strong. I mean, there's not much to it right now. It really does kind of feel to and fro between these two teams, both throwing their best punches. Church, Arsenal to follow going into the 4th round.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Yeah, Fury keeping pace nicely in that previous round. Bleed looking to aggress through breach. didn't quite get as much value as I otherwise would have liked. Mental struggled to get activated on the Blitz. Default plant then incredibly risky with double nitro. Presumably still up as well late in the piece. I liked the idea there from Bleed very late into the round to rotate, but unfortunately for them, damage already done. And if you reacted accordingly, so a solid match of Siege thus far between the two Titans of Asia. Of course, it is just a best of one, and there's a very high likelihood both of these teams will qualify for playoffs, if not in the top two, but it's still a good feel for both rosters to see where each other is at. And another full roam here from Fury on this basement site. Last time, Bleed pretty eager to clear, got a freebie in through connector or construction last time around. I'm expecting though this time for Fury to be a bit tighter offside.
A bomb has been located.
Yeah, as always with these two, it's really just a matter of trying to avoid each other in the playoffs for as long as possible, and that being until the grand final. To do that, you finish 1, you finish 2. Or at the very least, you know, avoid each other on the other side of the bracket. But if you don't finish 2, you definitely want to finish 3. Which, for a team like Fury, it would be really strange if they don't finish 2nd or 3rd, for example. Vice versa for Bleed, if they don't finish 1st. You would imagine it would be 2nd or 3rd. So it'll be very odd if these two end up on the same side of the bracket. For that to happen, one would have to be 1st and the other 4th. As Mentalist is downed outside, he will be fine. He'll get brought back up, but low on health here on Alpha.
Tolk could take a calculated guess that he fell off the roof, that he wasn't shot from the rappel. I think he was holding the line through Con, but Dark was long gone by that point in time. Alongside the rest of his team now in basement, so it is effectively clear for Bleed. I'll just need to drone once more to confirm that, take the space, get to work on Vert with the Ram. Looking to aggressive again. We saw this last time around on basement through the mid round, where Fury, particularly with SMG, has found good success re-peaking up above through Vert. So Bleed need to ensure that they don't get complacent and try to continue through this checklist. Thatcher available and range hard breach if they want to attack triple wall. Currently is electrified by the Kaid. In terms of Vert though, no real troubles. The Ram making easy work of the floorboards. Hatch still standing though. And the next portion of the round will indicate as to exactly what Bleed want to go for. If they attack that hatch, if they want to go for maybe a moto drop, which is open. Blue also an option. So
I will say,
Kitchen might not be the play.
If you think about kitchen drops, right? How often do they actually work out? Getting that hatch opened up, maybe in this current era of Siege, is no longer something that, you know, teams and players really care about. The kitchen drop is just so difficult to actually succeed. So many players holding, say, Dirt, back of Arsenal. Good opening kill for Reaps. Cyanide will lose his life. That's the smoke torn. No more gas babes to delay. 20 seconds left. Make their way over towards Moto. Barbed wire to be dealt with, along with the Vulcan canister, and the drop from Reaps is successful. Triple getting opened up, flash in towards Church. Not a lot of time. Keep an eye on Terd. In towards Moto, and he's got himself the kit. Another kill for Reaps to end this one. Crit J can still make a huge impact. Indeed he does. The double kill. Not a lot of time. Can he get the down and the kill onto Terd? Had he won that, it would have been incredibly winnable for Fury. There would have been 3 seconds left. He would have just had to hide. I don't know if anyone else was close by to his vicinity, but Bleed will win out just barely. They take a huge second attacking round. And we continue back and forth between these two teams.
Yeah, better brute force there from Bleed in the late round. And it had to be, as Fury's early round was far cleaner. Better roam clear, didn't lose that player for free. But that pressure from triple wall ended up being too difficult in order for the defense to withstand. So, yeah, good work. They were exposed to a lot of different positions, had to play overly aggressive defensively, but Bleed were far more clued in that time around. Looked really sharp, weren't allowing themselves to get picked away or traded away, and then even that real late threat up close on the default plant was also dealt with pretty well. So, they continue to trade rounds here, and we go back to bedroom. Casting our minds back last time we saw this side selected from Fury, it was a bit of a disaster. We saw the wall get opened up, the main breach, over towards Jacuzzi. And Fury continued to peek, overpeak, feed ones, lose every single fight.
5 seconds to go.
And Bleed essentially won it from outside. This time around, expecting it to be a little bit more controlled from the defense. And there may also be a more active effort to deny the wall with Bandit.
So the little mishap for Mentalist in the last round proving to, yeah, not matter in the end. Unfortunate for Bleed and Co. as they get themselves into a really good position now in this first half that they can put some solid attacking rounds on the board. So, Jacuzzi. Dark to try and counter with the Shockwave batteries, and will do so comfortably. I don't know if that was just a super lax effort from Bleed, maybe not anticipating the juggle, but he will get denied momentarily.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
I like this from Reaps. Over towards main, frag grenades to clear the barbed wire. This is a really good lurk threat. Especially if the wall gets opened, he's in a good position, but he immediately gets shut down because said wall is still closed. Like, Hollis can post up top main and wins the fight.
Did he throw his Selma too early? I'm almost convinced he threw his Selma too early. I mean, we'll get a replay on that one, I'm sure, but they've completely cooked that wall. And you only bring the one hard breach certainly makes it a lot more difficult. We see so many teams and their ability to, say, bring double hard breach, left side, right side, make it difficult for the Bandit. Definitely something we saw a lot of in Asia last week. 4 versus 4. Jacuzzi will be, well, staying reinforced for Fury. This makes the round now a lot more difficult for Bleed. It's going to have to be a con push. They got a little bit of pressure here from Leader, who's made his way up towards Logistics Hatch. This needs to be a kill and a big pinch in towards Logistics. Terd outside on the balcony, playing the exterior. Yellow ping, easy kill onto BG Man. Can they take position and control of this area of the map? Still time, but I9 kill onto Mentalist. That's your Montag. That's your shield. How is that even allowed to happen? And now watching the Hatch, Leader taking a 1v1 against Lycolis. They need to push silent in and now grab the diffuser and find the ability to push in. Terdster, can he open things up here from the gym window?
No diffuser. They've left the diffuser on the roof. They have to go for kills.
Oh, well, this is, yeah, they're going to have to kill everyone. Terd can't win the fight, and suddenly this is looking like a lost round. 20 seconds for Hoven to find the last 2 remaining players of Fury. With little time remaining, it now stands to be little chance of a round win. Bleed have absolutely cooked this round up. No need to peek there if you're like Hollis in the end, but he is able to just hold his position. I guess just wanting to watch the cross. If anything, actually, the player at the Jacuzzi wall doesn't need to peek there. You've got a player watching main stairs on the cross. Doesn't really matter in the end. Shenanigans aside, Bleed absolutely threw that round away. So well, yeah, okay, that was... So I'm almost certain he's thrown it too early. Yeah.
There's
like the broken clock is right twice a day, guys.
There were some major issues in that round. Yeah, Monty just walked straight through Con, got caught in the cross. Diffuser got stranded on roof. Nobody had it, not that it ultimately mattered. Fury still managed to almost cook the round. Like, Hollis then very narrowly just wins out the 1 versus 1. So Bleed's still able to chip away and almost find the win con in the end by another brute force. But bedroom for both teams has had its ups and downs, to put it lightly. They're out on top that time around with just a couple of big fundamentals falling short there from Bleed, which is unusual. Fury now in the box position though for a 4-2 lead with another basement opportunity here. They've been leaning heavily into full map roams in their 2 attempts so far. They don't bring the Valkyrie this time around. Dark now onto the Warden. That would suggest that he's probably going to play a little bit more of an anchor role. And especially with the Goyo in play as well, that could be an option. Although as I say, that Crit J also starting off over towards top red with the mute in play to try and stall out info gathering.
Oh, well, Hovet is absolutely convinced there's a player there, could try and keep them trapped in, but instead BG Man will be able to get back successfully out of Oil Pit, leaving got a tiny bit of damage onto Hovet. So 3-2, Fury with a very slight edge. It's probably the best way to summarize, I think, this first half, guys, as we look to close it up here in the 6th round. that Fury are just edging this one out. You spoke about it in the off air before we began. There's a lot of edging tonight with all of the talent predictions. This game certainly feels like it's got an element of that.
Yeah, I can't disagree, Jake. I can't disagree. Crit J over towards Jim, so the roam persists. Does Hoven have a read? Body language suggests that no, he doesn't.
IED scanning.
Unless there's a drone to clear Jim, it has not been checked by Bleed. And so Crit J now in a perfect position to flank late round. Bleed, yeah, don't know. I'm almost certain. Hoven's already pushed down main. Nobody else is droning that position. And so if Crit J finds the perfect window here for this flank, ensures that he doesn't go too early and gets caught with bad timing, and also doesn't go too late and bait his team too much, he should be good for a couple of kills here.
Gotta reload.
All eyes on Crit J later in this round. 60 seconds remaining. Great shot through the floor, but not really finding a whole lot once again in this kitchen position for Bleed throughout this half. It certainly hasn't boded well for them from here. Kaia Claw still needs to be dealt with. Once again, it's looking like a pretty similar attack. Last time out was successful though. Moto dropped a bit earlier this time from Reaps off the double flash. Haven't really got to work on triple just yet.
Crit J.
Hoven with the opening kill. Crit J from main. Makes his way down, gets the kill onto Terd. Great trade though from Mentalist. He was switched on as he was trying to open up triple. Tried, didn't though. It does stay reinforced. Good swing again. Hoven in through blue. Successful. Gives Bleed a momentary advantage. Down the hallway, like Colas gets shut down by Reaps. Leader to find a third. And all of these basement hits from Bleed, while the prep work beforehand maybe didn't look amazing, the on-site hits have been great. They get a third attacking round. And now I feel like they take the edge going into the second half as they get to play defense.
Yep, the ace up the sleeve there from Fury. Crit J on the roam, only able to find one pick. Didn't disrupt that push and that pressure in towards site enough. The trade main from the ace, absolutely spot on. That was the pivotal point of the round. Whoever wins that fight is more than likely going to go on and snowball the round win. It was Bleed on that occasion, and doing so with 3-3 half, very respectable from them, attacking into club. It was a rather favourable attacking veto though, with both shields still up, Dockerby as well, even in her current state. So see Fury lean into that meta, although initial picks indicating that might not be the case, at least for the basement. Well, we said all eyes on Terd heading into this match. He was highlighted in the pre-show. And once again, he finds himself bottom fragging for Bleed. And I think I've been pretty compassionate towards him, especially in the first two matches against South Asia. Maybe the second match was a little less dominant, but overall they looked strong in both games. And that's where you can maybe pull the excuse that not all players are necessarily needed in those matches, but here against Fury, this is his opportunity to prove himself and prove everybody else that his position on this roster is tenable. And he has a pretty important role here, round 7, and aggressive Azami over towards the Raja Rafters, so let's see how he goes.
Yeah, it feels like a big second half coming up. Really feels like a big stage for Terd to try and turn things around at an individual level. Well, it's not ideal if you're like Colas. Yes, stays alive, but now very low on health. Easy entry for Crit J over towards Jacuzzi. If he so chooses to, instead just plays the repel for now, maybe anticipating pressure on the defense from Bleed. We are down below. Just still trying to make an entry point. Eventually to get over towards Kitchen, open up the floorboards. Really taking their time right now, Fury just getting inside of the map. I9, a couple of targets that he can use with the death mark. Leader going for a lurk down through lounge. Never mind, just slips in towards Secret to Blue. And barring Reaps, everyone is on site. Reaps, though, stays above. Top main, death mark. This is a little bit tricky now. Reaps could get a bit nervous. He's being tracked by the Deimos that can get called out. They know there's at least one above.
Reaps needs to try and hold on for it as long as he possibly can. Continue to get out that Guman utility as well. Fury will need to be decisive here. Only 60 seconds left in the round, and Crit J is going to lurk down main.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Sees the feed of one, but doesn't land enough shots.
I mean, you can keep death marking him, but at some point you're going to have to eventually engage. Otherwise, he's going to emulate what we saw from Crit J in the last round. Come down main late round, get a couple of kills in the back. Fury, though, they get the opening one. Leader will fall. A low HP Reaps on the roam, stuck up second floor. Harvin, half health. Suddenly Fury with a chance to take the opening round of the second half. That's a small peek from Mental as the crab walk around the corner. Shut down by Dark. Triple's got an entry point. You can go through Moto. 30 seconds. Honestly, a lot for Terd to do inside a church. Full health. He has to be the one to stand up in a round like this. Reaps slow and sure to make his way towards kitchen, but I9 was clued on the entire time. He knew exactly what he needed to do. Flawless round for Fury. Incredibly well worked, well played round. And they get themselves once again the lead, and we just keep going back and forth. Neither of these two able to gain any kind of separation.
Yeah, I really like the utilization of the Deimos there. Especially if Dokkaebi is going to fall more out of favor for the attack, I expect that Deimos is only going to increase in popularity. Focus your drone util on hunting down a roamer or two, and then deathmark them either so you can help clear them, or what we saw in that particular round, prevent them from going for a flank until really late into the round. And if you're able to then find value or picks elsewhere, which Fury did, then it's just as easy as making sure that flank position is being held. If you have a player or two advantage, you can invest into that. And Reaps was forced to make a play, but Fury rightly had the angle held, so good work from the attack. Each site plays out quite differently here on Club. Big top floor room for basement.
10 seconds
It's
remaining.
been quite popular for both teams, but here over the woods, in bedroom, the option does arise for Fury to be a little bit more direct.
Attackers' objective
Composition
to
that they're
locate a
bringing
bomb
is
and defuse it.
certainly something. Monty finally makes an appearance for them. I say finally, it is the second round, but maybe anticipated it on basement. Either way, though, the shield now is brought. But the Mav as well to help aid over towards Jacuzzi. Maybe even CC if required. But the Kali as well. Bit of a niche operator. I9 could look to help clear utility. But, more critically, probably, hold down long lines of sight and maybe make a rotation or two more challenging here for Bleed.
Well, if you've just tuned in, it's basically been 1-for-1 the entire way through. None of these two have been able to really get, say, 2 rounds in a row, get that semblance of a snowball going. First one to do so, I think, may just take off and get this game under their belt. Good opportunity now for Fury to try and find a second round, really put Bleed to the sword. Dark just trying to play off of the hat-tricking from PG Man as they open up Kennels. It's one over towards Rafters, 4 Bleed, spotted. Of course, it is Terd on the Azami. Lycolis' job to do. Reaps, big kill. One in towards Oil Pit as well. That's Leader with a Nitrocell. Lycolis will need to be careful if he makes his way in. Leader maybe anticipating the flank, but Terdstar and Leader, the communication here is going to be absolutely pivotal that they can get this Nitrocell to eliminate Lycolis.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, we'll see if Leader can find value. He is likely going to be the biggest threat onto that shield if he's able to time the Nitro well. Requires good communication and synergy though with Terd. He's trying his best to stay alive. Has achieved that so far. Kali
They're
lands
worried about
used,
barbed wire right now.
but Rips is good for 2. It's also Crit J on the ground. So Fury are finding it quite difficult to center this push around the Monty and get control over towards Garage, and also things are falling apart.
Yeah, Lycolis hasn't really been able to step inside of Garage at all. Firstly, needed to call over I9, help deal with the barbed wire. Now try and help deal with Terd up above. Knowing full well he'll likely peek this, a chance to maybe try and take his head off. Still no movement from Leader, who actually has gotten out of Oil Pit, so he's no longer there to try and help out Terd. He does get the kill anyway onto I9. It's a shocking round here from Fury. I mean, just completely inoffensive at all. Never really even offered a shot or a punch. Could barely get inside of Garage. Well played from Terd. Controlled Rafters really nicely. Had a little bit of help from Leader and Oil Pit, but he eventually did fall back, and yeah, that was really all too comfortable for Bleed, and we continue with this 1-for-1 back and forth between these two, neither of which feeling capable of any kind of momentum. There's not much separating these two teams, guys. There really isn't. You go to the power rankings, and I think yours was like 8.9 to like 8.8 or something ridiculous, and you look at a game like this, and these two teams are basically identical.
Yeah, Fury with some weird decisions composition-wise in that last round, though. I can kind of understand the Kali, but you got really limited value from that. I understand they Grim spam, but typically teams would bring the Capitao then in exchange for that to pressure Rafter's position. Terd did great. He hit all the shots, you know, required of him in that round, but there was never any serious pressure on his position. He didn't have anything to flame him out. There was nobody lurking down below to maybe try and catch Leader. It was really sloppy there from Fury. And that's, again, on a map like Club, clearing Rafters is a fundamental task that teams should have a really good grasp, especially at this level, of how to achieve, or if it's not quite going to plan, what's their backup option. Fury's backup option was to just sit back behind a Monty shield with a Kali and hope that a sniper shot got hit. Like, I don't know, it seemed like a pretty far-fetched idea. One that was pretty low calculated against a team like Bleed. Either way though, basement we go. And the Deimos is once again in play here from I9. As you can see though, in terms of defender player positions, everybody from Bleed is in basement. So no roam being employed, and Critchay takes that as an opportunity alongside Dark for quick map control.
Yeah, I mean, if they bring in the Deimos, there's just no point. You know, you saw what happened with Reeps last time out, stuck second floor, death marked as soon as he tried to come down. I9 basically said, I'm just going to lock onto him. I know he's going to come from main. Reeps was completely ineffective. Like, you kind of actually think about it from the sense that you had Reeps stuck top floor doing nothing. Now you essentially upgrade to a Reeps that's on Warden stuck basement. I mean, that is a huge, huge upgrade. They're just going to completely bunk it down as well with the castle barricades and say to Fury, yeah, let's just see if you can hit us. We're going to sit 5 on site, hold all angles. There's a lot of work for Fury to be done. It's going to put a lot of emphasis, I think, on Critchay, on the buck, getting into kitchen, opening up the floorboards, eventually then looking for someone to get a kill from above to help facilitate the offense when they do hit site. Saw the Valk cam as well that's in kitchen, so Terd's getting some information.
And pretty aggro deployable shield here, facing towards triple as well. I like this setup from Bleed. Fury now, Secretary Hard Breach, help open up the moto hatch. Frag grenade for the castle barricade. We'll see how Bleed responds to this initial part of the push. Fury could opt to go for, again, a kitchen drop and keep it a little bit more stock standard.
Yes, this is late though for the block of Critchay in towards kitchen. There's not a lot of this floorboard really opened up. A lot of hatch watching. We saw that with I9 over towards stock earlier as well, looking down the hatch. They haven't really done a lot. I mean, for a round in which Bleed have offered nothing above, 40 seconds left, I don't know if they've done enough with the time that they've been given by Bleed. Fury just look a little bit lackluster in this round. It's going to have to be that old classic 20-second drop, hit site, clear out these positions. I don't know how you're going to do it. There's a lot of positions that do need to be cleared. Reap's in the best position on the Warden with the glasses active at the back of Arsenal. You got the smoke inside of Dirt as well. There's a lot of angles that need to be covered right now for Fury on the push with 15 seconds remaining. Still, 2 players low on health, especially like Hollis. I mean, you could blow some air on him. He's going to fall over with the kit as well in the back pocket. Dark, though, does get the opening kill. Reeps will fall. That's the Warden off the board. Harvard Leader, both engagements, but Leader with a double. The SMG-11 always stands strong in the engagement as it's flying around on site. Bleed 2 in a row for what feels like the first time in this match. And they will take the advantage as well.
Yeah, the timing there from Fury let them down. That the Capitao over towards blue, then got stalled out by the smoke canister. It meant that that push was a challenge. And after like Hollis fell, it was then difficult to get ground over towards main, and the hatch drop wasn't really viable because, again, the blue players were locked off. It meant that so many parts of the attack were disjointed. If they had maybe another 5-10 seconds to recuperate, they probably could have still pulled something off. Maybe overwhelm that triple wall position, go for plan if they cleared Terd, but He stayed alive, the rest of the team did a good job. And Bleed not having to do anything overly extravagant to stall out that time, so credit to them. A good conversion.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That now comes, for many teams, the most challenging site in the game. Well, not in the game, but on club rather, to defend. Outside of maybe a bar. It is, of course, Cash and CCTV has fallen out of favor a little bit. So we'll see what Fury bring this time around. Last time again, we saw the Kali and the Monty combo to try and clear rafters. They'll bring it once more, so no Capital. Again, I'll reiterate, I'm not a massive fan of this composition, but we'll see how they play around it this time.
Small Xenox fun fact for you guys, a little bit of a reach to it. Just a minor reach, but we looked at stage 1 last year. Fury, when they kick-started their campaign, lost to Julio in overtime, subsequently then lost to Bleed the week after. Or the play day after, I should say. Well, stage 2, as we know, last week lost to No Cap in overtime, formerly Julio. Could they very well lose to Bleed once again the play day after? Just saying, putting it out there.
And then make
history
the grand
repeats
final.
itself. Well, make the grand final and then not make the major. Yeah.
Well, maybe not the major.
The rest to be still written, guys. I haven't got that much control over the future. All I'm saying is they need to, rewrite history a little bit right now. Big couple of rounds coming up. You're on the attack, so you haven't quite got the opportunity to be given this. You've got to fight for it. Be a lot better, certainly, on the entry. Lead defense here. Win this round. I'll tell you what, I think they're going to win the map. So this is huge. Okay. Summit barrier dealt with. Behind the frag grenade. Another one coming your way, Terd. Slight little panic moment. Maybe a chance to fire back towards I9. Hoven gets a kill. Lead is still in oil pit. And like the last time out, Lycolis is just unable to really move forward. Oh, here we go. Crit J switched on. Is Leader switched on, though? It seems he very well may be. 90 seconds left, and this could change the round, and it does. Huge. Leader gets the kill onto Crit J, and up above in Garage, Terdster was able to win his fight as well. The Nitrocell falls short of Lycolis, but the damage has well and truly been done in this round. Prepare that scoreboard and put the 6 next to Bleed.
Oh, it's just the Monty standing now. Fury go for the same attack, and it's an even worse result. They need to put that strategy in the bin. It is horrible. It is horrible. The Kali gets no value. They had 2 frag grenades to dislodge that position and still didn't clear Terd once he was forced out. The Monty never got in a position to apply pressure. That's a little bit early for the victory graphic, but honestly, at this point in time, Fury are in the mud. They are facing a 3-round loss streak, and the momentum has been well and truly snatched by Bleed in this match.
I think that particular site being attacked by Fury in the manner in which they've been playing it is like a black stain on this match. Wholeheartedly. Just clearly not understanding the way they want to attack it and how they want to play off it. Even here from Lycolis as we watch it, it's just like, like when a kid gets a controller and they're just moving around the joystick. There's no thought. There's no clear, concise plan. At this point, of course, the round's over as he makes his way up towards rafters, but... Well, Fury now have got themselves on the back foot. We know they can play better than that, guys. That site, that attacking plan has proven to be the difference maker in this match. I'm not like walking away from this best of 1 and being like, oh, well, Bleed is so much better, yada, yada, yada. It's clear they've got something to work on. Or it's clear they've got something to avoid. As you said, just take that strategy and put it in the bin. There's no need to try and replicate that again, ever again, in future. So... we're at the point in the season, though, where I guess you kind of, like, bring this stuff out, try it, and then it doesn't work, we'll never see it again. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm all for experimentation, but I can't help but feel
it's like production's like, you know what? These are the guys. Everyone watch them. Everyone look at them. Point at them. Bad Fury. Bad. There we go.
Surely they scrimmed that strat against competent teams and it didn't work. Or maybe it did and it gave them false confidence. I can't really explain it, but
5 seconds to go.
once was more than enough for me to see that that was just not great. Either that or their execution of said strategy was just really off tonight, but there is a reason Capital is a staple there, and you bring other belts of util to clear that position. Like, it's just, it's Clubhouse 101, and this is a map where against a competent team, a really good team like Bleed, you screw up a fundamental or two, the rounds are going to unravel, and that's why this round streak has accumulated. But to look at it from a more positive light, Bleed are remaining very, you know, competent in this match. They're not letting these opportunities slide. Terd's got himself back into the server as well tonight, which is good to see.
Yeah, I mean, I really don't want to rain on Terd's parade, but I think he's got like 90% of his kills from the Fury Monty strat in Garage. He just happens to be the Rafters player, but as you said, that's right. You still got to hit those shots.
You are the key player on that whole defense, so...
You are. You got a big responsibility. It's not easy as you get pressured. Mentalist is going to allow Jacuzzi to get opened up, but he's putting emphasis on making sure that Bathroom may not get opened up. Still one shock wire battery available. So Gym Bedroom match point. It was 7-4 in stage 1. Will it be 7-4 in stage 2? Last time out, that was on Skyscraper. Now, vastly different map, I guess, but looks like the scoreline the same nevertheless. Pop.
So midway point of the round then. Fury under the pump. Bleed have taken a stranglehold over the momentum in this match for a game that was rather to and fro for the most part. Capital's time in play. Still 1 flame, 2 smokes up. So Critcho will be important in the late round.
Do you remember that time I called Fury a Fury on the global stage? Man.
I don't remember that, no.
Poor
But
Fury.
they're not quite on the same level.
No, not quite.
Oh, that's
not going to work. I haven't even cleared
Mentalist
out Leader over towards Bar as well, as Dark's making his way up main. Surely Leader's going to get on the move as well. Are they even aware of his position up here and towards Logistics? Just walking around the corner, spraying, praying. Prayers, though, answered. But not for Fury as a team. Despite Dark getting that one singular kill, it does not matter. Bleed, far and away, more impressive than their opponents. This was thought to be a battle of two titans in the end. It was a total beatdown. Bleed, far too good as they find their 3rd win in a row to start the stage.
Yeah, Bleed able to run away with that one. Definitely the victors in this match. It was so close up until that final portion of the match. The last 4 rounds, Bleed just absolutely wiping the floor. And for Fury, you know, I think it's going to be a bit of a wake-up call for them. That maybe the gap between the two teams has in fact widened. I'm certainly going to be readjusting my power rankings after this evening. It doesn't necessarily change my mind or my thought process that Fury are a top 2 team, but perhaps
you just shuffled.
Has been a bit
I know you had
enlightening
Fury.
that the gap has widened. Again, fully expecting
Yeah.
both teams to probably make the grand final. That's just the nature of the league, but certainly concerning for Fury. The way in which they lost this game to me is far more important than just the scoreline.
Yeah, I'm going to throw it back to the desk. And have I ever felt the need to just say, Pengu, I want your thoughts in particular?
Okay. You know what? How about I do one better? You two enjoy this segment.
Very disappointing, James. No,
Hello.
I mean, we hyped it up. It was the 2 titans.
Yes,
It was
I'm ready for the
everything, and then the
interview,
result is just like, what is going on between these 2 teams? They just don't know how to attack from either side.
That was tough. That was really rough to watch for Fury. Just like the storyline come into
hear
it,
them, by
Dev.
the
There
way.
was such a strong case for this to be such a close matchup, for this to even go Fury's way, and maybe even convincingly so. Like there was an argument to be had there that this could have been Fury through and through. They just never felt like they were running in that second half, or maybe outside of maybe their first attacking round.
Hello.
Mm.
Interview waiting room. There's a lot of.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, Dev, apparently we've
Yeah.
lost you. So thank
for
you, Dev. That's some fantastic insight there, my friend. Pengu probably doubling down on the conversation without going a little too deep into the Fury camp and the For me, I'm upset just because I know what Fury are capable of. Where was
Yeah.
it that you felt like it went wrong?
The big area where I think it really fell apart was that they would pick powerful operators like the Monty and not ever get to utilize the operator or show us like what the idea behind it was. The benefit that we have as viewers of the game is that we have this top-down, no stress, no pressure situation where we can just sit there and go, okay, does this make sense to us or does it not? When you looked at Fury on the attacking side, I didn't really understand what the bigger picture was and what they wanted to accomplish. And then you watch the actual outcome of the round, and I don't think they really knew either because they never quite made it into the building. They never got anything going for them. And all Bleed had to do was stand still like a sentry turret and just take really easy gunfights, and then they would just win the rounds.
Dev,
Am I
Dev,
back?
can I get a test 1, 2, 3 for me? Just say test 1, 2, 3.
Test 1, 2, 3.
Yes, we do have you back.
It's working.
Dev, look, we were just kind of talking about, Pengu was just, mentioning the fact that we never really got to see the full fruition of what they were cooking. And maybe sometimes the cooking is not that good. I mean,
talking
like,
about
if
the
you let
Kali?
me cook in a kitchen, it's, we were talking about the Kali, the Monty, just
Yeah.
like we never got to fully
There was
see
no
what
cooking.
the extent. There was.
There was no cooking with the Kali and the Monty. No, it's like, when little kids, you get them like that play set with like a stovetop, but it's all plastic. It doesn't actually
no.
turn on. That's what Fury were trying to cook with. It didn't work, man. Like, I don't know what you're trying to pull off with Kali against Rafters, but I just don't see the vision. I don't see the passion. I don't see the aggression, and that's just all you need to see from Fury. So yeah, I want to see a bit more from them on that one. In the end, Bleed did turn it up, and I didn't think they would,
Yes.
so I got to give credit where credit's due.
Yeah, turning the discussion to the camp of Bleed here, Pengu, expecting this game to have been a lot closer than it was. Outside of, any kind of third-party discussion about Fury, did you see enough from Bleed here to convince us that, that they are the undoubtable best in the league at the moment?
It's hard to say because I think today's match was more about what Fury they were failing to do more than what Bleed they were doing well. Bleed on the attack side actually failed to accomplish some of the basic fundamentals. They did not do a good job on being quick enough on the attack side, and half the time they would fail to open up one of the crucial breaches, whether it's like CC wall or kitchen hatch in a basement attack, for example. But Bleed on the defensive side, I think they did a great job at figuring out what Fury wanted to do and then shut it down. So for like going forward for the rest of the stage, I wanted to see Bleed focus on their attacking side and fix those couple of small issues. And if they can do that and maintain their current strength on defense, then they will be the strongest team, I think, in Asia League, so far at least.
All right, well, I think it might be time for us to welcome in our interviewee. I'm not entirely sure who we're talking to here until I see.
Hey.
Fantastic. It's just the man, the GOAT himself. Can you hear us? Oh, he's coming in now.
Hello?
Julio, can you hear
Hello.
us, my friend?
Nice. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. Julio, look, a convincing performance in the second half there from Bleed. There were moments where maybe in the first half we were left wondering, but overall, this is the performance that I think most of us had hoped for. How did it feel like inside of the server, at least from the perspective of behind the seat?
I think everything went perfect. I think we got the map we wanted. I think they were not. They wanted to play border because they lost against us on last qualifiers, and then they prepared, and then we prepared club, and then we played club, so it was really good. And everything went really well. Like some rounds we lost is because they're actually really good. Like mechanically, like they won some rounds that they shouldn't. So props to them. But besides that, we imposed the rhythm. We play our game compared to the last club we played because we played them on qualifiers. We lost, but we knew we lost ourselves. We got in the nerves first map, and now we prep again, and then we know that we will win if we play our game.
Yeah, Julio, I wanted to ask about the roster and how you guys have been going with the changes. Obviously, last stage, it was a very different look that you guys had on the roster. Then for EWC, you made some changes. And there was this thing that's kind of confused us publicly about Terdster moving off the active roster and back onto the active roster. Maybe you could speak a little bit about the roster process and your outlook, your opinion as the coach pulling the strings.
I think SP left, and we got leader. He's really good. He helps his strats. He's a really good player as well. With Third, is more like shake him up, like, okay, if you don't like improve more, if you don't get better every day, we might drop you next season. But it was more like a warning, but we wanted to, like for him to improve, but we like him and we want him to improve and we don't want to kick him, so we did that. But Yeah, basically like this. And yeah, with leader addition is really good as well. He's fits perfectly into our play style. He's like kind of aggressive as well, but as a support helps with pet. They're like splitting up between the comms. Like one guy focuses more on attack, the other guy on defense. They help each other, so it's really good.
Nice. Nice to see you, Julio, first of all. Secondly,
Welcome.
on the defensive side of of Clubhouse, it seemed like you guys had a very simple plan of simply fighting your opponent. For example, you're playing gym defense, you're playing catwalk rafters, you're playing CCTV. Was that the plan, when you saw Clubhouse before the first defense round happened? Or is that a call that was made, in the server where maybe someone like Leader said, guys, they struggle at problem solving, let's try and hard hold this area? Was it on the fly? Or was it prep work?
Yeah, we prepped it because last time we played club against them, we let them execute. We were like so scared, and now it was two things. Okay, let's play more aggro. That is actually our game. It's not like we don't know how to play like this. And second, because we didn't know they had such problems when we play aggro like this, so it's gonna be really good for the future. They have to improve that, but you might change it back. We do fallback, so it's the mind
Yeah.
game is really good for the playoffs.
Now,
I fully agree.
just very
Sorry, you
quickly,
go, Manic.
Julio. No, it's my fault. Julio, just very quickly. I wanted to actually, Pengu. Let me say this. Pengu, was your question this game?
Sorry, what was that?
Did you have another question for Julio for this game?
No, it's fine.
Okay. Well, then I'll hold off there. Julia, one question I do want to ask is obviously we didn't get to talk to you last week against with the Hasib Warriors game. I wanted to know inside the server from everything that we could see, just sitting on the desk, where was that sitting? Because it did look like there was a fair amount of struggle on Cafe.
I think Hazib is really good on Cafe. They beat the Lumina on qualifiers and wanted to test ourselves, but I think it's some problems we had last season that we fixed it. But yeah, it was 3-3. We wanted to play. I think I want to scream against them like Cafe just to see how it is. But like it was like Mira and Azami Ben, so I think our attacks would be fine. But yeah, they were playing really well. It's a good map for them. But against these teams, we want to prove ourselves as well. Like there's some maps we want to prove, and the best way to do it is in this phase of the tournament, not on playoffs. And one last thing, someone play layer against us, please. We want to see if our layer is good, and everyone is freaking scared. Let's just play, guys. You guys are so scared about the map. It's fun.
That's great. Well, there's a call out for any team looking to play. Julia, anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Thank you guys very much. We are like doing a lot of work. Things are going well inside the game, outside the game, and everything's good. We have a leader now, Linda now, so the prep is better. Overall, it's really good. So thank you everyone cheering for us, and yeah, we just like most of these matches we win because we're just having fun. I think even that we qualify to all the tournaments, the other teams are more pressured than us because they don't qualify, so they're like, oh, this is our time now. And then for us, if you don't qualify, it's fine. We go next, and yeah, I think mentally it's good as well. Everything's good.
That's fantastic to hear, mate. Look, we'll leave you to it, and I'm sure we'll be talking to you tomorrow night. There's no doubt about it.
Thank you, guys. See ya.
Honestly, that's like I couldn't have asked for much of a better final statement from Julio and the entire Bleed roster. I think that's really good signs heading into the rest of the stage, Pengu.
No, I think so as well. And Julio kind of said it too about Terd, right, in the roster changes where we wanted to apply some pressure underneath him and like light a fire and say, hey, you gotta fight for your spot, you gotta perform. So it's not so much that they don't want to keep him. He said they like him a lot, actually, in fact, but just making sure everybody's on their toes. And yeah, Terd actually ended up being the leading player, also playing Asami on Catwalk Rafters, like 3 out of their, 5 rounds or whatever. So he was given a responsibility on defense and he actually really showed up and proved himself.
I mean, you couldn't ask for much more there, Dev. That's completely flipped the storyline.
Yeah, absolutely. I will say it would be interesting to see Terdster in positions where he's not being fed by quite a poor attack. Not to discredit him, like he played the positions well. I still think that it was a really bad call from Fury to be attacking the rafters with Carly Monty in the way that they did. But it's great for Terd. Like this is a huge game for him because I know going into that he was like, oh, I'm sick, or this drama. So he's had a big one. That's probably huge for the ego and probably helpful for him when he's been in a position where last week or in the season so far he hasn't been looking great. So Good for him. I personally just loved hearing from Julio. I think it's always great, not only to get a coach, but to get a coach, a world champion. By the way, 2 world champions in the same interview, one on either side. That's always nice. And getting Julio's perspective on the roster change and the moves that the team's gone through, and also the pressure or lack thereof that Bleed are feeling right now. I think most people look at Bleed and say, yeah, they are the best team in Asia. They've proven that. But there's still a lot of pressure on them to perform. They've picked up a European player. They've picked up a Brazilian coach. You expect that they have to perform because of that. But Julio sincerely said, we don't, like, if we fail to qualify for an event, no pressure. We'll make the next one. I think that's such a healthy attitude to have.
That's probably the first time. I think that might be the first time I've ever heard any coach or player say that. I don't think I've ever heard a coach go so relaxed in the moment, and I think that might be an indication of things to come. Speaking of things to come, we've got Rival, and they take up Knock Knock after this.
Oh no, the team tier list. Oh my god, bro, no.
First is split. You know where that's going. It's in A, S tier.
It's obviously S, the best team in Southeast Asia for the last 2 years in a row.
I'll put them in S because they made like a lot international events.
S, you know. If I put anything below S, I think it's quite bad juju for me.
You know, giving some respect, so put Bleed on the S right now.
Bleed is S tier. I think it has definitely gonna be a really big challenge for us in the Asia League.
Bleed probably S tier and for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna put Bleed on S tier. They're just the top 1 team in Asia, like, not gonna lie.
Direwolf. Ooh. I have to put Direwolves in B. They did lose Jogor. I don't think anyone can replace what Jogor was doing for that team last stage.
Direwolves has, I think, had a roster change recently, so I'll put it in A.
And Direwolves, I'll put us at D, which stands for Direwolves.
They do give all the teams a good fight.
Right now, B.
They've had a good run, and I think they're in A tier, definitely.
C. I don't feel like they're a big threat when you're fighting against them. They're pretty like predictable for me.
I'm gonna play on D tier. I'm just gonna play on D tier, bro.
Elevate. That is almost as close as Bleed, and they're showing it in games as well. I'll put it in A as well.
Probably top of A. They're a solid 3rd place team and probably contending for like 2nd with Fury.
Elevate is A. I think I'll put them just below Bleed.
So Elevate, I'll give us a D for not qualifying for anything within these 6 months and whatever.
We have to see, like, they are around like A to S right now.
Really talented roster and amazing players, expecting a good challenge. So definitely A tier.
Elevate, I put them on A. They have a good player like Speak Easy, Ape.
I'm gonna put Elevate on A tier. I think they won the A tier tournament before and made the invitational major. I forgot, but
Fury, as good as Bleed. I'll put it as S. They played international. They have international experience.
So yeah, Fury obviously under Elevate in A as well, but very close. Actually, Fury over Elevate. Sorry, Fury over Elevate for now.
Fury is just right beside Bleed. They're as good as them, I think.
I think for Fury, it'll be same tier as Bleak. Yeah, I would say maybe even one higher.
Fury S. Let's go. No, Fury D tier. I'm kidding. Just put them back to S. Sorry.
Again, one of the better teams in this league. Super talented players. Expecting to just have a really tough time in the play day. So A tier for them.
Fury, I would put them on B. That's my opinion. Please don't clip this and put this on Twitter, Fury. But I think they rely on Grid J too much.
Fury, I'm gonna put Fury on S tier. I think they're like top 2 team in Asia. The reason why is because their playstyle is pretty unique, and they got a star player, Grid J. He's probably a top 1 frag, honestly.
Oh baby, it's RC Warriors. Oh good ass, we know we are the best.
Well, it's even C for now. Don't really have the gunpowder to contest with a lot of the other Southeast Asian teams.
I think if they feeling good today, they can beat like every team in this tier list. So, but I'll put them in C.
Hasib Warriors, I would rank them in B.
I think Direwolf still was a better team, and so let's put them on to C first.
We have a long history with them. just been playing them for years. They have a really promising roster now, and I think they are up in there in B tier.
And I would put them on C.
I see Warrior. I'm gonna play on C tier. I don't think they scrim a lot, and even if they scrim a lot, they don't really scrim good things. And I think the reason why they don't scrim good things is because the ping issue.
Knock. Some old friends, I guess. I'll put them in D. Maybe C. I'll put them in C.
Knock, like I just said, probably in the D tier. They didn't look too hot last stage. The only team they beat was actually Hasib Warriors, but I think that was a one-off. I think they do get farmed by Hasib Warriors quite often.
They had the same situation with Hasib, so I'll put them in C.
I'll categorize them as B as well. I would say they play a different style as well, so I think B would be a fair judgment, I guess.
Knock, I really can't judge it. Let's put him on C. I don't know, I didn't watch. Yeah, sorry.
Our roster is pretty strong right now, and we've had a lot of practice as well. I think I'm gonna put us in A tier.
I have to say that like their gun skill is not like the same level as Bleed or Elevate or Fury. I would put Knock on B tier.
I watched again they against Lumina in qualify before. They actually did pretty good, honestly. I'm gonna play on C tier as well.
No cap, probably B above Direwolves. Especially they look quite good in the qualifiers.
Okay, B tier.
I think they're like Elevate. Should be in A tier because they're also like good contenders.
I think with the players they have, be A. I do enjoy watching them play because it's like quite unorthodox as well.
I think No Cap was still like kind of better than Direwolf, but I don't know, maybe just put him into B, I think.
Be sure they have a lot of good players. B tier.
I would probably put my team on A, I guess. I think we have a slim chance of winning Bleed.
The reason why I think they're B tier is because they're too unstable is the thing.
What's the last team? What's that?
A new team, still a gray area for them. I'll put them in B.
We haven't seen much of Rival in Pro League. Probably sitting somewhere on C.
My buddies. I'll put them in B. B stands for buddies.
So I would just give them a B for now because I've not got any info on them, you know.
To be frank, I didn't watch them at all. Let's put him on C.
They don't have a lot of experience, but the players, they're damn good. I think they're gonna give us a run for their money, but I'm gonna put them in B tier.
I'm sorry, Jane, I would put on C.
I'm gonna put Rival Esports on B tier. The reason why we lose sometimes, okay, it's not sometimes, it's like usually. Okay, usually we lose is because our mental is pretty tilted sometimes. When we lost against Snowcap in qualify and we go to the lower bracket, but we actually 2-0 everybody because we were not tilted and we were doing like really good every single game. Okay, except the first game.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
So I'd probably put Bank in the I'm tilted category. It's not really fun as a defender, like a lot of outside the map play, a lot of repel play, very boring.
I think Bank is kind of mid for me because it requires like a lot of teamwork to be played perfect.
Bank, I will put in good. It's quite an old map in the Pro League scene, and it's also been through various strats, various like variations of strats.
Just put it around, I think good for me.
So bank mid, just it's a big map and it's hard to play, man. Just I don't enjoy it. It gives me anxiety just being in lobby with all those windows.
I put it in the mid, I guess. I feel like it's very hard to clear the maps without like a good team coordination.
I gotta put bank on install because yeah, I think it's just too big for me.
I like border's good because it's a more attacker-sided map. There's like more potential to see upsets from weaker teams.
Sometimes I'm good at border, but sometimes I'm not. So I'll put border at good.
Border, I would say it's mid.
I hate playing border when there's like a Dokkaebi playing from the enemy team and they just try ruining me on site and giving a call. Put it on tilted, I think.
Hard carrying, love border. So many gunfights. Love coordinating with the fraggers on my team if there are any.
Put that on good.
I'm gonna put it in good. Because when I play border, it's a small map, so I can like play gunfight a lot and refract for my teammates, and that's pretty easy for me. Yeah.
Chalet is kind of like the same thing, like a more attacker-sided map. A lot of upsets, a lot of gunfights, which is what I like. So I'd put that in the good tier as well, probably above border.
I'll put Chalet in hard carry.
I would say mid as well. Same with the rework. Maybe I'm just a nostalgia merchant, but
Pretty on good. I think I'm playing really like comfortable on this map.
Chalet is good. I like it, especially after the rework. It's one of the more balanced maps in my opinion.
I'll probably put it tilted. I already lost a game on Chalet when I solo queue.
Chalet, I'm gonna play on hard carrying because the role I play is like I can get so many kills. Yeah.
Clubhouse is like a staple map. It's kind of like the Dust 2 of Siege. Really iconic map and it's been there for a while. I'd probably put it in mid for now.
Club is kind of like bank. It gives me the same vibe, so it's gonna be mid.
Clubhouse, the OG of the OG, hard carry.
Uninstall, but it's okay because I will hard carrying this map.
Clubhouse is good. It's one of the more different siege maps. Your operator lineup matters a lot.
Hard carrying. You can. I feel like if you get a site open, you can like carry your team with your good gun skill.
Clubhouse, I'm gonna put Clubhouse on hard carrying as well because you just like Chalet. I can do so many things.
In terms of the map itself, it's good map design, really nice colors and stuff. Probably put it in mid above Clubhouse.
It's hard. Constellate is hard. It's kind of like Sky because it's a defender sided. I'll put Cons and Sky in I'm tilted.
The thing is, I'm tilted. Back in my old team when we finally got good on Consulate, they make a rework, so I'm pissed.
I like this this new Consulate. Pretty on a good, I think.
I would say it's good. Yeah, I enjoy playing it. It's one of the more technical maps, requires a lot of coordination.
I feel like it's one of the hardest map. Consulate, I probably uninstall my game.
If they put like so many gadgets in break and printer or like small office, it's pretty hard to push. I'm gonna play on mid because
actually Consulate is in just under mid, and Cafe will be uninstalled.
Cafe, yep, uninstall. That map is terrible. Cafe mid.
Cafe, straight uninstall. No point, man. So many windows, and personally I find it really challenging to just go on window rappels.
Cafe, I'll put it as good as well. A lot of variations you can play with.
I'm gonna play on uninstall, bro. I'm not really into that map.
Cafe, I would put on good. If you have a good gun skill, you probably like jump in the window and kill everyone.
Yeah, newest map to the Pro League map pool. I think it's really interesting, very big, a lot of rooms. I'd honestly put it good in between Chalet and Border.
Lair, uninstall. I think everyone knows why.
Mid.
Right now, if you ask me, put it in the I'm tilted category.
Lair is, yeah, uninstall the game again on Lair. I hate that map.
I'm gonna play on good, because honestly I only play like one time. We actually did pretty good on that map.
Lair is actually pretty decent, I think. I think it's going mid. It's going mid.
Get this map out of the game actually. I don't even know why they put this in.
Night Heaven, goated map. The best by far, hard carrying.
I always struggle in big maps, so I'll put it just right beside Consulate.
Night Haven, I would say mid.
They put it on tilted because like it's like 50-50 for me. At either I win or lose.
Night Haven, good again. One of the more acquired taste maps, I would say.
Tilted? Do the same thing as Chalet.
I'm gonna put lefts on good. Yeah, that will help you a lot to play that map if you know everyone's.
Skyscraper, another map with like heavy 5-1, sometimes like 6-0 defense splits, which is just sucks, especially if you're on like the attacking side of it, like a BO1 or something.
And Sky, just like Consulate, it's like super defender sided.
Skyscraper, I would say good, even though some would say it's a defender sided map.
Skyscraper, hard carrying.
Skyscraper, I would say it's mid. No particular reason.
I would put it on hard carrying.
I'm gonna play on tilted, because I don't know why. Every time I play Skyscraper, my team can do like so good, but I can't get kills. Yeah, that's why.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the blood, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Oh, oh no, no, the team tier list. Oh my god, bro, no.
First is Split. You know where that's going. It's in A, S tier.
It's obviously S, the best team in Southeast Asia for the last 2 years in a row.
I'll put them in S because they made like a lot international events.
S, you know. If I put anything below S, I think it's quite bad juju for me.
You know, giving some respect, so put Bleed on the S right now.
Bleed is S tier. I think it has definitely gonna be a really big challenge for us in the Asia League.
Bleed probably S tier and for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna put Bleed on S tier. They're just the top one team in Asia, like, not gonna lie.
Direwolf. Ooh. I have to put Direwolves in B. They did lose Jogor. I don't think anyone can replace what Jogor was doing for that team last stage.
Direwolves has, I think, had a roster change recently, so I'll put it in A.
And Direwolves, I'll put us at D, which stands for Direwolves.
They do give all the teams a good fight.
Right now, B.
They've had a good run, and I think they're in A tier definitely.
C. I don't feel like they're a big threat when you're fighting against them. They're pretty like predictable for me.
I'm gonna play on D tier. I'm just gonna play on D tier, bro.
Elevate. That is almost as close as Bleed, and they're showing it in games as well. I'll put it in A as well.
Probably top of A. They're a solid third place team and probably contending for like second with Fury.
Elevate is A. I think I'll put them just below Bleed.
So Elevate, I'll give us a D for not qualifying for anything within these 6 months and whatever.
We have to see, like, they are around like A to S right now.
Really talented roster and amazing players, expecting a good challenge. So definitely A tier.
Elevate, I put them on A. They have a good player like Speak Easy, Ape.
I'm gonna put Elevate on A tier. I think they won the A tier tournament before I made the Invitational Major. I forgot, but...
Fury, as good as Bleed. I'll put it as S. They played international, they have international experience.
So yeah, Fury obviously under Elevate in A as well. But very close. Actually, Fury over Elevate, sorry. Fury over Elevate for now.
Fury is just right beside Bleed. They're as good as them, I think.
I think for Fury, it'll be same tier as Bleak. Yeah, I would say maybe even one higher.
Fury S, let's go. No, Fury D tier. I'm kidding, just put them back to S, sorry.
Again, one of the better teams in this league. Super talented players. Expecting to just have a really tough time in the play day. So A tier for them.
Fury, I would put them on B. That's my opinion. Please don't clip this and put this on Twitter, Fury. But I think they rely on Grid J too much.
Fury? I'm gonna put Fury on S tier. I think they're like top 2 team in Asia. The reason why is because their playstyle is pretty unique and they got a star player, Grid J. He's probably a top 1 frag, honestly.
Oh baby, it's Aussie Warriors. Oh good ass, we know we are the best.
Well, has even C for now? Don't really have the gunpowder to contest with a lot of the other Southeast Asian teams.
I think if they feeling good today, they can beat like every team in this tier list. So, but I'll put them in C.
Hasib Warriors, I would rank them in B.
I think Direwolf still was a better team, so let's put them on to C first.
We have a long history with them. Just been playing them for years. They have a really promising roster now, and I think they are up in there in B tier.
And I would put them on C.
Aussie Warrior, I'm gonna play on C tier. I don't think they scrim a lot, and even if they scrim a lot, they don't really scrim good things. And I think the reason why they don't scrim good things is because the ping issue.
Knock. Some old friends, I guess. I'll put them in D. Maybe C. I'll put them in C.
Knock, like I just said, probably in the D tier. They didn't look too hot last stage. The only team they beat was actually Hasib Warriors, but I think that was a one-off. I think they do get farmed by Hasib Warriors quite often.
They had the same situation with Hasib, so I'll put them in C.
I'll categorize them as B as well. I would say they play a different style as well, so I think B would be a fair judgment, I guess.
Knock, I really can't judge it. Let's put him on C. I don't know, I didn't watch. Yeah. Sorry.
Our roster is pretty strong right now, and we've had a lot of practice as well. I think I'm gonna put us in A tier.
I have to say that like their gun skill is not like the same level as Bleed or Elevate or Fury. I would put Knock Knock on B tier.
I watched they against Lumina in qualify before. They actually did pretty good, honestly. I'm gonna put it on C tier as well.
No cap, probably B above Direwolves. Especially they look quite good in the qualifiers.
Okay, B tier.
I think they're like Elevate. Should be in A tier because they're also like good contenders.
I think with the players they have, be A. I do enjoy watching them play because it's like quite unorthodox as well.
I think No Cap was still like kind of better than Daewoo, but I don't know. Maybe just put him into B. I think.
Be sure they have a lot of good players. B tier.
I would probably put my team on A, I guess. I think we have a slim chance of winning Bleed.
The reason why I think they're B tier is because they're too unstable as a team.
What's the last team? What's that?
A new team, still a gray area for them. I'll put them in B.
We haven't seen much of Rival in Pro League. Probably sitting somewhere around C.
My buddies. I'll put it in B. B stands for buddies.
So I will just give them a B for now because I've not got any info on them, you know.
To be frank, I didn't watch them at all. Let's put him on a C.
They don't have a lot of experience, but the players, they're damn good. I think they're gonna give us a run for their money, but I'm gonna put them in B tier.
I'm sorry, Jane, I would on C.
I'm gonna put Rival Esports on B tier. The reason why we lose sometimes, okay, it's not sometimes, it's like usually. Okay, usually we lose is because our mental is pretty tilted sometimes. When we lost against Snowcap in qualify and we go to a lower bracket, but we actually 2-0 everybody because we were not tilted and we were doing like really good every single game. Okay, except the first game.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
So I'd probably put Bank in the I'm tilted category. It's not really fun as a defender, like a lot of outside the map play, a lot of repel play, very boring.
I think Bank is kind of mid for me because it requires like a lot of teamwork to be play perfect.
Bank I will put in good. It's quite an old map in the Pro League scene, and it's also been through various strats, various like variations of strats.
Just put it around, I think, good for me.
So Bank, mid, just it's a big map and it's hard to play, man. Just I don't enjoy it. It gives me anxiety just being in lobby with all those windows.
I put it in the mid, I guess. I feel like it's very hard to clear the maps without like a good team coordination.
I gotta put Bank on install because yeah, I think it's just too big for me.
I like Border's good because it's a more attacker-sided map. There's like more potential to see upsets from weaker teams.
Sometimes I'm good at Border, but sometimes I'm not. So I'll put Border at good.
Border, I would say it's mid.
I hate playing border when there's like a Valkyrie playing from the enemy team and they just try ruining me on site and giving a call. Put it on tilted, I think.
Hard carrying, love border. So many gunfights. Love coordinating with the fraggers on my team, if there are any.
Put that on good.
I'm gonna put it in good. Because when I play border, it's a small map, so I can like play gunfight a lot and refract for my teammates, and that's pretty easy for me. Yeah.
Chalet is kind of like the same thing, like a more attacker-sided map. A lot of upsets, a lot of gunfights, which is what I like. So I'd put that in the good tier as well, probably above border.
I'll put Chalet in hard carry.
I would say mid as well. Same with the rework. Maybe I'm just a nostalgia merchant, but
Pretty good. I think I'm playing really like comfortable on this map.
Chalet is good. I like it, especially after the rework. It's one of the more balanced maps in my opinion.
I'll probably put it, I'm tilted. I already lost a game on Chalet when I solo queue.
Chalet, I'm gonna play on hard carrying, because the role I play is like I can get so many kills. Yeah.
Clubhouse is like a staple map. It's kind of like the Dust 2 of Siege. Really iconic map, and it's been there for a while. I'd probably put it in mid for now.
Club is kind of like Bank. It gives me the same vibe, so it's gonna be mid.
Clubhouse, the OG of the OG, hard carry.
Uninstall, but it's okay because I will hard carrying this map.
Clubhouse is good. It's one of the more different siege maps. Your operator lineup matters a lot.
Hard carrying. You can, I feel like if you get a site open, you can like carry your team with your good gun skill.
Clubhouse, I'm gonna put Clubhouse on hard carrying as well, because it's just like Chalet. I can do so many things.
In terms of the map itself, it's good map design, really nice colors and stuff. Probably put it in mid above Clubhouse.
It's hard. Constellate is hard. It's kind of like Sky because it's a defender sided. I'll put Cons and Sky in I'm tilted.
The thing is, I'm tilted. Back in my old team when we finally got good on Consulate, they make a rework, so I'm pissed.
I like this like this new Consulate. Pretty good, I think.
I would say it's good. Yeah, I enjoy playing it. It's one of the more technical maps. Requires a lot of coordination.
I feel like it's one of the hardest map. Consulate, I probably uninstall my game.
If they put like so many gadgets in break and printer or like small office, it's pretty hard to push. I'm gonna play on mid because
actually Consulate is in just under mid, and Cafe will be uninstalled.
Cafe, yep, uninstall. That map is terrible.
Cafe mid.
Cafe, straight uninstall. No point, man. So many windows, and personally I find it really challenging to just go on window rappels.
Cafe, I'll put it as good as well. A lot of variations you can play with.
I'm gonna play on uninstall, bro. I'm not really into that map.
Cafe, I would put on good. If you have a good gun skill, you probably like jump in the window and kill everyone.
Yeah, newest map to the Pro League map pool. I think it's really interesting, very big, a lot of rooms. I'd honestly put it good in between Chalet and Border.
Lair, uninstall. I think everyone knows why.
Mid.
Right now, if you ask me, put it in the I'm tilted category.
Lair is, yeah, uninstall the game again on Lair. I hate that map.
I'm gonna play on good, because honestly I only play like one time. We actually did pretty good on that map.
Lair is actually pretty decent, I think. I think it's going mid. It's going mid.
Get this map out of the game actually. I don't even know why to put this in.
Night Heaven, goated map. The best by far, hard carrying.
I always struggle in big maps, so I'll put it just right beside Consulate.
Night Haven, I would say mid.
Let's put it on tilted because like it's like 50-50 for me. Either I win or lose.
Night Haven, good again. One of the more acquired taste maps, I would say.
Tilted? It's the same thing as Chalet.
I'm gonna put labs on good. Yeah, that will help you a lot to play that map if you know everyone's.
Skyscraper, another map with like heavy 5-1, sometimes like 6-0 defense splits, which is just sucks, especially if you're on like the attacking side of it, like a BO1 or something.
And Sky, just like Consulate, it's like super defender sided.
Skyscraper, I would say good, even though some would say it's a defender sided map.
Skyscraper, hard carrying.
Skyscraper, I would say it's mid. No particular reason.
I would put it on hard carrying.
I'm gonna play on Tilted. Because I don't know why. Every time I play Skyscraper, my team can do like so good. But I can't get kills. Yeah, that's why.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plant, the wave! And I think he might just find it!
Tap tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah, yeah. 30,000 up on my pallet. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap tap, real smooth. Can you play that back, back, back? Can you run that back, back, back? I'm trying to play that back, back, back. I want that. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Tap tap, let's go, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Oh, oh no, no, the team tier list. Oh my god, bro, no.
First is split. You know where that's going. It's in A, S tier.
It's obviously S, the best team in Southeast Asia for the last 2 years in a row.
I'll put them in S because they made like a lot international event.
S, you know. If I put anything below S, I think it's quite bad juju for me.
You know, giving some respect, so put Bleed on the S right now.
Bleed is S tier. I think it has definitely gonna be a really big challenge for us in the Asia League.
Bleed probably S tier and for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna put Bleed on S tier. They're just the top one team in Asia, like, not gonna lie.
Direwolf. Ooh.
I have to put Direwolves in B. They did lose Jogor. I don't think anyone can replace what Jogor was doing for that team last stage.
Direwolves has, I think, had a roster change recently, so I'll put it in A.
And Direwolves, I'll put us at D, which stands for Direwolves.
They do give all the teams a good fight.
Right now, B.
They've had a good run, and I think they're in A tier, definitely.
C. I don't feel like they're a big threat when you're fighting against them. They're pretty like predictable for me.
I'm gonna play on D tier. I'm just gonna play on D tier, bro.
Elevate. That is almost as close as Bleed, and they're showing it in games as well. I'll put it in A as well.
Probably top of A. They're a solid third place team and probably contending for like second with Fury.
Elevate is A. I think I'll put them just below Bleed.
So Elevate, I'll give us a D for not qualifying for anything within these 6 months and whatever.
We have to see like they are around like A to S right now.
Really, really talented roster and amazing players. Expecting a good challenge, so definitely A tier.
Elevate, I put them on A. They have a good player like Speakeasy, Ape.
I'm gonna put Elevate on A tier. I think they won the A tier tournament before I made the invitational major. I forgot, but
Fury, as good as Bleed. I'll put it as S. They played international. They have international experience.
So yeah, Fury obviously under Elevate in A as well, but very, very close. Actually, Fury over Elevate. Sorry, Fury over Elevate for now.
Fury is just right beside Bleed. They're as good as them, I think.
I think for Fury, it'll be same tier as Bleak. Yeah, I would say maybe even one higher.
Fury S. Let's go. No, Fury D tier. I'm kidding. Just put them back to S. Sorry.
Again, one of the better teams in this league. Super talented players. Expecting to just have a really tough time in the play day. So A tier for them.
Fury, I would put them on B. That's my opinion. Please don't clip this and put this on Twitter, Fury. But I think they rely on Grid J too much.
Fury, I'm gonna put Fury on S tier. I think they're like top 2 team in Asia. The reason why is because their playstyle is pretty unique, and they got a star player, Grid J. He's probably a top 1 frag, honestly.
Oh baby, it's Aussie Warriors. Oh goodness, we know we are the best.
Well, has even C for now? Don't really have the gunpowder to contest with a lot of the other Southeast Asian teams.
I think if they feeling good today, they can beat like every team in this tier list. So, but I'll put them in C.
Hasib Warriors, I would rank them in B.
I think Direwolves still was a better team, and so let's put them on to C first.
We have a long history with them. Just been playing them for years. They have a really promising roster now, and I think they are up in there in B tier.
And I would put them on C.
Aussie Warrior, I'm gonna play on C tier. I don't think they scrim a lot, and even if they scrim a lot, they don't really scrim good things. And I think the reason why they don't scrim good things is because the ping issue.
Knock. Some old friends, I guess. I'll put them in D. Maybe C. I'll put them in C.
Knock, like I just said, probably in the D tier. They didn't look too hot last stage. The only team they beat was actually Hasib Warriors, but I think that was a one-off. I think they do get farmed by Hasib Warriors quite often.
They had the same situation with Hasib, so I'll put them in C.
I'll categorize them as B as well. I would say they play a different style as well, so I think B would be a fair judgment, I guess.
Knock. I really can't judge it. Let's put him on C. I don't know. I didn't watch. Yeah, sorry.
our roster is pretty strong right now, and we've had a lot of practice as well. I think I'm gonna put us in A tier.
I have to say that like their gun skill is not like the same level as Bleed or Elevate or Fury. I would put Knock Knock on B tier.
I watched they against Lumina in qualify before. They actually did pretty good, honestly. I'm gonna play on C tier as well.
No cap, probably B above Direwolves. Especially they look quite good in the qualifiers.
Okay, B tier.
I think they're like Elevate. Should be in A tier because they're also like good contenders.
I think with the players they have, would be A. I do enjoy watching them play because it's like quite unorthodox as well.
I think No Cap was still like kind of better than Daewoo, but I don't know, maybe just put him into B. I think.
Be sure they have a lot of good players. B tier.
I would probably put my team on A, I guess. I think we have a slim chance of winning Bleed.
The reason why I think they're B tier is because they're too unstable as a team.
What's the last team? What's that?
A new team, still a gray area for them. I'll put them in B.
We haven't seen much of Rival in Pro League. Probably sitting somewhere around C.
My buddies. I'll put it in B. B stands for buddies.
So I will just give them a B for now because I've not got any info on them, you know.
To be frank, I didn't watch them at all. Let's put him on a C.
They don't have a lot of experience, but the players, they're damn good. I think they're gonna give us a run for their money, but I'm gonna put them in B tier.
I'm sorry, Jane, I would on C.
I'm gonna put Rival Esports on B tier. The reason why we lose sometimes, okay, it's not sometimes, it's like usually. Okay, usually we lose is because our mental is pretty tilted sometimes. When we lost against Snowcap in qualify and we go to the lower bracket, but we actually 2-0 everybody because we were not tilted and we were doing like really good every single game. Okay, except the first game.
Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man here, think you got the gist. Got you tulips in a twist. Hand out boss like communist.
So I'd probably put Bank in the I'm tilted category. It's not really fun as a defender, like a lot of outside the map play, a lot of repel play, very boring.
I think Bank is kind of mid for me because it requires like a lot of teamwork to be play perfect.
Bank I will put in good. It's quite an old map in the Pro League scene, and it's also been through various strats, various like variations of strats.
Just put it around, I think, good for me.
So Bank, mid, just it's a big map and it's hard to play, man. Just I don't enjoy it. It gives me anxiety just being in lobby with all those windows.
I put it in the mid, I guess. I feel like it's very hard to clear the maps without like a good team coordination.
I gotta put Bank on install because yeah, I think it's just too big for me.
I feel like Border's good because it's a more attacker-sided map. There's like more potential to see upsets from weaker teams.
Sometimes I'm good at Border, but sometimes I'm not. So I'll put Border at good.
Border, I would say it's mid
I hate playing border when there's like a Valkyrie playing from the enemy team and they just try ruining me on site and giving a call. Put it on tilted, I think.
Hard carrying. Love border. So many gunfights. Love coordinating with the fraggers on my team, if there are any.
Put that on good.
I'm gonna put it in good. Because when I play border, it's a small map, so I can like play gunfight a lot and refract for my teammates, and that's pretty easy for me. Yeah.
Chalet is kind of like the same thing, like a more attacker-sided map. A lot of upsets, a lot of gunfights, which is what I like. So I'd put that in the good tier as well, probably above border.
I'll put Chalet in hard carry.
I would say mid as well. Same with the rework. Maybe I'm just a nostalgia merchant, but
Pretty on good. I think I'm playing really like comfortable on this map.
Chalet is good. I like it, especially after the rework. It's one of the more balanced maps in my opinion.
I probably put it. I'm tilted. I already lost a game on Chalet when I solo queue.
Chalet, I'm gonna play on hard carrying, because the role I play is like I can get so many kills. Yeah.
Clubhouse is like a staple map. It's kind of like the Dust 2 of Siege. Really iconic map, and it's been there for a while. I'd probably put it in mid for now.
Club is kind of like Bank. It gives me the same vibe, so it's gonna be mid.
Clubhouse, the OG of the OG, hard carry.
Uninstall, but it's okay because I will hard carrying this map.
Clubhouse is good. It's one of the more different siege maps. Your operator lineup matters a lot.
Hard carrying. You can. I feel like if you get a site open, you can like carry your team with your good gun skill.
Clubhouse, I'm gonna put Clubhouse on hard carrying as well, because it's just like Chalet. I can do so many things.
In terms of the map itself, it's good map design, really nice colors and stuff. Probably put it in mid above Clubhouse.
It's hard. Constellate is hard. It's kind of like Sky because it's a defender sided. I'll put Cons and Sky in I'm tilted.
The thing is, I'm tilted. Back in my old team when we finally got good on Consulate, they make a rework, so I'm pissed.
I like this like this new Constellate. Pretty on good, I think.
I would say it's good. Yeah, I enjoy playing it. It's one of the more technical maps. Requires a lot of coordination.
I feel like it's one of the hardest map. Consulate, I probably uninstall my game.
If they put like so many gadgets in break and printer or like small office, it's pretty hard to push. I'm gonna play on mid because
actually Consulate is in just under mid, and Cafe will be uninstalled.
Cafe, yep, uninstall. That map is terrible.
Cafe mid.
Cafe, straight uninstall. No point, man. So many windows, and personally I find it really challenging to just go on window rappels.
Cafe, I'll put it as good as well. A lot of variations you can play with.
I'm gonna play on uninstall, bro. I'm not really into that map.
Cafe, I would put on good. If you have a good gun skill, you probably like jump in the window and kill everyone.
Yeah, newest map to the Pro League map pool. I think it's really interesting, very big, a lot of rooms. I'd honestly put it good in between Chalet and Border.
Lair, uninstall. I think everyone knows why.
Mid.
Right now, if you ask me, put it in the I'm tilted category.
Lair is, yeah, uninstall the game again on Lair. I hate that map.
I'm gonna play on good, because honestly I only play like one time. We actually did pretty good on that map.
Lair is actually pretty decent, I think. I think it's going mid. It's going mid.
Get this map out of the game actually. I don't even know why to put this in.
Night Heaven, goated map. The best by far, hard carrying.
I always struggle in big maps, so I'll put it just right beside Consulate.
Night Haven, I would say mid.
Let's put it on tilted because like it's like 50-50 for me. Either I win or lose.
Night Haven, good. Again, one of the more acquired taste maps, I would say.
Tilted?
Broadcast. My name is Jake. You also know me as Xenox, and joining me today is Michael, also known as Guz. We've got ourselves a game here. It's called Knock Knock. It's called Rival. It's called Rainbow Six Siege, presented by Ubisoft, Tom Clancy, something like that. Guz, it's been a long hour. I think it has legitimately been about an hour since we finished our first game. And I want you to say a big special thank you to everyone for sticking around.
A big special thank you to everyone for sticking around. A very big one. I'm talking massive. Like, the biggest thank you you can think of, times it by 10. That's how much I want to thank everybody.
Yeah, awesome. I'd even thank everyone even more if they subscribe to Jake and Guz on YouTube. But hey, you don't have to do that. Let's get into the game, shall we?
Optional. Yeah, let's do it.
Knock Knock, attacking into Clubhouse, Rival Esports. It feels like to me, for Knock Knock to find a win against a team that's not from, say, South Asia, aka Hasib Warriors, this would be their best chance. Oh.
Yeah, possibly. Intrigued to jump into this one. Knock Knock looking quite competitive against Bleed in the previous playday. Unfortunate for them, there was a DC during that match, and they were not allowed to fill in that slot that was left vacant. So it was a forfeit, and Bleed took that win. But they could take positives from that match. It was over on Cafe though, so played a little bit differently to Club, but another well-established map in the pool. The Rival though, they're hot off. Oh, that was Hasib, not Knock Knock. My apologies. I got my wires crossed. I do apologize. Like you said, it has been a long hours break, so I think I'm forgiven for one mistake. Knock Knock in the previous playday took on Elevate. Bit of an underwhelming performance, only the 3 rounds in that match. Rival also looking to bounce back after a loss to Dark, although that match a little bit closer, 7-5, so perhaps a little bit unfortunate not to push overtime. Essentially, they both go into this evening pointless, and somebody is going to walk away higher on the standings.
Pointless?
Yeah.
Jeez, a bit rude. They're not pointless. They matter.
Well, pointless on the standings. 0 points.
I'm just trolling you, mate. Don't worry. I knew what you meant. I mean, what's the expectation realistically here for Knock Knock? Is it just to be competitive?
For Knock Knock?
For Knock Knock.
I would hope to see a little bit more than just competitiveness here, but they're going to be tested. Attacking first. I think they have it in them to maybe push an OT on their day. But it is going to take good fundamentals here on a map like Club. Can't be making big mistakes, or they are going to be exacerbated. In terms of this defense from Rival, they're doubling down with hard breach to
no Jackie Wu, by the way. So Eclipse, their coach, is a stand-in for Jackie Wu. That actually, I'm not gonna lie, might actually mean this could be quite competitive. Scarlet does get the opening kill onto Rhymes with Buck. Basement here to begin. I can't say I can speak to the knowledge of Eclipse in terms of his playing potential. Some coaches can play, guys, you know, like they're okay, and then others are just kind of like me, dead weight. Zuki's going to have to fall back off bot main here. Oh, and the fallback was watched though by Sandy. Winnable round for Knock Knock, under a minute left, 4v4. They've dealt with the Warden. Certainly could mean a little bit of an easier time attacking into the site. So 1 blue, 2 over towards Arsenal, and then just Songor playing triple. Can Knock Knock find an early attacking round?
Well, Kitchen Hatch is still closed, and Jittery is trying to find something on the vert, but unable to find it. Zidux also falls in the meantime, so if there's any secondary hard breach available on the Buck, that can no longer be used. Likely now to force it deep. Triple ball still is electrified and standing, so in they go. In the face of the deployable shield and the flames, they fall. Beat attempts to go deep, gets caught. Jittery now 1 shot, he falls as well. The flames to help find both picks. Bit of a startling end to the round there from the attack, but Rival did a
bit of Dragon Force there.
It out.
I can hear you twice for some reason. But yeah, Through the Fire and Flames. Obscure Dragon Force reference if you're a Guitar Hero fan out there. Didn't quite work for Knock Knock.
Oh, ping test. I want to see this. This could be the most exciting part of the match. Give us a look. Knock Knock are at least on like 90 ping. If I had to guess. Maybe we won't see. Maybe we'll just get teased. I don't know.
I'm not. Yeah, I don't know. Are you sure it's a ping test?
Yeah, I saw ping in chat.
Oh, I didn't see that. I was looked to the my other monitor temporarily.
What were you looking at?
I was actually looking at Discord to just write to my producer that I can hear myself.
That might be a you problem if you
Hearing thoughts.
You're hearing the voices.
Seeing, honestly, after today, yeah, I don't know.
It was, like I said, it was a very long break. Hinjin's ready for another chewy. He's been chewing on that one over the hour break, but time for a fresh one.
Tell you what, yeah, it's also something to consider for the players too, who have kind of just been like sitting around trying to get into lobby. You know, this is not a case of like, oh, we all just kind of sat still for an hour doing nothing. I think for like the entire course of the hour, like every 10 to 15 minutes, it was like, okay, we might be good. And then like, no, we weren't good. And then 5 minutes later, okay, we might be good. And then that just kind of kept going on for like, yeah, the whole hour. So they've been ready to go for a while and only just now can get into the server. Gym bedroom for the second round.
So round 2 then, and above we go, so you see Cash, Ying, and such a hard breach combo for the attack. That can be pretty potent on this upstairs site. If you want to go CC across, as mentioned, it's an option, or you can go a little bit more direct over towards Jacuzzi as well. That's still a possibility. Songblood, though, is on the Warden, so rival with counter util available. We'll see what the approach is here from Knock Knock. Again, Wreck, they go for the sweep, could be a combination of the two as well. Unfortunately, last round for Knock Knock, time became a little bit of a pressing issue. They had some flaws in their attack. Kitchen hatch was still left up, drip a wall, untouched. Flames as well, late in the round from the Goyo, also posed problems. So we'll see how they go about it this time around, but it looks like we are going to see an active bandit trick on that Jacuzzi ball.
Saw some difficulties with, was it Bleed at one point? Failed to open up Jacuzzi a couple of times. Jin making sure that this will stay locked down and reinforced. Shockwire battery juggle successful on the initial attempt from Knock Knock. They have been denied. Ryan's with Bach trying to get the exothermic on the left side of the wall. And I think this is going to get opened up by the Salma. So it's taken a little bit of time. Certainly some resources have been taken off the board courtesy of that bandit juggle, but in the end there is a breach. 90 seconds left, 5v5, and now for rival they're going to be cautious of the fact that Knock Knock are definitely going to be being more capable of moving around the map and not have to be too focused on Jacuzzi.
Yeah, rival, they're not under a ton of pressure at the moment, so we'll see how Knock Knock look to apply that now through the mid-round. Some drones have been sent forward, I believe, to find a bit of information, but only the one has been dropped so far, so perhaps droning hasn't been prioritized here by the attack. Instead of lurk now over towards Garage Rafters. Jittery can use those Candelas to help dislodge Cash. Ooh, almost catches Scarlet on the rotation, perhaps a little bit unlucky not to do so. Songblood, though, the next in line. It is, again, the Warden, so the Ying here might not be that effective.
.30 seconds left in the round. Songla trying to just lock down this Cash position. Didn't expect maybe Jittery to be in the doorway. He can hold, but he goes for the swing. Low on health, really, at this point. It's all about just trying to delay for as long as possible. Sandy with the opening kill. Sungler does get the double. Double push through the doorway, unsuccessful for Knock Knock. He can hold, wait for the third. Beat's not even watching. You just literally watched 2 of your teammates die, and you're walking through as if there's no one there.
Do you need a drink of water after that one?
I'll have one, yeah.
Okay. This could be a long game. You don't want to get too upset too early. Could be one of those matches. Could be one of those. I'll be a little bit more patient and forgiving. We'll give them one more opportunity. Cash CC up next. But that there was an interesting moment. Good work from Songlot. Probably the easiest triple kill he'll get all stage, but Warden Station there in a good position. And the counterplay on full show. Rival Esports off to a great start here defensively. And Knock Knock maybe touted as an opportunity for them here, maybe their best opportunity. Could push for some points. Haven't made the best case thus far in this match.
So provided we don't see Kali and Montang, I think we can expect a somewhat decent round from Knock Knock. Fortunately, they haven't locked in either of those 2 operators, and we'll go the more conventional route. Double hard breach with Thatcher. Look to probably make a push through con side. They, of course, will look to open up CCTV main breach. IQ and Buck. As for Rival, you've got Jin holding, yes, critical position. Rafters in garage on the Izami. Probably not going to expect, I don't think, too much coming his way. Not this round. Conwall getting opened up. So conside push for Knock Knock in this 3rd round.
So Scarlet is in construction here. Skeleton key to expose site. Opportunity there to find Eclipse, but Zedog's unable to quite hit that headshot. Scarlet again still in construction. Allowed to escape though. Jiri nor Zedux cut him down on that rotation, so Scarlet lucky to escape back to top red. Knock Knock now can chip away at this utility, and they'll do so in a timely fashion. With the Thatcher and the Thermite still up alongside Ace, there's still an opportunity, I think, in my opinion, to try and attack that main wall a little bit more, try and pressure these positions. Sandy, though, will still find the opener. So a better start here from Knock Knock. But again, with at that CC wall open, there are more opportunities for Rival to re-aggress.
Good shot.
But Sandy continues his rampage.
Yeah, wonderful shot. And Zuki, though, good swing through the window. Gets Zedux maybe just a little bit caught unaware of the fact that there was one that close. 60 seconds. Advantage for Knock Knock on the tertiary site. Must win now in this round. Oh, good shot again, Azuki. 2 critical kills on the round for Rival. And suddenly back into a good position. Only just now are we going to see Kennels get opened up. Sandy with a lurk through lounge down below. But they've lost presence up above. Azuki's found a 3rd. The man's just running around. He might get a 4th, indeed he does, Azuki! 4 out of the 5's not bad! An incredible comeback round for Rival despite the start for Knock Knock.
Well, the TT in chat, and that's 1 key away from GG. And at the moment, it feels like that's where we're headed for Rival. Strong start. Knock Knock finding it difficult to, at least in the initial couple of rounds, find these openings, find these opportunities. But even here, 4 versus 3, will eventually then open up. A lot of pressure on the defense. We see Azuki here over towards top red, stand up. Quad kill, big round. And it's that late round falling apart for Knock Knock. An opportunity now to discuss that over, review what happened, and set themselves up for the next set of attacking rounds. It will be the same rotation more than likely, so they can use that intel from previous rounds going forward into the rest of the half.
Well, in terms of an individual stand-up performance, it was Zuki. At one point, it really did feel like that could be a round in which Knock Knock could find their first. In the end, shutdown. Tactical pause utilized. Big 3 rounds coming up to try and get some attacking rounds on the board here for Clubhouse. We go back to basement. Not an easy one. Hopefully, for their sake, they've been able to formulate a plan. As for Rifle, well, pressure off a little bit. You get to go back around the world. You've already got 3 rounds. You won the tertiary. Releases that valve, and now they can kind of maybe be a little bit more free in their approach, how they want to play this round.
So we'll see the striker in play then for round number 4 here from Jittery. And that may offer some opportunities to util dump particular positions, depending on what belt of util they bring. There's also the possibility of emphasis like hard breach. That could be useful. Dirt, maybe even kitchen hatch, which they were unable to open up last time around. And it is in fact the EMP secondary combo. But no excuses really for Knock Knock this time around in opening up these key hatches. The kitchen must be opened up if that's to be their eventual plan. Have range hard breach, ace, Habana, triple wall as well, then should be dealt with. Thatcher also in play. May also alleviate less of an emphasis on room clear here for Knock Knock. They could try and go a little bit more direct. And in fact, they could actually catch this room off guard on the rotation back towards site if they play their cards right. You can see Rhymes' Buck playing very passively outside, but without anyone necessarily pressuring Azuki out of this position, it is unlikely that he will enter that line of sight. Also, though, Sandy has lurked forward. Shots fired over towards main stairs, and in fact lands a couple of dead shots. Sandy's been looking quite proactive in this match so far, so credit to him. Last round did a good job on the IQ, not quite enough for the round win, but doing his job here nicely, taking map control through first floor and helping open up that motor hatch.
Yeah, I mean, we've only had the 2 games of Clubhouse tonight, but in terms of time, both teams, or all sets of teams, have just been slow in their approach. We're like, easy kill, Azuki's going to get another one. Man is just activated, and he looks like he's separating from everyone inside of the server, that he's got the quality that Knock Knock cannot either possess or match. The round is essentially over, guys. I mean, if we want to be harsh here, it's done. You got to go top floor clear on a basement site, 60 seconds to do so. Even if you get the double pinch and he doesn't get a kill here, he has wasted so much time. I wouldn't even be surprised to be at least as good for one. Don't swing this, please, 1 by 1. Yeah, that's at least clean. They cleared out the rest of the top floor enough that they knew full well he was stuck in bathroom. That's a pre-fire swing from Beat. So they deal with him, but now 40 seconds to turn your attention back towards basement. You haven't cleared out dirt. No pressure anywhere on site. Triple wall still up. Kitchen hatch, sure, you got all the hatches available. But it is going to be another attack where it's just drop hatches, hope for the best. 30 seconds. Finally, the X-Caros go towards triple, but... I mean, Rival are going to have to screw this up big time.
Yeah, routing towards Black Box.
Oh, that's not bad.
Been exposed.
What?
Jittery! Are you serious?
What? Well, they've won the round. How do you have 4v3? You just allow that. No pressure on triple, despite you hear the X-Caros. You hear it getting opened up. No one watches it. That is shocking defense.
Yeah, they should have been pretty clued in there, right?
What are you... Like, who's the first player that died from Jittery? What are you watching?
I need to see the replay.
Like, by the way, Azuki did his job and more than enough. Yes, he ends up dying bathroom here, but he's done nothing wrong in this case. He's delayed so much time. The X-Car is giving away the push. Yeah, like,
Yeah,
my
I know.
God.
I
Okay,
know.
he's the coach. He's the coach.
Ah, yeah, okay. You have to say sorry now.
Sorry. Feel bad. The second shot was great, by the way. We saw that, and I loved the little slowdown on the replay. That was like a very like pixel, 1 pixel. He hit that shot. Well done from Jittery. And to be fair, that's also good game sense because you know at that point there's going to be 1 player in blue that's going to look to trade that into its church. So, I mean, Jittery's played that amazingly, and I think to credit Knock Knock in the end of that round with so little time to still formulate a pretty decent push into site that isn't just essentially run through doorways, that they were still had the presence of mind. Can we open up a side into triple that you can push through? Perfect from them. But Rival should not be losing that, the 4-on-3 advantage. If you just hold the right angles and play off of the trade potentials and don't allow them to push site, fall back, you shouldn't really be losing that.
Well, Knock Knock get away with that final portion of the round. So they've got something on the board now to work with, which I think will be a confidence booster for them. Again, with that coach on the board of Eclipse, Knock Knock need to be trying to exploit that as best as possible. If I'm them, I would just be investing all resources, or a majority of my resources, into finding the Frost, hunting them down, and trying to find rebound openings from those positions. Really put the pressure on Eclipse and the rest of the Rival to play around that. So we'll see if that's something they may try and do as the match progresses. Twitch in play this time. Dimar good counter onto the Azami, whose barrier is now weaker than ever. Although she's still been getting playtime this evening. Dockerby as well, also nerfed not too long ago in the most recent patch. And that second call will come alive in a moment. First one used already though, and some ground taken. Cash now the next place to be under pressure. We'll see if Knock Knock elect to hard breach the wall with Ace and expose the position of Azuki, who's been looking quite sharp this evening.
He's been great. Yeah, and he's been great in the sense that he's playing these critical positions as well, guys, right? He's not just sitting back aside, holding an angle, getting freebies. He's playing first contact. He's roaming around. He's moving. He's hard to kill. And they're going to have to put a lot of time into him. Otherwise, his impact may individually be enough for Rival to win this game.
I mean, this is the tester. If they can't clear Azuki here properly, the round will fall apart. Wall still standing. Ryan's with Buck, though, does at least find one. So a pick gifted by the defense. But time now becomes an issue. Just over 30 seconds on the board.
Well, this point if you're Azuki, yeah, you just hold the table here. You don't need swing. You know they're going to have to push through this doorway. It's all about timing. Pop up, little shot. He's also watching the window. So nicely done from Azuki. An absolute masterclass in terms of holding 2 key entry positions. Window into Con along with the doorway. Azuki's won them another round. Azuki 2 and Knock Knock 1 is the scoreboard right now.
And the unfortunate thing for Knock Knock is they did expand that tactical timeout after round 3 in preparation for this next rotation, in hopes that they could tidy up these positions. As I mentioned though, Azuki had to be cleared or the round would fall apart. With the mute jammers still standing on breach despite Twitch on the board and potential EMPs from Thatcher and or Dockerby. It's these fundamental areas that are costing them. That wall, if you want to clear that position, it needs to be exposed, needs to be pressured, and or pressure over towards top red. Neither the case, and it's very easy for a player mechanically gifted like Azuki to chill behind the box, time his picks, line up those multis. Pretty easy day at the office for him, not making it look too difficult. Round 6 then, Cash CCTV. If Knock Knock are to keep this game competitive, it's a must-win round. I don't realistically see a 1-5 comeback on the cards defensively, especially on a map like Club. Can snowball towards the attack if Rival are up to the task, so let's see how they go this time around.
Attackers must locate and defuse the bomb.
Yeah, this guy is going to get picked up by another team if he plays like this stage, guys. I was actually having a very quick look at his Wikipedia profile. This is the first time pro level. This guy's a really good player. Yeah, he gets traded, but the impact he's been able to deliver in this half is just not being matched by anyone else in the server, even on his own team. He's just playing a different game. I don't know if I can give more plaudits, but yeah, Azuki has been great in this match. He's going to need his teammates to do the rest of it, though, in this 6th round to try and find a 5th round against Knock Knock. No Sandy, though. It does mean, well, only one hard breach remains. That's the ace. That's beat. That's going to be a little bit of a nuisance for Knock Knock that they have to deal with. No X-Kairos. So a pretty decent first pick. If you're going to kill one of these players, the Habana's a pretty decent one.
Bomb located by attackers.
Yeah, definitely. Can't help but feel throughout the match, naturally Knock Knock having pretty severe issues in terms of hard breach. So taking the Habana off the board is only going to compound that. Looking at the moment to be rather one-dimensional, horizontal here. Map across. We're not going to likely see CCTV wall opened up unless the A's can get to work. Jittery does find something though, however immediately traded. So there's still signs of life in this round for Knock Knock. The Monty could be a key piece to the puzzle though. Buck may be able to force something forward, go deep, get info, apply pressure. Could also look to play a little bit more passive, go for a plant con wall if they're able to get that opened up, even with Thatcher already off the board. Impact EMP lands. Beat should be able to get the wall, but the EMP was not effective first time around, nor was it second time around. So that's both Impact EMPs done, and that is pretty much a round over unless Buck goes ham on the Monty.
It can happen. It is shield meta, Guz. If there's ever a time for the Montaigne to go ham, it's certainly right now, but ham may not be enough to go with this pass up. Does make it in towards the site behind the rack. Now over towards Scarlet, who will lose his life. Okay, he's doing his best. He's gone ham. It's a 1v1. Suddenly with Songler, who is half health, and there's still so much time. This is a nightmare. This is every Siege player's nightmare. The Shield Man is running you down. He's gone more than ham. He has gone nuclear. That is a apt time to use that word, Guz. 3k on the Montaigne.
Look, I've been a pretty big defender of the shield meta. I think my mind has finally been changed. What the hell was that? That should just not be happening. That's incredibly, incredibly powerful. Well, I called it. The Monty had to be the one to get things rolling in that round. The Impact EMPs missed. Beat walked straight into a Nitro cell. And Rise with Buck was left on an island. Able to find both. Songler tried his best, lands one shot here. Forced to retreat. Caught in the rotation. And gets smacked through the wall.
It's comedy hour, isn't it, Guz? Well, we go to the switch of the halves, and at the end of the day, when it comes to Clubhouse, 2 attacking rounds, as proven time and time again, could very well be enough.
10 seconds remaining.
We'll see. Certainly rival more than capable on the attack, but Knock Knock at the end of that round have been able to bring back some form of semblance of momentum that they can maybe take onto the defense here of Clubhouse, looking to find what would be an amazing win.
Hey, we'll see how it goes. Knock Knock showed promise in particular moments of that first half. Dynamic they'll switch defensively, and there is a little bit more leeway in terms of fundamentals. And I don't think they're going to experience just the same issues, obviously, as they did in the first half. So it may be a little bit more difficult for Rival to exploit. Interestingly, they are jumping Eclipse, the coach, onto the Monty. Probably the best time to be a coach. Jumped on, you know, forced onto the shield roll without Balfour there at the moment.
Bomb located by attackers.
But could also elect to play it a little bit more passive and just feed information as opposed to going for aggression with mechanics. Davos as well, also in play. But as you can see on the player cards, entire defense in basement. And so they should have a pretty good read Rival eventually as to where these players are naturally anyway. and they can get to work with their checklist on the attack. Opening hatches, you have Thatcher, Habana. Secondaries probably as well for Scarlet or Buck. Shouldn't have any major issues here in terms of getting the absolute basics done in terms of reconstruction. And then we'll see what kind of push they want to go for.
Yeah, the Deimos is pretty much there primarily if there's kind of roamers around the map, but when it's just going to be 5 on basement, the Deimos doesn't bring much to this round. You got 1 death mark remaining. Don't, at this point, need to kind of just keep cycling through them. Save 1 for what's going to be the hit onto site now if you are Azuki. Of course, it is Azuki. He can kind of do whatever he wants, really, the way that he's been playing. Eclipse onto the Montang. We saw what the Montang can certainly do in the right and capable hands in the previous round for Knock Knock. Making his way potentially to Dirt or Kitchen. Entertaining the idea potentially, though. It looks like it will be Dirt. Push for Montang. 25 seconds, so not a lot of time now for Rival. The pacing here has honestly been a little bit poor, but there is good entry. So Eclipse can actually get in there pretty swiftly. Full white, though, so the drop from Songla is at a pretty bad time because the Montang couldn't help. And Zedux has actually done a decent job there from that position despite the Montang's presence inside of Dirt. That's an easy Nitrocell, and the round is effectively over. Provided you just hide at that point. But Rhymes with Buck actually gets the style points in the end, and it's a huge round win for Knock Knock.
Yeah, just some time sync issues there from Rival. Again, I don't want to be in a scenario where we're really too critical on Eclipse, but the Monty there had to be a bit more proactive over towards AK and be the one leading the charge, not be the bait, not be that second line of attack. The Monty has the shield for a reason to get in the face, apply that pressure. He's protected. And at worst, he can absorb utility, maybe absorb a shot or two, and then allow other players on the second line of entry to find those picks, find those trades. So if they want to keep leaning into Eclipse shield, I don't think that's inherently a bad idea. But they just need to be giving him the confidence and just telling him to just go in, just run in. Or at the bare minimum, be at the front line, be feeding that information. There's no point in him sort of holding back too much and being hesitant. Otherwise, these attacks could unravel. And that's a good win con I think that Knock Knock can look to try and lean into. If they're able to scare Eclipse away on the shield and expose other players and force them to be the ones to make plays and show initiation, that's where they might be able to strike here. I also liked in the last round the usage of the two-brow. Stalled out a lot of that time and made it quite a challenge for them, forced that Dirt push with Moto closed. So good early signs here from Knock Knock defensively. Yeah, quite intrigued to see how that carries across to future sites. Castle in play here for bedrooms, so we'll see how they lean into that as well.
I mean, this is incredibly winnable for Knock Knock. Incredibly winnable. To the point where you don't want to put the fear of winning in their mind. I'm kind of just taking a look back to stage 1 and trying to find results in which South Asia got, map wins over teams from, say, Asia. And I don't think there was any. Knock Knock beat Hasib, so that was their 1 win. Unless Hasib beat... I think Hasib beat Daystar. They did, correct. So... a little bit different though. Of course, that Daystar roster goes pure Hong Kong team. We don't see the return of them at all this stage. They were also pretty much at the same level as South Asia, to be fair. So this would be, I think, one of the biggest results, if Knock Knock can win this game, that we've seen in a long time when it comes to Asia League and the incorporation of South Asia. So there's a bit of pressure here on them to close this out now. Yeah, it's only 3-4. Rival are up, but Knock Knock are on defense. And Beat has done a decent job once again over towards Jacuzzi to keep that wall reinforced. So again, another little tick goes the way of Knock Knock. They are seemingly keeping good control of this game. And he's made to rotate over to Con, and that wall's staying shut as well.
Yeah, clean work defensively from Knock Knock. As they work towards evening out this scoreline. Azuki down below, though, could be a threat. He's looked dangerous so far. Can maybe lurk up main and catch this defense off guard. But with said wall being successfully tricked. It does make it a challenge for him. Bad timing. But the same can't be said for Zdox. Great timing for him on the swing down main. Knock Knock with the early advantage, or I suppose the early advantage for the late round at least. 50 seconds on the clock. Diffuser recovered, but options limiting.
These need to be the rounds that you convert if you're Knock Knock. Up 5-4, not a lot of time. You've kept walls closed. You've done an amazing job on the defense. There's a coach on the other side that's going to certainly lack in the entry department. Zdox, good kill. Gets rid of Jin. There's no Azuki to deal with. This, for all intents and purposes, should be a round win for Knock Knock. From here, it would be a choke. It would be a throw. Beat. Stuck in stash. He's getting bombarded with utility. Where's the help? Surely someone top main. Eclipse does find the kill. And then another one to come through. Please, for the love of God, don't allow the coach to get a 3K on the entry. Sandy doesn't swing. Takes the battle. Gets the down. They've already pushed through into sight though. Sandy clutches up. Gets them both. They do win it out. There is no throw. There is no choke. Boy, was it close. Oh, so close. But Knock Knock get a 4th round.
I mean, respect to Eclipse there. He turned it up there in the late round to give his team a shot. Calamity on the breach to begin. Rival unable to open up that wall, and that was to their demise in the end. As Sandy was able to play that 90 position towards the breach. Eclipse good for the multi, but then Sandy able to hold down the line. Goes untraded. Scarlet was on the ground. And the final kill collected. Even scoreline. And it very much feels like Knock Knock have stolen the momentum in this match.
Yeah. Every chance in which, though, that round goes the way of Rival, and we say the same thing about them and stealing momentum, etc. So, I mean, it was a close one. Credit to Sandy. Held his nerve. Held his angle. Got a couple of big kills towards the end. Also, credit to Eclipse, who was, you know, not really having that big of an impact in this game. Arguably, you know, you're the coach coming in, subbing in for Jackie Wu, but 3 kills, 3 entry kills pushing into Logistic from Con, and I honestly didn't expect it. That opened up the round dramatically for Rival, but as they then kind of just made their way in towards site, they didn't really clear out Sandy properly. So 4-4, all tied up. I don't want to put this on you guys, but I would love to know, and I know you don't have to do this, but I would love to know when the last time we saw South Asia take a map off of an Asia team that wasn't Daystar from last stage. Now, it's kind of a rhetorical question more than anything, because I feel like it's either just straight up, it's never happened at this level since, say, the APAC South era to now, or you'd have to go really digging. So all I'm saying is this would be a big moment for Knock Knock.
They're still going to do it, though. They're still going to do it. That final hurdle can be the most difficult one to traverse. So I'm not getting too excited just yet. Cash CCTV as well. Good tester. Difficult site to defend. Monty in play. And unlike Fury, they are playing it with Capital, which I love to see, as the Grimm's band. No Kali. Line as well to maybe lock Zdox in place. Try to cut him down. Nitro support, though, down below from Beat. So they've got the right pieces in place here, Knock Knock. Rival will be patient. Probably should drone out oil pit and try to ensure that that is clear at least first. Shidorian Lounge, though. He can ward off the lurk threat red stairs. So I'm really liking what I'm seeing here defensively in terms of Knock Knock. Positioning is sound. Azuki with the first line scan. AE1D goes out. But they don't really play off it just yet. Red ping rafters. Flames have been expended, or at least one. Nitro saw to go out. Ineffective. I can't help but feel there. Maybe Knock Knock feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe panicked a little bit. And Azuki gets the first kill.
Yeah, Zdox, to be fair, what Rival were doing just then is how you want to play that. He wasn't just getting a Kali and a Montang. He was getting the whole shebang from the Capitan, the incendiary bolts with the cross coming from CC Breach. And Azuki finds 3 in the round. He's runs with Buck to be the 4th to follow. He gets a 4K. It's a flawless round. Well, Azuki... Jeez, I do need that water after all. Azuki
Whoa, you're right. round two, you got tilted. You got so tilted. And I told you to have a glass of water and you didn't listen. You didn't listen.
I did actually have the water. I need to have another one. But nah, look, it's Azuki or Boss right now for Rival. I think that might be the case for them going forward in this stage, that he can play to this level. I don't know if there's anyone else in this server right now that can maybe match him. Huge round win. Spoke about kind of the momentum as well, going, you know, after the previous round to this last round. Had gone the way of Knock Knock. Certainly by now, that momentum is already just squashed immediately with an attacking round win for Rival. So disappointing for Knock Knock that they've kind of squandered that little opportunity to kind of snowball on the defensive side of Clubhouse. Back down to basement though. Certainly could be a good determining factor for them to get a 5th round. Azuki is now 16 kills up, 5 deaths. So it is very much fair to say it is literally like either Azuki's going to get this win for Rival or they're going to probably lose this game.
Yeah, I mean, certainly on path to a 20 bomb here. And if the game goes into OT, 25, not too far behind. So we'll see how it goes then. Deimos in this particular round, big task, can aid on any potential roam clear, and Beat currently in bedroom, so his services on the Deimos will likely be required through the mid round. And then opportunities through Vert as well if Armory is occupied in the late round. So we'll see how this plays out. Zedux as well, aggro inside of Stockroom. You don't see this every day of the week. This is almost a position I'd expect Scopos to get played once available. So you can play for your life and then fall off to a secondary drone in sight. But with her unavailable, we will just see the fall off down the hatch, and that is a bit of time wasted. I wouldn't say it was a ton of time. 45 seconds into the round, and all 5 players already back on the objective.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
No Song Alarm, no worries. Azuki's still alive on the Deimos, but you do lose the hard breach. But I'd rather have Azuki. It's the only time I would probably say that right now, in terms of hard breach versus just a player. Again though, Knock Knock not really giving him any kind of easy kills. 5 in basement, 5 in sight. Does kind of limit the potential of the Deimos to some degree. It's really difficult to sort of predict the way these rounds are going to go. I still think back to the round in which Knock Knock ended up clutching up on basement in a 3v4 with 20 seconds left. Everything about that round said they shouldn't win it, and they won it. Rival right now, 60 seconds, down a player, haven't really got, you know, decent control. Not a lot of pressure towards triple, which is being actually watched. Nitrocell ready to go bot main, and Azuki needs to be careful. He needs to stay alive. He takes a little bit of chip damage, not a lot. Nitrocell still in hand. Rhymes with Buck as well, close by to the kitchen hatch, which is still electrified. Tired Claw still in place. 45 seconds and spots the creeping Azuki down bot main through the hallway, gets the kill onto Rhymes with Buck, who just thought momentarily I might go for a peek, and how wrong he was to do so at that time.
30 seconds then. Azuki still on the board. Information available here to Rival, but can they
Skeleton
play
key rush
off of it? Scarlet looking to pressure Zedux over towards AK.
Yeah, he needs to go right now. Azuki's already lost his life. Hello, you know he's there.
There was a ping. There was a yellow ping.
Are you doing?
They would have lost the round anyway, so it's okay. But that was startling.
Give
Good
me
shutdown.
give me your analysis of that ending, guys, please.
Well, I am. Unless I'm.
Well,
seeing, you saw the yellow ping as well, right?
Yeah, I
There's a
saw the yellow
before
ping.
push.
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
and
also
it looked like
very much default position.
Yeah.
It's always held.
It's a must clear. You have to clear that position. Now, like I noted, they would have lost the round anyway. Default plan was denied. Other positions weren't won out. So if he clears AK here, yeah, it doesn't matter. I think maybe there was also a call.
It doesn't matter. Xerox gets the 2 of the kills. I mean, look, I understand what you mean in terms of it doesn't matter, right? It's still probably.
There was a player
unlikely
Deep Church that
round,
denied the
but-
drop. There's a player
Yeah.
Deep Church denied the drop. It
Yeah.
was round over, so it
But
literally made no difference. But it was still a big mistake. If there is a world in which he clears it properly, then kills dummies, then can maybe find the 3rd church. It could flip it, but it's one of those instances where we're spectating the one major mistake, as every other thing is falling apart for the attack anyway. So credit to Knock Knock, 5-5 scoreline. maybe on the verge of getting some points here today. Next round, of course, will reward the respective team at least a point. And both teams heading into the evening with 0 points, so it will be a bolster towards their position in the standings.
Who wins it from here, guys? So you got no idea.
Like I said, I think it was what, first round, second round? It's going to be one of those games. The implication of that being, it's anyone's guess.
Yeah, no, I agree. There's just not enough, even though we've played 10 rounds to formulate an actual prediction that you could base it off.
Yeah, it's
you
like
can take a stab in the dark, sure, but I mean, right now, yeah. Like, I guess if you wanted to lean either way, knock defense usually, but I think the threat of Azuki just walking in and finding 3 kills is just so prevalent. So top floor, gym bedroom, 11th round after what has been 2 hours since we concluded the opening game, which was Bleed Fury. Bleed ended up winning that one.
You're almost in your 40s by now, then. It's been that long.
It's been that long. I think we just celebrated Rob's 30th.
Yeah, he is getting quite old. When are you going to go bold, Jake? I feel like it's a bit of a trend at the moment.
I went bold first, if you don't recall.
Maybe
well, I didn't go bold. It was...
Maybe it's time to bring it back. You can join Rob
Absolutely not. No, it wasn't great. Wasn't great. To be fair, I didn't go like full blown.
What about actually?
You can
see
my skin bold, but
did you not think it was great, or was it your wife?
No, it was both.
it was mutual.
Absolutely mutual.
Okay, well let's lock in for this round. Round number 11, breakpoint, 2 morale. Moto canisters being used to deny that Moto breach. See if this causes problems again in preventing the ball from being opened up. Bans available, but won't be able to open up that wall. Oh, won't be able to deny the wall from being opened up, which will, in fact, now be exposed. Range hard breach over towards bathroom means that Beat now needs to be mindful as his feet will be exposed. Tries to trick the wall, too late. Swings instead, a compromised position, able to get out, no one on the window. I don't know how he's not died though.
No more peeking. No more. You get one. Everyone gets 1 peek, and then you don't do anything to rotate off. Zuki's a great spot here. Oh! Did he see the player close left as well? I don't know if he did, but he just walks into them. Oh, okay, cool. Round's over. Why is it 2 players in logistic?
Because breach got opened up and then bathroom.
I know, but like it's... I know, but that, like...
Sorry, someone has to be the... Well, actually...
I know
but
the
you're
reasons.
Right. There should be there should be a contesting main. Like, as a defense there, you've got to clue in pretty quickly that if you're vacating these positions, the next best condition for the attack to get the round win is to lurk someone up main and to collect them, because they know they're going to be playing the backlines in like a Logi or like stacking bedroom or something. So yeah, by not defending that, Knock left themselves quite exposed. But 20 kills for Azuki, I called it. I thought he might get 20.
Yeah, no, he's been great. He's been really good.
Yeah.
And, you know, you think about there's look, there's a lot of debate around, what was it? Did Julio say in the interview today with Rob that there was a chance that he could still get dropped or something? Very brutal and honest. Something along those lines.
Oh, about Terd stuff?
Yeah.
I think he also then said in the same breath that he really liked him and he's been playing well. So I'm getting some mixed messages.
He did. He played very well today, Terd. So mate, look, honestly, timed it perfectly because Azuki's popping off here, and I don't know if he's going to be on Rival for very long. If he can be consistent, I mean that's the thing, right, guys? You can have a life game, but if he can be consistent, there's every world in which we see him on a really, really, I want to say almost contending roster next stage.
It's just one game.
Like Rival and Direwolves should just merge.
It's just one game again.
It is just one game
against Knock. I would hold your horses a little bit.
The thing
is, this is not a one-off, then sure.
The only thing is, like, this is an unknown quantity, right? Like, it's not like we've been watching Azuki for years. Like, this is legitimately an unknown quantity. First time we're seeing him this stage. So, when you take that into account, that's why I'm getting a little bit excited, because it's fresh blood.
It's good for the league. I like it. Yeah, I agree. Up and coming talent. Always good to see here in Asia. Meanwhile, Moto was opened up. The double hard breach combination of the ace and the thermite meant that only one side could be tricked by Beat. He was able to retreat over towards bathroom, and the attack now rotating over towards CC Cash. And he's able to open up the CC wall uncontested, and still one summer left for the remainder of the push, but all eyes likely to be on Azuki through the mid to late round, currently lurking over towards front door. There's options up red, options up main, and Knock Knock have to know by now that that threat is looming at some point in the round. Somebody needs to step up to shut him down.
It's like quite an oil pit for Jittery. Does this one go to OT? Do we need to see a little bit more Sandy stuck in gym? E1D up above, looking down, and everyone has to stay still, and he drops the hatch. So, does give up that gym position. Pressure towards Con. Rival making their push towards site. Zuki will be joining him, or joining them on that Con push as well. Clips a little bit of information on the drone. Still plenty of drones remaining, actually, for the final 45 seconds. Intel should be pretty decent. Beat over towards bathroom. Sandy as well. Well, Jittery, he's the big win con right now, guys. If he makes a move from behind, he could be the one to win them the round.
Or maybe the trade doesn't land though. Eclipse, the coach, a massive 2k, and now we're 2 versus 2.
Yep, pushing him from behind. Jittery did indeed find one kill. Plant though, Scarlet going down successfully. Songler fighting cover. Vulcan canister to block the push. Jittery, he had to push through the flames and he did. That's why he's so low. It almost worked, but it doesn't in the end. Not a bad call from Jittery to push through, but not enough in the end as Rival will secure the win. And all 3 points as well. In regulation, job done. And for Azuki, he makes a statement as well individually that he is one to watch out for in the future for Asia League.
Yep, huge result there for Rival. And they didn't even need Jackie Wu this evening to get that result across the line. A stand-up performance from the lads that were in the server this evening. And as you mentioned, a full 3 points, which I think is probably the main takeaway. In a matchup like this, where South Asia typically in the past has been a 3-point match for a lot of teams, that can be a point of difference towards the tail end of the season. So top 6 now becomes quite the prospect for them after tonight. It's just about keeping that ball rolling forward there.
Yep. Bye-bye, everyone. Hi, Rob.
Hi, friend. Or, sorry, work colleague. Again, to reiterate the statements and double down, no Jackie Wu, no problem there, Dev. I expected going into that they might have had a couple of troubles, and it's not as if that game was without fault from Rival Esports, but to be fair, they did look pretty good much throughout the actual game.
Jackie Wu or not, because you've got Azuki, and Azuki was absolutely farming the whole way through.
Now, Pengu, I can't. That's one way of putting it. Pengu, looking back at the matchup in particular, I mean, it went a lot closer than maybe I had anticipated. Obviously, you know, once we hit that half and things swap back over, it's always going to kind of even out at a certain point. But do you give the props to Knock Knock in this game? Do you give them enough props for bringing that back and making it close?
Yes and no. It's hard to gauge. That was my first time seeing both of these two teams play like live, so to speak.
Yep.
I am curious what would have happened if Azuki didn't pop off and getting 20 plus kills, because it felt like a one-man show, and I don't expect that performance from the rest of his team to be the usual performance. So my big question is, what happens if Azuki has a quote-unquote normal average game, and how would Knock Knock, square up in comparison, for example? But I will say this. Rival looked like the better team with communication, with teamwork. I mean, that final 3 versus 3 into the 2 versus 2 on gym attack, it was beautiful how they covered the plan, popped the Goyo fire. They knew what they needed each other to do and what to cover, and that's why I rate them higher than Knock Knock.
I honestly, on the back of their opening 3 matches, Dev, on the back of their opening 2 matches, I won't include this one, I actually expected this to be a little more convincing from Rival Esports, and I think there was a hint of that for me, at least in the first half. They looked really dominant. Things obviously changed around the conversation changes. But in terms of Rival Esports, I mean, I actually think that they could continue to be quite competitive. If teams aren't careful, I feel like there's an element to this roster that could catch some. We'll just call them a giant for now, just because they're obviously bigger than them. But it could catch one of the top 4, top 5 teams out.
Yeah, well, we saw Rival play really well against Elevate in the opening play day, enough so that quite a few of us actually picked them to win against Direwolves. Of course they didn't, but it went the distance. It was a 12-round game. If anything, I'm surprised that Rival didn't win in this a little bit more dominantly.
Okay.
But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to really pin them down just yet because, of course, also sub present in this game. And there was a lot of conversation about Azuki there. I did already mention him, but the guys on the cast were talking about whether he might not be on this roster for long. If he keeps performing this well, he might be picked up by one of the better teams in this league. And I wouldn't be too surprised, but I do want to see consistency because having one 20-bomb game does not guarantee that you are going to be a mainstay consistent player.
I've got to say, for a team that's really only come together in the last 6 months, and from the discussions we've had, Pengu, behind the scenes, I spoke to Hinjin before the season started, and he was kind of alluding to the fact that this roster is a bunch of young gunners. I mean, is it fair to say that there might be a bit of hope for this team? You know, getting a stage under their belt and then building from here. Is this a good starting block?
I think it's a good starting block. I mean, it's no surprise to me that the weaknesses from Rival was in their strategy, their structure, and the depth of the game, if you will, because they are a new squad and they have a lot of new players. So, of course, that's going to be their weakness. But if you have good mechanics to work off of, it's going to be fine for the future because you can't really teach mechanics, but you can teach theory.
Oh, I love it. Let's speak about a little bit of mechanics, shall we? We've got Scarlet on the line for the first time in the Asia League. So let's welcome in the Rival Esports member. Scarlet, hello and welcome, my friend. How does it feel to get the first win?
Honestly, I don't really feel happy at all because the last 2 games we played is really close. Like, which is close again. Like, it's 2-7-5, 5-7, I think. Yeah, that's pretty close. I think if we didn't choke, we probably got 3 wins already.
I don't disagree with that. Dev?
Yep.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that Direwolves game because a lot of us actually thought you guys might win that. We thought it would be a really close contest, and it was. It was 5-7. You said it was possible. Can you talk me through your thought process going into that game against Direwolves? What did you expect, and were you disappointed by the result?
What I disappointed was, like, we actually did pretty good on our stress and our refrags and yeah, but yeah, we just choked. Like, if we didn't choke, 7-0, bro, 7-0. No cap. Oh my god, my god.
That's a 7-0.
No.
Sorry. Speaking about today, you said your trade game and stuff you're happy with. Was Clubhouse the intended map from the get-go from prep work as well? And if Clubhouse was the intended map for you, did you want to go here because you were questioning your opponent's ability to like problem solve and play strategy? Or did you just think that your own team play was good enough to just outright beat them no matter what?
I think ours is good. We're just good enough, I think.
Okay. So you're not too worried about your opponent, you're just focusing on yourself and what you guys can do.
Yep. Absolutely.
Damn.
Solid.
Damn.
Excited to see more from you guys in the future.
Double down.
Thank
Scarlet.
you.
I love it. Now, very quickly, my friend, we like to give people the floor here. Is there anything you'd like to say to the viewers out there? Obviously, yourself and the rest of the roster are quite new. You've got the floor.
I can say anything to my viewers.
Depends. Family friendly, you can say anything.
All right. I know we got a lot of haters right now because we didn't perform that good our last 2 games, but yeah, we will bounce back. That's it, bro. That's it.
Well, keep it short and sweet. Thank you very much, Scarlet. Best of luck with the rest of the matches, and hopefully we speak to you soon.
Thank you.
That's some confidence. That is some confidence. I mean, like, if I think about, from my perspective, if I think about storylines, if I think about like teams of old and I think about what young gunners look like in my mind, that's exactly what they look like, Pengu. They're confident. They're not happy with close matches. They're just overall, they've got that energy about them. Like Scarlet had this really excitable energy about him then.
Oh, absolutely. And I think Scarlett's last point about the haters, I almost want to say that I think some of those are also fans who just have high expectations of you. And I think a young gunner will often be like, hey, we don't have any real fans, so criticism comes from haters. I think half the people that give them so much criticism might be fans who expect a lot from them, who are excited about them, and believe in them to do good things. So I think he should also praise himself and his team because they're looking good and they know they can do even better. They might actually have a good future ahead of them.
Dev, anything quickly before we head to a break?
Yeah, I just want to double down on this whole young Gunners storyline because
Please.
guess who the youngest player in the league is?
Scarlett?
The one who got 20 kills tonight. It's Azuki.
Oh,
Azuki.
no way.
Yeah. So
Well.
I'll leave you with that. Scarlett's only 19 as well, so
Yeah.
a very young team. There are a couple of older players on that team, but there's a lot of young talent. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if other teams are licking their lips looking at those talented players and thinking maybe there's a chance that we can get them in a future season. But of course, Rival have a long way to go, and there's a real chance that they could even make the playoffs and have a run there.
Mate, I'm telling you right now, that kind of talent, that is scary, especially when you start to maybe mix that with a bit of experience, and even more than what Jackie Wu brings. But it is time for us to go to a short break. Don't go anywhere. The Asia League continues after this.
to be play perfect.
Bank, I will put in good. It's quite an old map in the Pro League scene, and it's also been through various strats, various like variations of strats.
Just put it around, I think good for me.
So bank mid, just it's a big map and it's hard to play, man. Just I don't enjoy it. It gives me anxiety just being in lobby with all those windows.
I put it in the mid, I guess. I feel like it's very hard to clear the maps without like a good team coordination.
I gotta put bank on install because yeah, I think it's just too big for me.
Like border's good because it's a more attacker-sided map. There's like more potential to see upsets from weaker teams.
Sometimes I'm good at border, but sometimes I'm not. So I'll put border at good.
Border, I would say it's mid.
I hate playing border when there's like a Valkyrie playing from the enemy team and they just try ruining me on site and giving a call. Put it on tilted, I think.
Hard carrying, love border. So many gunfights. Love coordinating with the fraggers on my team, if there are any.
Put that on good.
I'm gonna put it in good. Because when I play border, it's a small map, so I can like play gunfight a lot and refract for my teammates, and that's pretty easy for me. Yeah.
Charlotte is kind of like the same thing, like a more attacker-sided map. A lot of upsets, a lot of gunfights, which is what I like. So I'd put that in the good tier as well, probably above border.
I'll put Chalet in hard carry.
I would say mid as well. Same with the rework. Maybe I'm just a nostalgia merchant, but
Pretty on good. I think I'm playing really like comfortable on this map.
Chalet is good. I like it, especially after the rework. It's one of the more balanced maps in my opinion.
I probably put it tilted. I already lost a game on Chalet when I solo queue.
Chalet, I'm gonna play on hard carrying because the role I play is like I can get so many kills. Yeah.
Clubhouse is like a staple map. It's kind of like the Dust 2 of Siege. Really iconic map, and it's been there for a while. I'd probably put it in mid for now.
Club is kind of like bank. It gives me the same vibe, so it's gonna be mid.
Clubhouse, the OG of the OG, hard carry.
Uninstall, but it's okay because I will hard carrying this map.
Clubhouse is good. It's one of the more different siege maps. Your operator lineup matters a lot.
Hard carrying. You can. I feel like if you get the site open, you can like carry your team with your good gun skill.
Clubhouse, I'm gonna put Clubhouse on hard carrying as well because it's just like Chalet. I can do so many things.
In terms of the map itself, it's good map design, really nice colors and stuff. Probably put it in mid above Clubhouse.
It's hard. Constellate is hard. It's kind of like Sky because it's a defender sided. I'll put Cons and Sky in I'm tilted.
The thing is, I'm tilted. Back in my old team when we finally got good on Consulate, they make a rework, so I'm pissed.
I like this like this new Consulate. Pretty on good, I think.
I would say it's good. Yeah, I enjoy playing it. It's one of the more technical maps, requires a lot of coordination.
I feel like it's one of the hardest map. Consulate, I probably uninstall my game.
If they put like so many gadgets in break and printer or like small office, it's pretty hard to push. I'm gonna play on mid because
actually Consulate is in just under mid, and Cafe will be uninstalled.
Cafe, yep, uninstall. That map is terrible.
Cafe mid.
Cafe, straight uninstall. No point, man. So many windows, and personally I find it really challenging to just go on window rappels.
Cafe, I'll put it as good as well. A lot of variations you can play with.
I'm gonna play on uninstall, bro. I'm not really into that map.
Cafe, I would put on good. If you have a good gun skill, you probably like jump in the window and kill everyone.
Yeah, newest map to the Pro League map pool. I think it's really interesting, very big, a lot of rooms. I'd honestly put it good in between Chalet and Border.
Lair, uninstall. I think everyone knows why.
Mid.
Right now, if you ask me, put it in the I'm tilted category.
Lair is, yeah, uninstall the game again on Lair. I hate that map.
I'm gonna play on good, because honestly I only play like one time. We actually did pretty good on that map.
Lair is actually pretty decent, I think. I think it's going mid. It's going mid.
Get this map out of the game actually. I don't even know why to put this in.
Night Haven, goated map. The best by far, hard carrying.
I always struggle in big maps, so I'll put it just right beside Consulate.
Night Haven, I would say mid.
They put it on tilted because like it's like 50-50 for me. Either I win or lose.
Night Haven, good again. One of the more acquired taste maps, I would say.
Tilted? It's the same thing as Chalet.
I'm gonna put lefts on good. Yeah, that will help you a lot to play that map if you know everyone's.
Skyscraper, another map with like heavy 5-1, sometimes like 6-0 defense splits, which is just sucks, especially if you're on like the attacking side of it, like a BO1 or something.
And Sky, just like Consulate, it's like super defender sided.
Skyscraper, I would say good, even though some would say it's a defender sided map.
Skyscraper, hard carrying.
Skyscraper, I would say it's mid. No particular reason.
I would put it on hard carrying.
I'm gonna play on tilted, because I don't know why. Every time I play Skyscraper, my team can do like so good, but I can't get kills. Yeah, that's why.
It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. Out of nowhere, they find their round back into their favor.
Holding up for the plunder wave! And I think he might just find it!
Tap, yeah, I want that. No lines, I don't cut back. Sweet, salty, and all that. Let loose, come get that. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel that? Ooh, you feel that? Ooh, the real back. Ooh, I'm still that. Ooh, you catch that? Ooh, I guess that. The best back. Yeah. 30,000 up, I'm a pilot. Might jump out if I'm wildin'. Catch my flow, I'm so stylish. Tap, real smooth. Can you play that back? Can you run that back? I'm trying to play that back. I want that. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Tap, let's go. Right here, can you feel? Let's go.
Oh, oh no, no, the team tier list. Oh my god, bro, no.
First is Split. You know where that's going. It's in A, S tier.
It's obviously S, the best team in Southeast Asia for the last 2 years in a row.
I'll put them in S because they made like a lot international event.
S, you know. If I put anything below S, I think it's quite bad juju for me.
You know, giving some respect, so put Bleed on the S right now.
Bleed is S tier. I think it has definitely gonna be a really big challenge for us in the Asia League.
Bleed probably S tier and for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna put Bleed on S tier. They're just the top one team in Asia, like, not gonna lie.
Direwolf. Ooh.
I have to put Direwolves in B. They did lose Jogor. I don't think anyone can replace what Jogor was doing for that team last stage.
Direwolves has, I think, had a roster change recently, so I'll put it in A.
And Direwolves, I'll put us at D, which stands for Direwolves.
They do give all the teams a good fight.
Right now, B.
They've had a good run, and I think they're in A tier definitely.
C. I don't feel like they're a big threat when you're fighting against them. They're pretty like predictable for me.
I'm gonna play on D tier. I'm just gonna play on D tier, bro.
Elevate. That is almost as close as Bleed, and they're showing it in games as well. I'll put it in A as well.
Probably top of A. They're a solid third place team and probably contending for like second with Fury.
Elevate is A. I think I'll put them just below Bleed.
So Elevate, I'll give us a D for not qualifying for anything within these 6 months and whatever event.
We have to see like they are around like A to S right now.
Really, really talented roster and amazing players. Expecting a good challenge, so definitely A tier.
Elevate, I put them on A. They have a good player like Speakeasy, Ape.
I'm gonna put Elevate on A tier. I think they won the A tier tournament before I made the invitational major. I forgot, but
Fury, as good as Bleed. I'll put it as a S. They played international. They have international experience.
So yeah, Fury obviously under Elevate in A as well, but very, very close. Actually, Fury over Elevate. Sorry, Fury over Elevate for now.
Fury is just right beside Bleed. They're as good as them, I think.
I think for Fury, it'll be same thing as Bleak. Yeah, I would say maybe even one higher.
Fury S. Let's go. No, Fury D tier. I'm kidding. Just put them back to S. Sorry.
Again, one of the better teams in this league. Super talented players. Expecting to just have a really tough time in the play day. So A tier for them.
Fury, I would put them on B. That's my opinion. Please don't clip this and put this on Twitter, Fury. But I think they rely on Grid J too much.
Fury, I'm gonna put Fury on S tier. I think they're like top 2 team in Asia. The reason why is because their playstyle is pretty unique, and they got a star player, Grid J. He's probably a top 1 frag, honestly.
Oh baby, it's Aussie Warriors. Oh good ass, we know we are the best.
Well, it's even C for now. Don't really have the gunpowder contest with a lot of the other Southeast Asian teams.
I think if they feeling good today, they can beat like every team in this tier list. So, but I'll put them in C.
Hasib Warriors, I would rank them in B.
I think Direwolf still was a better team, so let's put them on to C first.
We have a long history with them. Just been playing them for years. They have a really promising roster now, and I think they are up in B tier.
And I would put them on C.
Aussie Warrior, I'm gonna play on C tier. I don't think they scrim a lot, and even if they scrim a lot, they don't really scrim good things. And I think the reason why they don't scrim good things is because the ping issue.
Knock. Some old friends, I guess. I'll put them in D. Maybe C. I'll put them in C.
Knock, like I just said, probably in the D tier. They didn't look too hot last stage. The only team they beat was actually Hasib Warriors, but I think that was a one-off. I think they do get farmed by Hasib Warriors quite often.
They had the same situation with Hasib, so I'll put them in C.
I'll categorize them as B as well. I would say they play a different style as well, so I think B would be a fair judgment, I guess.
Knock. I really can't judge it. Let's put him on C. I don't know. I didn't watch. Yeah. Sorry.
Our roster is pretty strong right now, and we've had a lot of practice as well. I think I'm gonna put us in A tier.
I have to say that like their gun skill is not like the same level as Bleed or Elevate or Fury. I would put Knock Knock on B tier.
I watched again they against Lumina in qualify before. They actually did pretty good, honestly. I'm gonna play on C tier as well.
No cap, probably B above Direwolves. Especially they look quite good in the qualifiers.
No cap, B tier.
I think they're like Elevate. Should be in A tier because they're also like good contenders.
I think with the players they have, be A. I do enjoy watching them play because it's like quite unorthodox as well.
I think No Cap was still like kind of better than Daewoo, but I don't know, maybe just put him into B, I think.
Be sure they have a lot of good players. B tier?
I would probably put my team on A, I guess. I think we have a slim chance of winning Bleed.
The reason why I think they're B tier is because they're too unstable as a team.
What's the last team? What's that?
A new team, still a grey area for them. I'll put them in B.
We haven't seen much of Rival in Pro League. Probably sitting somewhere on C.
My buddies. I'll put it in B. B stands for its buddies.
So I will just give them a B for now because I've not got any info on them, you know.
To be frank, I didn't watch them at all. Let's put him on a C.
They don't have a lot of experience, but the players, they're damn good. I think they're gonna give us a run for their money, but I'm gonna put them in B tier.
I'm sorry, Jane, I would on C.
I'm gonna put Rival Esports on B tier. The reason why we lose sometimes, okay, it's not sometimes, like usually, okay, usually we lose is because our mental is pretty tilted sometimes. When we lost against No Cap in qualify and we go to a lower bracket, but we actually 2-0 everybody because we were not tilted and we were doing like really good every single game. Okay, except the first game.
Tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist. No, I can never ever get back all the things I missed. But I'm that man that think you got the gist. Got your tulips in a twist. Hand up boss like communist.
So I'd probably put Bank in the I'm tilted category. It's not really fun as a defender, like a lot of outside the map play, a lot of repel play, very boring.
I think Bank is kind of mid for me because it requires like a lot of teamwork to be play perfect.
Bank I will put in good. It's quite an old map in the Pro League scene and it's also been through various...
Okay, so for the primary entry and IGL, I'd probably pick myself. Very good IGL, decent entry, probably the best player in this region. So not from my team, I'd pick BG Man from Fury. Obvious second option. Very flexible, can play a lot of different operators. Yeah, just the GOAT really. From Elevate, I would probably take Speakeasy. I think Speakeasy is still very sharp and he can play a lot of different roles as well. It's obviously a veteran, so I'd probably take someone from No Cap. I'd probably take Sapper from No Cap. You need someone who's like down to do some stupid stuff. I see him on the Vigil Boss G, bit of Kali action. You need like someone annoying like that to play against. That's really good. From Rival, I will take Scarlet. yeah, freshly into the league, plays hard breach, a lot of potential there. So, my coach Julio from Bleed, by far the best coach in Southeast Asia, maybe even the world. Yeah, that's my 5.
For Fury, I wanna take Crit J to my roster because he had so much firepower. And also for Bleed, I'll like Reaps on my team because I worked with him before and I know what he's capable of. Elevate is kind of tricky though. I'm thinking about Ape or Speakeasy, but I think I'll go with Speakeasy because he has more versatile on operators. Also from my team, I'll probably pick Souffle because he got like really in-depth of operator pool and he knows the game a lot. And for the last, I'll probably put in Azuki from Rival. He's got potential. He's good.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the Asia League. We're here for our 3rd game of the day. It's Direwolves and Hasib Warriors. We skipped our pre-show because we've had a few tech issues today, so we're jumping straight on into it. And have a look at that! Bang! Straight back to us! Oh no! It crashed, and just in time to introduce my lovely co-caster, Pangu! How you feeling?
Hello. Feeling good, feeling excited. You know, there was some etching mentioned earlier, and now I feel like that same thing's happening now because I really wanted to see that game happening, and then just like that, you get that panic era saying, "Oh no, it crashed."
Yeah. Oh no, indeed. Well, let's introduce the game anyway, because we've got to get the game going, so we may as well talk about it. So it's Direwolves and Hasib Warriors. Direwolves had a really rough start to the stage. They played Fury in the opening game and they only won a single round. But last week they managed to redeem themselves a little bit and they beat Rival. And on the opposing side, Hasib Warriors, well, they had a pretty poor game in their opening against No Cap. They lost that 7-3. And then they had a really good showing in their second game. They were tied 3-3 at the half on Cafe against Bleed on attack. And then they had to forfeit because they couldn't get a player in.
Yeah, bit of a disaster. And Julio, earlier today when Bleed they won, he also said that they actually wished that game had been played out because, you know, Bleed wanted to prove that they were in fact a better team. But also, Hasib Warriors, like, they must have felt the same way because if you go 3-3 on the split on Cafe against Bleed, you're feeling pretty damn good about yourself. So I always wonder, what would have been the real outcome there? Could that have been a major upset? Because Bleed getting a 7-0 victory for round diff is a massive deal maybe later on the stage.
We've got a replay of the Direwolves reaction when the game crashed.
Oh no!
Oh, Harambe, bro.
Harambe's loving it.
Oh man. Yeah, well, I'm just glad that we get Harambe back in. For people who've watched Asia before, everyone knows that Harambe is so well known for his amazing reactions, his great interviews. He's got his little dance, which he gave us after they won last week as well. But he spent quite a bit of time in the coaching role, which is a disappointment. We're just getting everyone back into the game, by the way. Hopefully it won't take too long. Nick, let's talk expectations. Direwolves, Hasib Warriors. We kind of know who's favored to win this one, right? Like, Hasib Warriors are... There's not a lot of high expectations coming into this stage. But how much can we take away from that Bleed game, from the 6 rounds we got to see? Should we start getting hyped and thinking that maybe Hasib are actually capable of taking down a team like Direwolves?
I mean, earlier on today, in the beginning of the show, we all showed our predictions, and I believe it's like the vast majority of the staff here, the talent members, actually believe that Hasib is going to be victorious today. So I do think that that Bleed game has kind of turned the tide from expectations, which is kind of dangerous and scary because how much does 6 rounds actually prove on Cafe fall maps that plays nothing like Nighthaven Labs, which is the match in this series? It's hard to say, but I do think there's reasons to be excited for both teams in this series.
Yeah, for Direwolves, they've kind of been on a bit of a downwards trajectory for quite some time now. But they did get their win against Rival. And that, to me, was at least a moment of, okay, they're not so down bad that they're losing to a team that's only just entered the league for the first time. But I still don't know where to place them. Because in Stage 1, we were really disappointed with their regular stage. And then, oh, look at that, we're in the game. Woo! Amazing. So we're here on Nighthaven Labs, by the way, guys. And just to continue my point about Direwolves, in Stage 1, they looked really rough around the edges. But in their quarterfinals, they had a really important win against the now Knock Knock roster to make top 4 in the league. And that, I think, was a big moment for me where I was thinking, okay, I thought Divals was simply on the way out. I didn't think they would actually have a chance of contending again. But maybe they actually can, after seeing what they were able to do last time in the BO3s.
Oh boy. Have you seen the Divals operator bans, by the way? Monty and Clash, the double shield duty. Oh man, if you recall that final clubhouse round between Divals and Fury, sometimes you ban an operator because your opponent might be good at it, and sometimes you have to nerf yourself, perhaps. Divals did not win the round with Monty. That's what I'm getting at here.
Very true.
Yeah.
Bombed. Well, at least they're into it now. They are on the attack, and looks like this is a very quick hard breach focus, not going for the roam clear straight up. That said, they have actually split a couple of the players on the top floor, hunting down the roamers. We've got Taha up here.
One of the downsides of not playing like a band, because yeah, there might be Thatcher or secondary MPs, but mind you, the Maverick was banned by Hasib Warrior, so not playing any real Waldeneye is a bit of a shame, because now you can get bomb side pressure immediately, force back the roamers, Jackalpin comes out, and now a bit of a trouble here upstairs maybe.
Yeah, but this is just a 1v1 and Bin loses it. Taha protected by the reinforcements, and Bin just got way too aggressive there. Pika is able to cut him off on the drop. However, the numbers are even, but this roam is still very much alive.
Kind of is, kind of isn't. It's a bit awkward at least. No intel from Hasib Warriors. I mean, they got those Valkyrie cams, so I don't think I see any yellow pins go out right now. It's a battle back and forth, but for Hasib at least it's a 1v1 for now. Attackers not capitalizing together, but Picanso actually wins out again in his third engagement.
Okay, wow, a big round from Souffle it seems, as the roam is finally finished off. The Jackals found 4 picks. It's all up to Hasib now. The man of the hour. He's got to make his way forward. He's not able to do that. Pika is just holding him, and that's an ace. One of the most underwhelming aces I've seen in a while, but an ace nonetheless. Pika cleans house, and it's a great opening round for Direwolves.
It's one of those rounds where we see like a silent killer, because they were all technically like low impact kills. I mean, they're valuable, right? You win your 1v1s 5 times in a row, but they weren't to make it or break it, and they're very farly spread out throughout the entirety of that round. But Hasib Warriors, again, if you don't have Waldeneye, when a 2-bar ban is available, for example, a Maverick ban is also open, then walls will always get opened up. You gotta play out the bandit and stall the time, because remember, the goal isn't necessarily to guarantee the walls to be closed forever, because that should only happen if your opponent makes a mistake, but it's to stall out like 30, 60 seconds, force the EMPs, or the Kalis, or verticality, for example. The whole concept of playing defense in Rainbow Six Siege is to set up these different difficulty or skill checks rather for the attackers. Hey, gotta breach this wall. If there's nothing to deny it, well, you just play any hard breacher, press middle mouse button, and open it. If there's a mute, okay, now you need an EMP or a secondary EMP. There's a bandit, now you need more active utility. So you have to try and make it difficult for your opponent to actually achieve their goals. And in that very opening round, I don't feel like Hasib accomplished that. And it also shows us how easily Divos could like walk through the roam, and also at the very end, walk through the site itself.
Yeah, Direwolves looking really confident here. I didn't really know what to expect out of Nighthaven between these teams. Last time Direwolves played this, they were smashed by Bleed 7-2. That was in the EWC qualifiers. That was actually the game that eliminated them from contention of going to EWC. And on the flip side, last time Hasib played it was also in the same qualifiers and actually lost it to Knock Knock. Direwolves themselves have beaten Knock Knock on this map very convincingly before. So, I mean, aside from just the base level of skill we expect out of these teams, this should be a favored map.
See this round, the bandits on the board, we see the immediate response there. They see, okay, bandage trick in the IT breach. Let's all run really quickly towards the connector wall instead, pop that open. Now they can put their entire focus towards one single part of the map here. Thankfully for them, bandit was rotating off to actually put the bandit battery on the mirror window opposite of the map. So you should be able to get both these walls when you want. So small breach open, Direwolves, they get what they want here, but look how much time it took and utility as well. That's the difference between a bandit and no bandit. So I would even argue right now, Hasib, they are super okay with this situation. They still got a spare bandit battery, they got the mirror windows. The only issue is Hasibon's piece is injured on smoke way too early in this round. If they can revive him, keep him alive, those toxic babes will be very crucial later in this round.
Yeah, and he is, but meanwhile the push is coming on through already and the Glaz is ready to make a swing happen. Seal, good pre-fire from him. Almost finds another one as well. But Bin Bin has gone down to a C4. It really comes down to the Glaz to make good on these entries, but he can't see much and he is choking on the gas. He does find his pick, and it looks like it may be enough done now by Direwolves. An easy lockout for Souffle. What a game he's having so far on the Glaz. Big rounds. Direwolves looking completely uncontested here, Pengu.
They're in full control. I mean, these rounds are ending so incredibly fast. Nighthaven Labs kind of plays like a consulate or a bank where we tend to see, you know, those final 20, 30, 40 seconds in a round more often than not. We've not really gone down there just yet. First, second round, I pretty much own the first minute, 10 seconds or so. At least is a very big advantage to one team. Both, of course, being Direwolves. I love that we see in the very first round the anti-roam, like the Jackal, for example. Then in the previous round, we see the execute operators like Glass come into play as well. This just shows that Direwolves, they got different ways to deal with different problems, rather. And that's exactly the kind of depth that you want to have in like your strat book when you're playing Rainbow Six Siege. But now the thing is, as the Seep Warriors, they go through these different bomb sites. You know, they showed the first time, Direwolves to do a counter. Well, when they showed the second time, like running it straight back to the same exact bomb set of this CCTV one, what will Direwolves do now? They've shown their pocket strat, they've shown the Glass, they probably can't do that again, so now they have to do this in a different way, but try and achieve that same result of domination.
Which is funny because on the flip side, Hasib are actually doing the exact same thing that they did last time, right?
They actually are.
As a defensive side, they're like, hey, we saw your Glaz and weird push. We're just going to run the exact same strat, even down to the mirror that's facing into connector as well. So I don't know, like, yeah, it's on Direwolves to change, but in theory, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They have changed regardless. Where's this Ying gonna cook?
Could be Aqua side, like not right now, but late round, because there's no Warden. The big question that I have is how much drone information they, you know, achieved in the drone phase of all things, because most of the drones, if not all, are still alive. So I think they're working from very little information. Once they pop up in the walls and they join the bomb set itself, if they can spot like 3 or 4 defending operators, they'll quickly realize that, hey, there's no actual counter for the Ying, so you can enter Aqua, you can take Catwalk, you can push Connector. I think it's purely up to you. But also the Bandit trick here could prove
that's really good
than previously.
Oh. Wow.
Oh, it's close.
I mean, so solid though. Unfortunately, Petard does lose his life, but he almost did enough there, right? Like, he tricked the secondary hard breach charge, and he tricked the second segment of the ace, but unfortunately, he wasn't able to get out safely. The Azami wasn't in position to come and support him, chuck out a Kiba, and protect him, so he does fall without much of a contest. Early pick for Direwolves, the 3rd time in a row now.
They're definitely out in full control, and you see how decisive they are as well. Go connector, pop the wall, rotate over, EMP, double hard breachers. Like, they're not really wasting any time or wasting any movement. So that's why the timer is so much in their favor as well. 1 minute, 20 seconds to go. There we go. A kill for defenders. Finally back to a 4v4. But as it's happening, something is always being traded back, right? Another Selma goes out, more hard destruction, but they don't have a way in on that IT breach. Direwolves might not have gotten the entry path they wanted. Plan B is going to be Ying popping off and an entry possibly. Let's see if Souffle goes Aqua or Breach or where he's going to end up at.
Just seeing that the Flores decides to prioritize the Kiba barrier in sight there rather than the one that was actually on the Rafters itself, because I don't think Rafters control has been found. Really aggressive here from Taha. Last time he was caught out of position, but he's still looking to be a nuisance. The problem is, as soon as Direwolves get numbers advantage on site, which they do now, this could be an overwhelm from the attacking side. Hasib do not have enough bodies up, quite simply, to protect against this push. It looks like they're going to start moving in with the Ying, watching their flank as well, but the Ying's Candela goes forward, and here comes the Execute up on Rafters. Harambe finds his, traded back, but it should be good for the trade back again by Direwolves. And even though Hasib are able to find a few. Direwolves just storm through with their superior numbers and dominate the site.
And again, Direwolves, they have a really good understanding strategically of what the win condition they are. They wanted ITP to control. They wanted Catwalk. We saw that from their player behavior in the middle of that round. But when they realized that, hey, we got Bandit tricked, we can't like take Catwalk that easily, let's rotate that Ying over to Aqua's side like we spoke about in the prep phase of the round basically. Direwolves having that understanding is vital for this game to go in their favor, because it shows that if plan A doesn't work, their plan B is solid, and I might even think to myself, they might have a third way to do that as well if Aqua didn't seem likely because of a Warden, for example. So just great problem solving, good adaptation in like the mid rounds, even when things kind of go a little bit sideways. Hasib Warriors, they need to try and control the pace a little bit better. Yeah, they got a kill down to a 4 versus 4, but then they didn't do anything super productive or proactive since then, and they're just losing out in that mid stage of the round.
That's the scary thing for Hasib, right? It's not like Direwolves are doing anything particularly crazy. It's not like they're relying on one specific strat. Direwolves just look calm. They look pretty chill about it. They're not afraid to just take things one step at a time, simplify the game. And often, if you just have better fundamentals than the opposing team, if you have a good read, you can just simplify the game. Direwolves don't have to get fancy with it. They just wait for that opening pick to come their way, get all the breaches going, clear some of those keeper barriers, find out where those players are on site, start making a move in. You're probably at a 5v4 or a 4v3 by that point anyway. And Direwolves are absolute gunners. We're seeing that. Pika, 9-1 right now.
Yeah.
3 rounds into the game and he's nearly hit 10 kills.
It's actually pretty gross, because when that happens and no one is shutting him down, you can just have a player take over. It happens, I would say, pretty frequently these days across most regions, where there are just teams out there that can have one player, you know, completely pop off, carry, you know, maybe the attacking or defending side. Then you go on side swap, and then the entire team shows up all of a sudden. Typically, it's attack where you have a sole player pop off, because it's a snowball effect. You get the entry, you get the second, and you're on bombs and execute, and all you gotta do is hold angles. The hard part for most attacking teams is to get the entry. The fact that Pika can do it so consistently right now gets his entire team towards the bomb site so much easier and simpler, and everyone has to do less work because Pika steps up.
Now, we saw it earlier today as well with Azuki on Rival.
Yeah.
Unreal performance. 20 kills in his 3rd ever game. Here's a big opener, though, from Taha. He was hunted last time he played in this position. Now he has been spotted. He has been taken out. Now Taha looking to get away as well as the Deimos track comes down. I mean, he's been worth his weight in gold here. He's taken down the verticality of the buck and he's retreated back to site.
That's a much more proactive round right now. Hasib Warriors declared a purpose. They say, guys, just go aggressive, fish for a first kill, and fall back relatively quickly, at least in the player that got tracked by the demos. The question is now, where do they find that line in the sand? Are they going to overstay their welcome or fall back, you know, and give everything up? They're going to overstay it to swing out very slowly there. And that's the issue. If you get that kill and Valkyrie falls back, either the teammates fall back with that operator or you stay together, because this is not how you're going to win the round. Disaster.
Yeah, that is so disappointing, because Hasib had such a fantastic position. Baz overpeaks a little bit. I mean, that's just unfortunate. But then the mute to try and retreat through the same avenue is a huge red flag. The Valkyrie is regressed, but guess what? Din is actually hidden here. And if Taha baits for him, I think Din is actually going to be on for a kill. You can see Taha trying to bait to the best of his ability. Goes for another swing, actually gets here into kitchen and is taken down. Din now has to have an impact. No! Finds his kill. Can't find the second, though. Pika, low HP, but he's done what's needed.
Bomb located by attackers.
Deimos, though, the perfect operator in a 2v1, favoring the attackers, of course. If they can drone out the mirror, spot the operator, activate the Deimos tracker, the C4 goes out. It's down to a 1v1 between Souffle and Hasib one's piece. 35 seconds left. Hasib, they need this round. They need that 3-1 scoreline.
Here comes the death mark, as you said. This is surely going to be a round win for the attacking side, but no! Hasib holds his nerve. Despite being tracked, he finds the pre-fire with the Vector. And his team have found their first round on the defense.
A round that looks so winnable, despite those small hiccups from both teams, actually, ends up going to the mirror, who's being tracked down, to a very big surprise on my end. I like this attempt here of Valkyrie baiting for so long and really putting in that story like, oh, hey guys, I'm aggressive, I'm looking for a kill, I'm being stupid, shut me down. It's not clean, but it works out. This C4 here saves the round. Default cam isn't shut out. It's a great read there from Hasib. The wallbang, the full commitment, knowing that you're gonna lose out in like a very long engagement due to being up against the demos. It shows confidence from Hasib. Despite the fact they were down 0-3, they called the tactical timeout, likely to kind of just rally the troops, say guys, come on, believe in yourself, believe in each other, fight back, don't just keep giving up space for free. We're defenders, this is our map, try and hold on to it. So they're playing these mini games right now. They got 2 more rounds on defense to kind of try and round up as many rounds as possible. But if Pika has anything to say about this, he's gonna stop that as fast as he can. Tagger reaping onto the Blitz, followed by the Ying on Harambe as well. They can go fast, they can get very chaotic, and that's where Diabolus, they found so much success in their first 2 rounds.
Yeah, because even though it's a good sign that Hasib won that round, it was for clutch, and they're on defense, and they still have to push in order to just even up the half. Like, they can't win this half, regardless. So I am... I don't know, I'm excited, but I'm not getting ahead of myself yet for Hasib. Diabolus have looked in control for pretty much this whole game, and something that they've done that I'd like to quiz you about, Nick, is we've seen the striker pick every single round using those secondary hard breach charges. It looks like Recruit is actually like a viable operator now.
On the attacking side, I would say, yeah, you can get all the second util that you want. Oh, they're gonna go for it actually. Hold on a second.
Yeah. This seems to be an early execute onto the top floor, very quick. But Baz is doing a great job here with the Legion. The T5 SMG. Pika's down on the ground, the Blitz. And Baz has found another one! Unreal from Baz! What a hold on the top floor from the Legion! It might not be the ace, but it might as well have been. That's unreal! The round was over before it even started.
It sounded like 1 or 2 goo mines hit the players on Aqua side, the Ying and the Blitz, to kind of shut down the execute. And given how early Pika died on Blitz, it must have been something like that that happened. And that's the way you win the round as a defender. If they're gonna go for a fast attack Blitz rush, well, you kill the Blitz. There is no Blitz rush any longer. You'll see Souffle died immediately, Pika died shortly after, injured actually for quite a while. So just a huge single play upstairs. When I saw the attack lineup, I thought, okay, they're gonna go for like, you know, straight into stock window, try and take first block control, just take side control basically. But no, they wanted that anti-roam, wanted to take verticality, and they were denied. But to get back to the Recruit, I do think that Striker, the attacking Recruit, is somewhat playable, more so than Sentry, because secondary utility on attack is so strong. You can play secondary MP and Heartbeats gadget. That's what we've been seeing more often than not. But say that they play like a Wamai and a Jaeger, you can play flashbangs and smokes just to like burn, or flashbangs nades to try and use nades against the burn. You have so many options for any setup possible, whereas on defense, it's a lot more about the primary gadget, right? The Melusi Banshees, the Fenrir Mines, the Valkyrie cameras, the mirror windows. It's not so much about, hey, look at me, I have barbed wire. Like, it's not a huge deal. So I do think that it's, Striker's pretty good, whereas Sentry is a little bit underwhelming.
Is this a run out? Taha's so tempted. He's just waiting for someone to push. I reckon he wins this run out like 1 out of 10 times. He must have heard that. Opportunity's gone begging though. He's patient. Too patient to make it work, but better safe than sorry.
I'm waiting for someone to make the entry thinking, hey, this door looks pretty safe, right? Someone is gonna come down here, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Bandit tracking is successful, actually. Okay. So we're learning round by round. Bandit getting better and stronger. That's gonna stumble Diabolus a bit here because that was their plan A. They only really have 1 go. Now they gotta rotate the Thatcher over for Harambe instead. He's actually made his way inside the building instead. Back outside they go. Second attempt, maybe?
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of...
with that ping.
Yeah, well, they must know that the Bandit has left.
Yeah.
And Souffle, meanwhile, has killed Taha, the Valkyrie. Little hunt going downstairs. Still cameras for Taha to use. Oh, good thing that we still have a Selma left here on the ace. Otherwise, there wouldn't be much util to try and counter that mirror window. Oh, Fatah, no! That's devastating! Went to go for the late reinforcement. But Souffle was down below with the pistol and found him. That's a 2-player advantage now for Direwolves.
Deimos is so strong on this map as well with all that self-destruction. If Souffle stays downstairs, they get the trackers going, they can hit the side horizontally and vertically at the same time. You see it right here. Scan the player, look what they are, and take them down.
This is surely a free kill. Gets the information, starts to pepper some bullets down through. The player's trying to fight him back again, but it's not easy. Din finally will eventually go down. Surely, no, not yet apparently. There it happens. My god. I can't believe how long that man stayed alive. It took Harambe coming in from the other side to finish him off for the end, and the round is over. The Sea Warriors put to rest, but yeah, unreal half from Direwolves. Certainly a punishing end to it as well.
This is why Deimos is so strong on night haven maps, by the way. So the beams in the floor go from north to south. And on some maps, it would basically mean that you can't really get these long lines of sight. But if you look at that replay that we just witnessed, you can stand in that games room and see like a straight line across the entire bomb site on all the playable positions. That's why Deimos is so strong here. Every map has self-destruction. That's not like the big deal. The big deal is which way the lines go, basically. So you see right here, you can see from north to south on the B bomb site the entirety of the floor. So you don't have to move around left, right, fighting those annoying beams. You can just stand in one spot and just take down a whole line upside. That's why it's so strong here. So Deimos in North America, Europe, Brazil, and internationally of course, gets banned quite a bit, specifically on Night Haven Labs. And this is the punishment. If you're SC Warriors, you ban out the Tuberal, you ban out the Maverick. And it's like, okay, they can't just open up the walls that easily, right? But what about the verticality from below? You'd expect Hasib to have had more of a presence downstairs, maybe trying to roam a bit more vertically to deny the Deimos, but perhaps he didn't expect it.
Yeah, well, I guess the only roamer they had to do so was Taha, and he was taken out in kitchen very early on. I think must have been pre-placed drones, some kind of information for Direwolves, as they caught him just flanking back around, but really great start there for Direwolves on the defense. 4-2 split on the attack. Not unheard of, but just really good look at the start of this game. Now Hasib have to do the same on their attacking side, but Direwolves look very confident. They're leaning into this Maverick bam with the Bandit and the Kaid. Will they be able to trick this wall?
No. Dropped it. It's very delicate timing. The only way to counter a Thermite Ace is if you're basically pre-placing the Bandit as you see the EMP on the ground, because then you can basically finish the first Bandit battery the same second the EMP pops. That's going to deny wall number 1, then you will have time to deny wall number 2 by instantly flicking over and place that second Bandit battery. But because the Bandit is like shooting a drone, looking at the floor, being distracted basically, the timing opens up to basically miss the timing.
Souffle would have heard behind him, but he doesn't have the opportunity to go for the battery, but he has gone and found a spray onto Din, jumping in the other window conference. Now Baz has also taken out Harambe. I don't know where that was. Must have been over aggressive either at the top of Aqua or on rafters. From the roof he's found that pick. And if that wasn't for that, I really would say Direwolves are looking really pretty this round, but unfortunately losing that player does forfeit their advantage. It forfeits the Azami and all her util for the rest of the round.
Ash on low HP though finds himself or herself downstairs, but Ash ain't no Deimos, as we spoke about earlier. You could see the entire, bomb site from below right now if you're a Deimos with your gadget active. That C4 is beautiful. Lands in the middle of the breach, finds both players, and that might just be the round for Direwolves.
Yeah. Souffle has now found a 4K. Eek has already had an ace this game. Let's see if Souffle can deliver the same. All up to Fatah now. That was an insane C4. We've seen that C4 before, but it's all about the timing, right? And really hit the jackpot there, getting the double. Is this going to be the spray for the ace? Souffle loses it, but Seal is there to refrag. A very solid round from Direwolves. So many details going their way.
Yeah. I mean, it's both teams are doing a similar thing on like the macro level, like the bigger picture, which walls they're opening, how they're opening, where the bandit tricking, where the mirror nodes are going. But it's the micro, those small decisions that are being made, clearly favoring one team over another. Also, usually that C4 doesn't land in the middle of the breach because it's like opened by Hibana or a secondary can opener or the Selma. But because you thermite open the wall, it's almost impossible to miss that C4 toss. And it just means that it lands, you know, outside or slightly outside, and will get a lot more radius basically on that explosion. So really well done for Direwolves. They're still in control in the attack, and that continues over to defense so far at least. Their lineup, I actually like this a lot. They play like roaming capable operators in like the Castle, the Valkyrie, and then they also play the Goyo. And the Goyo is amazing. We see it on Clubhouse, we see it on Bank, we see it on Nighthaven Labs. You can slap down your Goyo canisters on the bomb site to stop like a rush or a push or a plant. But because that's like passive util, you just slap down in prep phase, you can now run top floor or first floor and go for a deep roam with the Valkyrie with the Castle. So this is a utility setup where you have side presence, you have roaming presence, and you're very dynamic in your setup. That's what Hasib Warriors, they didn't quite have that. They were super roamy or super turtly and couldn't really play both sides.
Yeah, they're not half and halving it. Another thing I love about the Goyo. Another thing I love about the Goyo is you get the Vector, which, by the way, one of the best guns. Like, the fire rate on that thing is insane. And you get the bloody magnified scope. Like, you're winning every pixel fight with that. Drone activated.
Is that fair? You know, is it fair to give the Vector a good scope? It should have iron sight only. You know, just watch people get super mad about it. Some guns, man. It's like the Bosch ACOG, you know, it ruined that weapon as well nowadays.
You know what Vector ACOG reminds me of was the old SMG-11 ACOG, because the Vector and the SMG are actually kind of similar. Like, not much recoil at the start, bit of recoil over time, and just really high fire rate guns. Like, they're both insane. You give that thing an ACOG, I mean, it's just, it's a machine.
Bit of a Intel lackluster roam clear right now from Hasib Warriors. They're shooting through walls and holding passive angles. They spent over a minute and 10 seconds already, and they've just entered the building. I guess their pre-placed drones weren't all that strong. They, you know, only have 3 drones being shot so far, so I don't feel like there's much contesting here on the Intel game. Direwolves, we see the silhouettes. They're mostly sitting in corners. They got their dedicated spots. A jiggle peek there for Intel. Surely you don't swing that Harambe. Okay, he does. That's smoke in the grave. That's a bit of a questionable play, but hey, onto a 4v5.
Yeah, I mean, overall, decent read from Hasib. As you said, a little bit low on information, but able to find the players on the cutoff regardless. That was so close to a kill from Souffle. Here comes a big flank. No ACOG from Bin Bin does eventually finish him off. Looking for another one. The Blitz comes towards him. He's got the impact! And goodbye, Blitz! The diffuser cold on the ground as well. The push for Hasib started off well, but it has all but fallen apart. 4v2 for Direwolves, a nigh unlosable situation, and Fatai has got to go and get that diffuser back, but it is being very closely guarded. Up goes the castle, down goes the castle. Nice pick from Baz, but still, that diffuser has not been claimed.
Baz is clean with it, but the flank just keeps happening. 1, 2, 3. You got all the roamers upstairs still nesting. That dynamic setup. The knife comes out. Baz gets the kill instead, though. Could clutch it out. 20 seconds. Diffuser in hand. Now finally, both the last defenders have fallen back towards the bomb site. The issue is Baz does not know this. With the aggression earlier, he's expecting a 4th roamer, but we know there is none. Time is ticking down 10 seconds. Good luck, have fun. You gotta sprint down a staircase, drop down that hatch, and hope for the best.
Yeah, look, Souffle tried the BM with the knife. It didn't work. At least Baz wasn't embarrassed like that. But there's no way he's getting to the bomb site on time to plant that diffuser. Direwolves having a little bit too much fun with it, and we really saw that with the Valkyrie going for that knife. I have to see that again. Direwolves are simply in control. This roam was not addressed. The flanks were perfect. They timed it well together. And yeah, despite Hasib starting alright with a decent kill, it just did not go down.
Oh, you mean Harambe donating a kill for free on smoke? That
yeah,
kill?
exactly. this is what I want to see the replay of. Imagine Baz, he gets completely jump scared. I would have cacked my pants if that had happened to me in a game, but thankfully he wasn't embarrassed quite that bad.
I mean, Baz has been very spectacular and very quick in these gunfights. It just seems that it's not been the story for his entire team. I mean, they have the Blitz, they have the perfect anti-roaming operator, but the Blitz is walking on his own by kitchen hallway on 20 HP. It's not the ideal way to go about it, so I kind of want to see again more logic and more, okay, this makes sense from his Warriors. You got the Blitz, okay, put him in somewhere, put a gun behind him, a drone in front of him, make him just clear out the map and, favoring your team. Don't send him on his own. Don't send in your guns alone either. Play to your strengths in your operator pickup, because why play Blitz Dokkaebi if you're not gonna make that play? And now they play Dokkaebi, but Dokkaebi is nerfed, remember? She gets the first phone call 45 seconds into action phase. You can't just call and blitz rush the building unless you wait 45 seconds first. So with that nerf, basically, you have to take drone control, walk into the map manually, and then make the phone call happen and follow up on it. You can't just wait 45. Thankfully, Divos again, they surrender a kill early on by being overly aggressive. This time it's simply unbanded, so a good operator to lose, if you will. But I see Warriors, 2 rounds in a row opening kill, they have to make this into a victory and convert that, not just fall off here.
Seeb haven't had a lot of great rounds on the defensive side. Oh, sorry, on the attacking side so far. But as you said, opening picks hasn't been the worst problem. Now it looks like they want to go for something aggressive, Nick. They're not looking to do what most teams do, where you have to clear out the whole top floor, have to clear out the whole bottom floor. They're looking to use this blitz to just get inside real quick. What they don't realize is Pika is here for the backstab. As the blitz has gone straight into side, Pika can come back for one and potentially look for more as well. Doesn't know where this blitz is, and he will go down to Taha. Now the defense just relies on Seal to make this comeback happen. Might find one. Good positioning, gets him Fata. But against a blitz and 2 other players, I don't think this is possible. Seeb might be finding their first round of attack. And he trades with the blitz. He gets the blitz, but the thermite takes him down. Solid start to the attack. Finally, we see something out of Haseeb. We need a few more of those.
It looked like Haseeb went for a bit of a different take. Blitz runs into garage, goes towards the side door, and realizes, hey, this door has been castle barricaded. Oh snap, I gotta go for something else. But the fact that Haseeb went for a illogical or different attack there massively played in their favor. I don't think Divos truly knew where the attack was actually coming from, and the Dokkaebi phone call was timed perfectly, by the way. They were either answering phones, or they were unable to play in those rat corners comfortably, and they just bought them those 5 valuable seconds where Haseeb, they got into the building, they got into the bomb site, and they got those first pick or 2, and it snowballed from there. But that's tertiary bomb site. That's, the one you're supposed to win on attack, the hard one to defend, and now you gotta basically go flawless on the primary, secondary, and tertiary again, and then it's overtime. Divos, they're up 6-3. They're gonna call their timeout. I quite like this, actually. I think it's a bit controversial to take a timeout when you're in a lead like this, because you're giving your opponent a chance to breathe and talk to support staff and get back into things. But if you're cooking up a strat, or you think you have the exact read on what they're gonna do, or what you can do to just mess them up, you should go for this. Call a timeout, play your one really specifically designed strat, and end it 7-3. If they win this round, it's genius. And if they don't, well, they still got 2 more chances.
That's the thing, taking the tactical timeout, yeah, maybe it gives a little boost to the opposition who now have a bit of a chance to regroup, but also it gives you a chance to make sure that that win the previous round doesn't snowball. And even if this just returns to, let's say a 50-50 chance of Divos winning any round from now on, that's still pretty damn good odds. That's 3 chances at 50-50. And any of them you win, you're looking like it's been a solid game. I mean, Divos have been really good, especially on their attacking side. Like a 4-2 split was amazing. 2 quick defenses on the primary 2 sides. I think the game is likely to end here on this command center bomb site. It's really on Haseeb to prove otherwise.
Saw that Haseeb had a drone inside the bomb site, getting a lot of intel from Bass. It's still alive on the B chassis, actually. So they saw all 5 defenders. They know about the Kaid. So they got the thatch on the board, of course. I think Divos, it's safe to expect that the Blitz will be in play here, because it's been working out. It's the 3rd time in a row. And I think the Fenrir plays into that. The Fenrir can shut down any immediate aggression, and it's a bit easier to hide than a Melusi Banshee, for example. So it can sometimes go undroned and unnoticed and catch you by surprise when you're entering as an attacker. Flores is good here to clear out the Cavalry Raptors of Asami. Oh, surprise, surprise, has the shotgun. Can the Bandit trick, though? Gonna get the thermic charge? Yep.
He's got it.
And the first part, I think. Oh.
Almost.
First part goes through.
At least he gets away with his life, because it looked sketchy there for a second. Fatah almost peeked that in time. Still, taking out the exothermic is not bad, and it does force an extra Selma to be used to make this a walkable breach.
Yeah. It's best case scenario, besides getting bull falls, of course, just to get the exothermic charge denied. The big thing with Direwolves as well, as you said, is he stayed alive. Having numbers advantage or even numbers against the Blitz is key, because he will die to crossfires. He cannot just rush a 1 versus 3. Blitz is great in the 1 versus 1s. More players you have alive, the more map control you have, of course, on your side of the building, and the more crossfires against the Blitz. The question now is, where do they go? Where do they attack?
Looks like it's going to be Rafters. They're going in with the Blitz, but looks like Azami is able to get back and manage to reinforce off the wall at the same time. The attack has flooded into the top Rafters, but job done for the defense. They've just seceded that map control and said, that's fine. You can have it. We're pretty happy with what we've got. Meanwhile, Baz has found an entry and Pika is down on the floor. This is looking solid. Maybe Hasib can keep this momentum going.
Pika got injured by the drone hole garage, I believe, so that's a bit of a nasty angle to get down from. And now the Blitz will shine because only 3 defenders, now 4 with 20 hits on Pika. He can make his win for Aqua, isolated player, and Bass has been so great in these gunfights. Fatah falls first, though Seal's a better player in that one. 45 seconds, 4v3 favoring defense right now.
Yeah, there is no entry here for Hasib on Rafters. They have to funnel in from IT and from top blue, and that's where they go. In goes the Blitz. There's still a player inside. It's Harambe. He springs up and he's looking for something, but Baz finishes him off with the pistol. Almost a win there for Direwolves, but by the skin of their teeth, Hasib keep this game alive.
Baz is nasty. I mean, he finds the opening, he finds the final kill in the 1 versus 1. I mean, he is never afraid to take a gunfight, and he'll also do it off pace. There are so many times where an attacker will make a play at a timing where you're kind of expecting it, but that swing out there from Baz, middle of nowhere, just happens, gets that pick, and puts his team in a great spot. Pika falling there very, very early, swinging out aggressively. He was 20 HP in the mirror. But I think the big issue, we saw right there from Harambe, there were almost no feed holes on the soft wall leading to Aqua hallway. They were only all the way on the far left from the inside of the bomb site, and they were so far down the ground, unless you're proning, you couldn't see anything. The whole point of playing that Aqua hallway is you open up that bottom portion, and you should feel very unsafe as an attacker by going in there. Sure, the Blitz who has a shield can maybe get past those holes, not a big deal because it's so noisy, but the fragger behind him, the Thatcher, shouldn't be able to thrive in that area of the map. Direwolves, though, as we said, they called a tactical timeout, but because they called it when you're up 6-3, they can talk about the entirety of the remaining of the game. Not just that final round, like sure they cooked it up, that was their one and done, but they still got these upcoming rounds to work with as well. They could have talked about mentality, playstyle, play passive or aggressive, and all they need is 1 round to go their way and they'll be fine. Hasib Warriors, their secret weapon is Bass. If he gets shut down, I don't think they have what it takes to find those openings anymore.
Yeah. Swapping max. Oh well, Direwolves get another chance to go to a really strong bomb site and see if they can make it work. This one on the basement was very hectic last time around, and it was open and shut case for the roamers. That was what won it for them. And I think Hasib have realized, look, we don't want to deal with the roam. So what are we going to do? We're going to bring Ying. We're going to bring Blitz. We're going to rush. We're going to go fast. Straight in through Exo. But guess what? Castle barricades galore. Nothing they can do about it. This is 9 hits. This push has been well and truly telegraphed. And the exothermic is going to go straight for this wall.
I like this. I mean, the castles buy them time, right? The rush not going to happen. The Goy fire pops as well, so it's going to stall for 20 seconds.
World's slowest rush.
Direwolves the time to now think about their approach. They double Goyo the canister. That's why it's such a good operator. Now they can communicate, they can think, oh guys, what do we do when they go? Who's going to cover what angles? Whose job is to shut down the plant?
He can't move.
Just stall out. Then is stuck. Like, he cannot move an inch.
That's just hilarious. He's also getting gassed as well. Direwolves have bought themselves time. Like, this is a rush that's happening a minute too late. And the defense is so ready for it. Harambe is nice and aggressive now as well. Inches away from the position around the corner. Pika comes in with a big C4. Baz, though, the magic card, the special element for Hasib, does find a kill. And Taha is forcing that diffuser down. Where is the plant denial? It's nowhere to be seen. Direwolves now have to retake. Numbers disadvantage. And Fatah's found a double from the rear stairs, eventually coming back for it. Pika finds one. His teammate is down on the ground and Taha's finished him off. A nigh impossible task. No C4 to speak of. Going up against a Blitz. And just one other player, he's made this a 3K. We've seen an ace from him already this game, but it can't be the double up. Hasib keep themselves alive, they're firing up. They found another round, one more to get to match point.
Oh, I hate to do this, but I gotta be a little bit critical here of Harambe. He had the most crucial position with the strongest operator for that spot in that round. He's playing smoke by that big pillar, and he's just tossing out toxic babes, which is great to stop a rush. That's not the issue. The issue is you're tossing out toxic babes, which is the only plant denial that they had while the Goyo fire was already there. You're basically throwing gas into the fire. It denies the exact same area of the map. You're wasting that crucial gadget. Had he, held on to those, Blitz goes for a plant, you toss out the smoke, you stall for 15 seconds. Blitz goes for a plant again, you do the exact same thing. You do that 2 or 3 times. But he chalked them out. One by window, one by breach, one by hatch in quick succession, and they lost all that time they had gained by stalling out the Castle Barricade and Goyo Fire. So, small misstep there from Harambe on an individual level in the strategy, but also Hasib Warriors, all the players are actually stepping up in their gunfights right now. Sure, Bass, he's still the one to really initiate those opening engagements, but we saw every single player being so willing and so ready to take on the gunfights. And you gotta respect that. When you're down facing match point and one mistake can lead to the loss of a game, we sometimes see players kind of chicken out, play it super safe. It comes down to risk assessment. And it's very important that you look at these gunfights as, a 50-50 if that's what they are. Because some players will say, well, it's a 50-50, but if we lose, it's over, so you don't feel super confident taking it, but you have to stay confident, especially on the attacking side.
Hasib are genuinely looking great right now. It's funny, we were talking during the breaks, like we have these break content where players from different teams are creating tier lists of all the teams in the league. People actually rated Hasib, like a lot of them put them in like C or even B tier, which, considering this team has struggled to ever get out of the bottom 2, that's pretty high praise. Even teams like Bleed were rating Hasib over some of the other teams in this league. And if they can push Direwolves to overtime here, what a statement that would be, especially from 6-3 down. Here comes the Bandit juggle. Souffle, he misses it. He needs to get out quickly, or he will fall. He saves his life, but he hadn't got that exothermic charge, and so it does enable a big entry here for Hasib.
So we've seen this play out a couple of times now. Hasib get the breach successfully, usually with the ace, this time with Thermite, this case scenario, and it falls apart in the mid-round when they walk into Baz gets a kill, same exact story again and again. They can't shut this man down when it comes to those opening engagements. Then your mind goes off with the nearsightedness. They need to lash out here at some point for Direwolves. If you sit in these corners, you will slowly get choked out rather by the utility, the flashbangs, the smoke grenades, and the blitz more notably. Try and email back to a 4v4. Fight on Aqua side. Fight on meeting if they go for that spot. You cannot just pick 4 separate corners and expect to win. That's a good pick right there.
Yeah, a very big, aggressive off angle from Bin. Very dangerous. Souffle's also going for an aggressive off angle. It seems like this is the read from Direwolves. They're looking to play risky. I think it'll work against Hasib. But Baz is still alive. This guy's on 13 kills. He's almost caught up with Pika, who aced in round 1. So he's the guy we need to look at now. Hasib comes for a backstab. That's really well played. Pika is down. Now Taha gets aggressive. Sees the Azami. Harambe caught asleep at the wheel. I think overtime might well be on the cards. Souffle's off angle now exposed, but Baz, for the first time in forever, loses his fight. Makes it winnable now. Bin and Souffle just have to hold on. A flash goes out, and Souffle can't find his pick. There's Taha here on the Bliss. Knows that he's got this crossfire to deal with. He can't march on forward. And that diffuser is all the way in IT. So out goes the smoke, but Bin, he's made this a 2v2. The Blitz has to come in big here, and it does for Taha. A 1v1 for Souffle up against the Blitz. And Taha's got his shield fully charged now. He doesn't have that diffuser as of yet. All he has to do is run! But Taha clutches it on the Blitz! Hasib have points on the board!
How? How did it happen? It was such a well-played round from Direwolves since it came down to the 2 versus 2 where they used to sacrifice each other, right? The Blitz, Taha played it so well. The smoke in between the crossfires enables himself, gets in, get the first pick, but it's a trade back and forth. And it's so easy to say, just run away, just hide, because you're worried. What if Blitz has diffuser? What if they have enough side control? I don't think anybody had any idea that the case was down outside the breach the entire time. That was never a plant attempt from SC Warriors. That was a kill strat where they had one choice. Because they did not have case control. You die midair, you lose the round, it's 6-6 overtime. Dire will stay on defense, which I honestly think is bad for them. Because they cannot deal with tower splits whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, what a flip of the switch, right? I mean, Direwolves were insane on attack. 4-2 split. They won their first 2 defenses, and that's match point. Since then, 4 rounds in a row, Hasib have made this comeback a reality. Direwolves have already used their tactical timeout. That ship has sailed. Yeah. Hasib are now in the advantage. Believe it or not, Hasib are in the advantage.
I mean, my prediction, a lot of people's predictions are looking pretty good right now with this comeback kind of manifesting itself into existence. But for Direwolves, I worry about their mental state and the tilt factor because the way they're losing some of these rounds, I would be tilted. I would be like, guys, what are we doing? This should have been over like 4 rounds ago. Come on. So I really hope they can reel that in mentally at least and just kind of reset for overtime, play a best of 3 in round count, give it their all, and not just kind of fall flat now with this snowball very quickly becoming very, very large in size.
And to think the last time these teams met in Blastar 6, Direwolves won convincingly 7-3, and that was the last time these teams played each other. Hasib himself finds the opening pick. Souffle, who had a phenomenal start to the game, has since been a little bit asleep since overtaken now by Baz in terms of frags. It's on the IQ, by the way, a really nice idea to counter a lot of this util brought to the table. The Capcan, the Valkyrie, the Mute. Hasib look in control.
And I like this. They get the pick and they go slow. They realize, guys, we got the opening pick. We've bought ourselves a good 20 seconds or so of advantage. And that, of course, the man count is an advantage. Slow it down. Hold on to it. Don't throw it by being overly aggressive. Don't let the blitz go alone. For example, they learned their lesson. Taha walks in with intel. You have a soft destroyer behind him. Binbin swings out, loses the engagement. Bass is too good in the 1v1s.
Yeah. He's going to have to win another one here. Harambe around the corner with the shotgun. Pika's found his. Oh, timing's a bit off. Lot of damage done. Very risky. Surely a refrag here. No! Harambe with his trusty shotgun gets it done. It's up to Din now to pick up the pieces of what should have been a winnable round for Hasib, but his foe has far vacated the premises. Harambe's gone back downstairs. Din has 1 flashbang, 1 Ram Boogie drone, his R4C and the shotgun to work with, but he's walked into a Capcan trap too.
Oh man, that's a tilter. He's looking so good. I think Bas missed every single bullet on towards Harambe there because I thought he was as good as dead. Dropping from the high ground, shotgun in hand, IQ being pretty far away. Then if he can clutch this, I mean, that would be a massive round for him individually. But Direwolves are just playing keep away. They're playing far deep into the bomb side, and we don't know if there's any Captain traps left. I mean, every doorway could be dangerous.
Lucy does take down one of the mirror windows and finds the pick onto Harambe. 1v1 now. Din is checking for Capcan traps. He won't be fooled again. No, he will! There was another one on the door! Now he has to plant. There's no time. 5 HP. Pika must come around and deny this. A C4 still in pocket. This is the winning ingredient. No! It was already pre-placed. Only 1 bullet from the Vector is what he needs, and he gets it. A valiant effort from Din, but Pika has finally got Direwolves another match point, and Hasib not too happy about it.
The big thing about the Captain trap isn't even the fact that it put Din down rather on 5 HP. It's the fact that it puts him down on 5 HP and he loses all game sound. That super frustrating, feature where when you're low on health, you can't hear a damn thing. You're planting with like, 9 seconds left. You could have gone for a fake, you could have pushed for a kill, but Din had nothing to do but just hold F and hope for the best because he can't have any game sound right now. The C4 gets popped. He's pre-firing the door to his left because he doesn't hear what's happening around him. Super, super frustrating. But this is a bit of a mental warfare right now because I think the tilt for both teams right now, like you're losing rounds you should absolutely be winning, and vice versa. It's a back and forth. Attacks looks really good, but then defenders win. Now we side swap. Direwolves, they haven't attacked in a long while. Now they gotta adjust on the fly to get this final round victory. If not, then it's gonna be a 7-7. You swap again. It's a bit of a mess here for both teams.
Yeah, but Direwolves were really, really good on attack. They won 4 out of their 6, and one of the ones that they lost was the Hasib 1 versus 2 that very much Direwolves could have won. So I don't think Direwolves should be sweating right now. We got a technical pause while we get some of these players back into the game. And Harambe is looking calm. I saw him type in the chat, what's going on? I think he's very eager to just get this over and done with, but some of the Hasib players have to restart their match. Or restart the game, rather. Match not getting restarted, thank God.
Let's just restart the match.
I'm sure they would like to at this point. But Direwolves, I mean, they have been pushed really hard today, and we certainly hadn't expected that out of them. Like, just to put this into perspective, the last time these guys met, it was a 7-3 in favor of Direwolves. And Direwolves have a very strong track record against teams like Hasib and teams like Knock Knock as well. The only team in Asia League that actually was beaten by Hasib in Stage 1 was Daystar, who failed to qualify for Stage 2. And that really does go to show how much of a big deal this would be for Hasib Warriors in order to win this match.
Just like how dominant Direwolves were in the first like 3 or 4 rounds. They looked like they were in absolutely full control. And it's been these very small moments like this 1v1 right here, I guess at demos, while you're getting tracked. It's like, okay, Hasib wins that for his team, and then they just build up this round after round. They go on the attack, they pick up the blitz. It looks terrible in their first attempt. Like, the blitz was like, that's not the solution that they needed. But then they try it again and again and again, and every single time they do it, they do a little bit better, to the point where Direwolves are picking operators solely for the purpose of countering the blitz. They're playing Lesion, Smoke, C4s, Goyo, they're playing Fenrir now all of a sudden. They realized that that blitz could not really be stopped. And the only worry that I had, like I mentioned earlier, when you side swap in overtime, it's gonna be a long while since you've played the opposite side, and it kind of shifts the entire pacing that you had figured out, right? You're defending against Hasib Warriors, you're expecting a certain thing to happen. 6 rounds later, now you gotta, or actually 7 rounds later, you gotta flip it, and now you gotta start controlling the pace on your attack inside instead, and you're in overtime, where it's a bit more risky, and you don't want to lose, you don't want to throw. It's, again, as I said, a big testament to the mental aspect of Siege right now in this match.
Yeah. And like we can see in the player reactions, Hasib are so fired up. These guys were down 6-3. They should have lost this a long time ago, and yet they have been looking fire. I love their reactions. I actually thought originally when we went to their tactical timeout, wait, for a second, just look at that. That's the Direwolves win reaction to getting a match point there. And it was almost nothing. Compare that to Hasib.
No.
I thought Hasib himself actually went to the toilet during their tactical timeout because I couldn't see him on camera. I think he was just leaning backwards. I thought they weren't taking their tactical timeout very seriously. I think quite the opposite. I think Hasib are taking this match as seriously as they've ever taken a match in Rainbow Six before. And it's paying off. They pushed overtime. They could push it to a 15th.
I mean, if you Direwolves and you believe in your mind that you should have won and closed up this round a while ago, I understand why there is frustration and, you know, you clutch around, you should be celebrating more, but it's something that happens to a lot of teams. Like you spiral negatively very easily, and it's very difficult to get hyped up when it's going well. Some players, you know, they're your classical hype man or Mr. Positive, and they're so annoying sometimes when you're losing because, like, come on guys, we got the next round, don't worry about it. But they're so necessary to having a team when things are not going according to plan. Direwolves, we saw them do the shenanigans on attack. They had a Ying round, they had a Glass round, and they were hovering Glass for a short while there. But they're not gonna risk it. They're going for a really stable, consistent, dynamic setup. They can roam clear, they can hit the side, they can pretty much do it all at like an okay level, but they don't excel in one particular area. And I think that's best case scenario here, because you don't really know fully what you're up against. You have all your drones alive, so what that means is that you don't have a ton of input to work off of when the round begins. You're gonna figure that out throughout the entirety of this round, and now you're prepared for pretty much everything.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised that we don't see the Jackal, though.
Yeah.
We saw it have a lot of impact in the first time. At least we have Pika back on the IQ. Not only is he an insane fragger on this, but when you got Valkyrie on the board, you want that IQ in play. Hasib,
Oh, no.
Taha rather, is cornered and put down. Good opening kill there for Direwolves. Things are looking grim for Hasib Warriors. This bomb site is very solid on the attack for Direwolves. They know what they're doing. They got the ram above. They're looking to clear out the rest of these roamers in the middle floor.
Yeah, if they had a Jagger now, that would really make life easier for them. I think the only attacker you could really change out here would be the Grim of all things. But the Grim is so good per side. The red pings, the drones are so good right now for Direwolves. They have so much intel. We see Mama Roman on the bottom aqua. I don't know if they know smoke is there, or mute rather, from Fatah. But if you don't know and he strikes out, he could get a kill.
Pika's found his, but here comes the backstab from Fatah and Baz as well. This guy is having a life game. 15 kills now for the Legion. As Direwolves look to try and reply, they do. Hasib an overpeak. He didn't know about that long angle. And now Fatah is so far from home. Baz is the only player anywhere near the bomb site. These roam hunters can continue their job and try and find Fatah, or they could focus up on site. It looks like they're going to do the first one. But Fatah finds another kill. There's no information ahead of these players, but a trade is a trade. And that will favor the attacking side. 2v1 now for Direwolves.
Baz is the perfect player to put if you're Hasib Warriors in this 1 versus 2, however. He's been so sharp, so quick, so excellent throughout the entirety of this match, especially on the attack. Now he can also do that on defense. 35 seconds left in Direwolves. They gotta respect the fact that he might be roaming still. He is Legion, 2 commands in pocket, almost 3. Has some castle barricades, but I can also see this mirror window. If he gives up cargo control, he might lose a lot of map presence.
Ooh. They know where he is, but he's got information as well on the back of that bulletproof camera they're all watching. Can he swing this? He knows the angle! He finds the first one, but Pika clutches it in the 1v1! Direwolves were pushed to their limit today. They got the better of Hasib, and they're very happy about it. Seal with a celebratory moment there as well. A beautiful game, a beautiful way to end it for Direwolves. At no moment could they sit back and relax. They were pushed to their limits today, Pengu. And a win is a win.
A win is a win, but I mean, I think I know why they're not celebrating too hard there. You know, I like Seal, you know, bringing the vibes, smiling, etc. But that was a frustrating victory, and I think they're gonna feel a little bit disappointed that they didn't close that out a little bit cleaner.
Yeah. We'll break it all down for you guys on the desk.
That was a quick throw, James. That was a very quick throw. I barely heard the words finish before I realised what was going on. But I think that game might sum up where Hasib Warriors are at this stage, guys. I don't want to go too deep on Direwolves just to begin with, because I think, look, obviously they win. They could have done so for 3 or 4 rounds there. But Hasib Warriors have shown a lot of grit last week and now backing it up again tonight.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I think it is pretty reflective of both teams, but honing in on Hasib specifically, their fight in the second half to win 4 rounds in a row on attack, on labs with some very close calls, I think was a really good reflection of their grit and determination and how far they've come as a team. And as Dev sort of mentioned over the course of the cast, the teams, you know, in the content break that we have, ranking them as, you know, in the B or the C tier, I wouldn't have rated them that highly, but I think a performance like they've shown tonight, if that can be consistently replicated and they're able to sneak into the top 6, I think they are very much worthy of that spot. Unfortunately for them, though, it is just the 1 point this evening, so they don't really get a whole lot of value. But off the back of what they showed against Bleed, what they've been able to show here tonight, I think they have a strong foundation. And if they're able to tidy things up and look a bit more sound defensively so that there's not as much pressure on attack to push OT in future games, I think they can continue to be a threat. Baz as well, obviously standout player +6 this evening. So good performance from him. And if they have a sort of star player that they can build around, who knows what the future has in store.
It's pretty exciting, honestly. I think Hasib have shown that they deserve to be here in the league, and as you said, they're really showing their pick. Guys, I want to ask you real quick, who am I?
He's trying to hide. He's like the kid in the back of the class that doesn't want the teacher to pick him for a question.
You know what? You know what? Jake's worked so hard. We're going to give him a break. We'll be back after this.
Okay, so for the primary entry and IGL, I'd probably pick myself. Very good IGL, decent entry, probably the best player in this region. So not from my team, I'd pick BG Man from Fury. Obvious second option. Very flexible, he can play a lot of different operators. Yeah, just the GOAT really. From Elevate, I would probably take Speakeasy. I think Speakeasy is still very sharp and he can play a lot of different roles as well. It's obviously a veteran, so I'd probably take someone from No Cap. I'd probably take Sapper from No Cap. You need someone who's like down to do some stupid stuff. I see him on the Vigil Boss G, bit of Kali action. You need like someone annoying like that to play against. That's really good. From Rival, I will take Scarlet. Yeah, freshly into the league, plays hard breach, a lot of potential there. So, my coach Julio from Bleed, by far the best coach in Southeast Asia, maybe even the world. Yeah, that's my 5.
For Fury, I wanna take J to my roster because he had so much firepower, and also for Bleed, I'll like Reaps on my team because I worked with him before and I know what he's capable of. Elevate is kind of tricky though. I'm thinking about Ape or Speakeasy, but I think I'll go with Speakeasy because he has more versatile on operators. Also from my team, I'll probably pick Souffle because he got like really in-depth of operator pool and he knows the game a lot. And for the last, I'll probably put in Azuki from Rival. He's got potential. He's good. And last for coach, I'm gonna take Julio because he won SI.
I will pick. Wait, I don't know if he's playing or not anymore. I9 from Fury, yes, because that guy has the biggest, can I say, balls? Like he's not scared of anyone. I love that guy. Give me Mentalist because I need someone to hold cams and drones. I'll pick Heikel for just to troll him. I'll put him in the flank watch role and play Nomad and just watch tests and flanks. For Direwolf, I'll pick Seal. I think he will be our entry figure with his pure raw power. No cap. I'll pick Sapper. Sapper, yeah. He's just a wonderful Kali main. Yes, I love this. Coach will be Rando Sando from our team. He is the best coach I've ever get coached on before. They are gonna win the next CWC and all the majors.
I don't want to think too much, so from Bleed, let's bring Reeves in. Okay. Elevate, let's bring F in for the lurk. I like let's bring Souffle in. I think I like him the most. No cap. Okay, let's bring the duo. And then the last two will be no cap from no cap. Let's bring Sapper. And then we will bring his duo from Fury I9. And the coach, oh, you can just bring in Julio. Why not?
So my first player from the support will be me from my team. I'll be the support. And from Bleed for the second support and flex, I will take Rips. You know, he's preferring the various. And from Fury, we'll take BG Man. This is the experienced one from Fury. That's a very good team we can make. For Fragor, we'll take Onigiri. It's a very well-known player in the whole international region. Then for the other Fragor, will take Ape from Elevate, and coach will be obviously from my team Arshred.
Can I see the options as well? Hang on, I don't really know all the players by heart. Let me open up Wikipedia. Fury, I think like Hollis. I don't really know all the players in Fury, but I think he'd make a good fragger. Bleed, definitely I want Reeps, one of the most talented players. He's just gonna win all the gunfights. Elevate, Speakeasy. I think he's a really good addition to the team. Helps you get everything done. Direwolves, I don't really know the players, but let's go with Seal. Last player from No Cap, I guess let's go with Nano. For coach, I want Unique. He's a good coach.
Fury, I'm gonna put J. Yeah, he's the top 1 fragger in my opinion. He's like win every single gunfight. Bleed, I'm gonna pick Terd. He can play every single characters. I don't know why Bleed benched him before, because in my opinion, he's probably the best player of the team. Elevate, I'm gonna pick MC. He's doing pretty good and he always get top frag in the thing. Like when Chris and Adrian, they're not getting top frag, he's getting the top frag, bro. Do I have to pick player from Dials? No? No. Okay, I'm gonna put myself as a hub breacher because honestly I think I am the top 3 hub breacher in our region, like the Seas region, yep. Last player from here. I'm gonna pick Scatman from No Cap. When you give this guy a boss G, he can make like 20 kills. I'm gonna pick Coach from Bleed, Julio. He's the smartest of the region, like apparently. I think that's it.
On Fury, I probably pick Grid J. Bleed, I'd probably say Mentalist. So, like I think it's one of the best support player in the league right now. Elevate, I would pick Speak Easy as a fracker again. Direwolf, can I skip that Direwolf? Okay, No Cap, I probably pick Scatman. He's a pretty good flex player and he's reliable on clutching. Probably Asuki as a fracker again. He's a top ranked star and coach I would pick, what's his name again? Yeah, Julio, yeah. Yeah, it's a pretty good team. Solid team, I guess.
Oh, oh no, no, the team tier list. Oh my god, bro, no.
First is Split. You know where that's going. It's in A, S tier.
It's obviously S, the best team in Southeast Asia for the last 2 years in a row.
I'll put them in S because they made like a lot international events.
S, you know. If I put anything below S, I think it's quite bad juju for me.
You know, giving some respect, so put Bleed on the S right now.
Bleed is S tier. I think it has definitely gonna be a really big challenge for us in the Asia League.
Bleed probably S tier and for sure.
Alright, I'm gonna put Bleed on S tier. They're just the top 1 team in Asia, like not gonna lie.
Direwolf. Ooh.
I have to put Direwolves in B. They did lose Jogor. I don't think anyone can replace what Jogor was doing for that team last stage.
Direwolves has, I think, had a roster change recently, so I'll put it in A.
And Direwolves, I'll put us at D, which stands for Direwolves.
They do give all the teams a good fight.
Right now, B.
They've had a good run and I think they're in A tier definitely.
C. I don't feel like they're a big threat when you're fighting against them. They're pretty like predictable for me.
I'm gonna play on D tier. I'm just gonna play on D tier, bro.
Elevate. That is almost as close as Bleed and they're showing it in games as well. I'll put it in A as well.
Probably top of A. They're a solid 3rd place team and probably contending for like 2nd with Fury.
Elevate is A. I think I'll put them just below Bleed.
So Elevate, I'll give us a D for not qualifying for anything within these 6 months and whatever event.
We have to see like they are around like A to S right now.
Really talented roster and amazing players, expecting a good challenge. So definitely A tier.
Elevate, I put them on A. They have a good player like Speak Easy, Ape.
I'm gonna put Elevate on A tier. I think they won the A tier tournament before I made the invitational major. I forgot, but
Fury, as good as Bleed. I'll put it as S. They played international, they have international experience.
So yeah, Fury obviously under Elevate in A as well, but very close. Actually, Fury over Elevate, sorry. Fury over Elevate for now.
Fury is just right beside Bleed. They're as good as them, I think.
I think for Fury, it'll be same tier as Bleak. Yeah, I would say maybe even one higher.
Fury S, let's go. No, Fury D tier. I'm kidding, just put them back to S, sorry.
Again, one of the better teams in this league. Super talented players. Expecting to just have a really tough time in the play day. So A tier for them.
Fury, I would put them on B. That's my opinion. Please don't clip this and put this on Twitter, Fury. But I think they rely on Grid J too much.
Fury, I'm gonna put Fury on S tier. I think they're like top 2 team in Asia. The reason why is because their playstyle is pretty unique and they got a star player, Grid J. He's probably a top 1 fragger, honestly.
Oh baby, it's RC Warriors. Oh goodness, we know we are the best.
Well, has he been C for now? don't really have the gunpowder to contest with a lot of the other Southeast Asian teams.
I think if they feeling good today, they can beat like every team in this tier list. So, but I'll put them in C.
Hasib Warriors, I would rank them in B.
I think Direwolf still was a better team, so let's put them on to C first.
We have a long history with them. Just been playing them for years. They have a really promising roster now, and I think they are up in there in B tier.
And I would put them on C.
I see Warrior. I'm gonna play on C tier. I don't think they scrim a lot, and even if they scrim a lot, they don't really scrim good things. And I think the reason why they don't scrim good things is because the ping issue.
Knock. Some old friends, I guess. I'll put them in B. Maybe C. I'll put them in C.
Knock, like I just said, probably in the D tier. They didn't look too hot last stage. The only team they beat was actually Hasib Warriors, but I think that was a one-off. I think they do get farmed by Hasib Warriors quite often.
They had the same situation with Hasib, so I'll put them in C.
I'll categorize them as B as well. I would say they play a different style as well, so I think B would be a fair judgment, I guess.
Knock. I really can't judge it. Let's put him on C. I don't know. I didn't watch. Yeah, sorry.
Our roster is pretty strong right now, and we've had a lot of practice as well. I think I'm gonna put us in A tier.
I have to say that like their gun skill is not like the same level as Bleed or Elevate or Fury. I would put Knock on B tier.
I watched they against Lumina in qualifier before. They actually did pretty good, honestly. I'm gonna play on C tier as well.
No cap, probably B above Direwolves. Especially they look quite good in the qualifiers.
No cap, B tier.
I think they're like Elevate. Should be in A tier because they're also like good contenders.
I think with the players they have, would be A. I do enjoy watching them play because it's like quite unorthodox as well.
I think No Cap was still like kind of better than Direwolf, but I don't know. Maybe just put him into B. I think.
Be sure they have a lot of good players. B tier.
I would probably put my team on A, I guess. I think we have a slim chance of winning Bleed.
The reason why I think they're B tier is because they're too unstable as a team.
What's the last team? What's that?
A new team, still a gray area for them. I'll put them in B.
We haven't seen much of Rival in Pro League. Probably sitting somewhere around C.
My buddies. I'll put them in B. B stands for buddies.
So I will just give them a B for now because I've not got any info on them, you know.
To be frank, I didn't watch them at all. Let's put him on C.
They don't have a lot of experience, but the players, they're damn good. I think they're gonna give us a run for their money, but I'm gonna put them in B tier.
I'm sorry, Jane. I would on C.
I'm gonna put Rival Esports on B tier. The reason why we lose sometimes.
Hello everybody and welcome back to the game. We're here for Elevate versus No Cap. It's our final match of the night, and this is a grudge match if I have ever seen one before. It is Dev here and Pengu. Do you read me?
I read you loud and clear, good sir. How are you doing? You feeling good about this? Yeah,
I'm
excited?
actually really excited because I am, as most people who watch Asia may know, I'm the biggest No Cap shill because I love the No Cap roster. Back when they were Elevate, they achieved so much. They went to the Berlin Mage, they went to Six Invitational 2022. They did a lot of cool stuff. And since then, it's been quite a crazy time. At the start of last year, Elevate and the roster parted ways. Elevate put together what they were calling a super team with Ape, Speakeasy, and since then we've had some EU imports like Shed joining the roster and a young up-and-coming player like Enhai Cal. But this no-cap roster is what a lot of people are hyping up at the moment because Onigiri is back, and this is the same OG roster. And so, yeah, this is just an exciting grudge match. I'm really keen to see what happens because historically Elevate have looked like the better team in the last year or so since these guys have met in the server, and I think that there's a chance that No Cap might be able to change it.
Do you feel like there's any sort of like bad blood between No Cap, the players, and Elevate being like, you know what, we're gonna take them down because that's our old place, like that's our old home, or do you not think that matters for this one?
Yeah, look, personally, I don't think, maybe once upon a time that would have been the case, but from speaking on Onigiri recently, I don't think there's actually that much bad blood between the team and the organization. And obviously these players all know each other, especially players like Speakeasy and Ape who've been in the scene for a very long time. Like Speakeasy's a real OG now. So much respect between these players. And really, I just think NoCap just wants to get themselves back to being a serious contender because they've been mid-pack for quite some time. And in the Direwolves game, we talked about how Direwolves actually beat NoCap in the quarterfinals of Stage 1. NoCap really want to be in that conversation for top 2. And Elevate, to be fair, are kind of thinking the same thing because they've kind of been shuffled out by Fury and Bleed.
So the top 4 right now can definitely be a bit of a shake-up and go in different ways. And this is one of those games that can help define the outcome of the end of this stage, at least for the groups portion. Of course, in playoffs, you got best of 3, so landscape's going to change a little bit there, but curious to see if we can see, like, NoCap kind of experience shining through here. Oh, they're opening Picos to Elevate, actually. That's Ash going to find the opening onto Scatman. He's going to be in the grave very early on, and this is classic Chalet. Early action, cut off rotation, get on those window repels, and just kind of cut the map in half, basically.
Damn, that is the biggest champion chum I've ever seen. The way it hangs upside down. Bro, no thank you. And Highcow's just got to prove to everyone how much of a ranked demon he is.
Is that his origin story? He's like a typical ranked player, up and coming, crazy demon, swings everything. Yeah?
Oh yeah, that's it. And he's been insane as well. He's been so good since joining the team. He has his moments. He's one of the star players on Elevate for sure. And man, I feel like we haven't casted Chalet in a hot minute. This is a good old master take.
It very much is. Starting Master Bedroom is not that common these days, but it's certainly a playable bomb site. I think all 4 sites are currently. It depends on like execution, how you go about it. Elevate, they do a pretty standard take. Library, into Mezzanine, into Piano Hallway here. Ivy, some people call it. Breach open the wall, apply pressure towards the bomb site. And if you look at NoCap, they don't really have a lot of plant deny here. So they really have to hold on towards Piano, where Onigiri is currently playing, and maybe get a little bit aggressive here. They have a singular C4. Actually, sorry, I'm actually wrong. They have no C4. They have 3 bulletproof cameras, so they have no plant deny whatsoever. If Elevate walking through Breach, they can start planting, and that should be the end of it.
Well, here comes the Candelas, here come the flashes, but the entry is somewhat slowed down by a goo mine. Oh, nice shot from Mark from close on the half wall. He's now got to worry about this player on the balcony, but it seems like Elevate is slowing down, bringing out the shotgun. That's a good move, but Cal living up to his reputation. Ape finds one as well. Onigiri's gone down. Good flank watch, but DCH somehow finds his kill, and Mark has regressed as well to retake this half wall position. Awkward positioning now, but DCH has found one. All up to MC now. I think his position has been revealed. They know exactly where he is. They need to not overpeak him. DCH, that's dangerous! But Mark wins it. Elevate got close, but funnily enough, it was actually NoCap that won the round.
I don't even understand it. Both teams played so well off of each other. The constant trading back and forth, not making sure that one team gets away with the round with, a significant advantage. And DCH, I think, the big story there, he finds kills out of nowhere, shutting down the big entry players, and just kind of resetting the round, if you will. And in the 2v2, they were swinging back and forth, they're constantly applying pressure, and they did the exact thing they had to do. NoCap, the former Elevate, they had to aggress because they didn't have any plant deny. They understood the win condition. They understood what they had to do, and they did just that. I love when teams, they read into, okay guys, we're kind of screwed here. Let's not just start doing our own thing. Let's do a 3-2-1 countdown and aggress as a team on the same mission and actually come out victorious.
Yeah, I don't know, just a real brawl, like back and forth. Even little things in that round were kind of crazy. I feel like not often do you get to see a player like dancing around the half wall like Mark did just there. Really, there's just so much individual talent on both these teams, so even when rounds get dicey, I expect we'll see a lot of exciting hero plays.
Big question, of course, in Shadow Defense is the early stage of the game. Dev, you and I know from casual, from ranked, it's like, you can get stuck very quickly in a bad position, right? You go deep into library, window gets opened up, okay, I'm stuck now. You play in Solarium, window gets opened up, go to the staircase, okay, now you're kind of stuck there as well. It's a lot about choosing the right place at the right time, otherwise you need help to get out of that position, or you gotta fight your way out of it against better guns with better scopes usually.
Nice catch there with the Twitch, taking down the mute jam on the main wall. There is still Onigiri with the electricals for plant denial, or for wall denial rather. And he does still have one. What are you doing, DCH, man? Where are your headphones? Even I could hear that. There's a player on the window rappel. Potentially a C4 from below could kill him. Nicely placed. However, well dodged as well by Enhai Cow.
Oh! So sharp right now. Upside down rappel? Yes, sir. Finds another. Onigiri on half HP from that earlier confrontation as well. So no cap. That early stage of the round that we spoke about, it's falling apart. They're in the wrong positions at the wrong time, getting picked off from people outside the building. Elevate, they're not really working on that heartbeat skills, but the second C4 takes him down. But it took all that manpower, all that utility for a singular kill.
Yeah. If at first you don't succeed, throw another C4 onto the player on the double window, I guess. So a 3v3, or 3v4 rather, is a decent look position for NoCap. And this top floor control still hasn't been taken. As I say that, Speakeasy wants to make his move on through. Onigiri's found one. He's holding on to half wall, traded back. There's still one more player in this top floor. Mr. Punch is trying his best.
Oh my god.
He's taken one before he falls. It's up to Mark now in a 1v2. As he gets aggressive here up the solar stairs.
Attackers recovered the bomb diffuser.
It's messy. I mean, almost at his kitchen, by the way, guys. This is not another master bedroom defense. Mark, no C4, walks back down, elevate. They're just playing it patiently. They're droning, they're holding angles. They're not going to risk anything right now because they don't know exactly where Mark is playing from. The cam there, or the drone rather, getting shut down from being yellow pinged out. They're going to do vert damage. They're going to open up the hatch with hard destruction as well. Elevator's trying to lock out this round as safely as possible. Now they're droning again. They're bleeding out Mark's adrenaline, right? You're in the 1v2, it's clutch time, you're fired up. But now time is taken away. Mark, that adrenaline's going to leave his body. He's going to start shaking a bit, getting a little bit more nervous. Jones going to spot him to his right, know exactly where he is, or at least roughly where he is, and there it is. Jones gets shot, 20 seconds left.
They do have to file in through the doorways or the hatch, and it looks like they're going to double refract this position. I don't believe there is a breach on the main wall. Very late breach coming through. They should know he's on this 9-degree angle. He should win this. They try and bait out the shots with some shoulder peeks. He finds nothing! I thought he would at least find one, but no, Speakeasy locks him down. A good round from Elevate, so collected in that 2v1.
I really respect the train of thought there from Elevate. It's so risky to drop down a hatch because like you're mid-air, you can't move and get very dicey very quickly. So doubling up fireplace might seem like a what kind of place that's really risky, but no, I think it's actually the safest choice there. They just stack up and they swing the door at the exact perfect angle. You see it right here. They're tacked up shoulder to shoulder. Yeah, sure, they might both die to like a really fast fire weapon like the SMG-11, but they're not stacking in a straight line for like a collateral. You still have to make a micro flick if you're Mark. So they get a 2v1 effectively in the gunfight. They secure the round. Elevate, they're very smart about this. They can play the early aggression, sure, but when they have to slow things down and respect their opponent a bit more because it gets too risky in the round, they can do that too.
I have a feeling this game is going to be pretty back and forth. I mean, these teams are actually really tight-knit. I think this is a very close one. And Elevate historically do love this map. They actually played it 3 times in Stage 1, won it every single time. And that was just in the regular season. They then won it another 2 times in playoffs. One of those wins was actually against Bleed. So, if anything, Elevate should have a huge amount of confidence going to Chalet, even though we haven't seen these teams meet on this map for quite some time.
So far, we've seen both teams also respect the operator game right now. No one's going with the crazy, funky stuff as of yet, but we did see the operator ban phase kind of being target banned from Elevate to NoCap. The Melusi and Nurk, not all that common on Chalet. I know Onigiri back in the day at international tournaments could be a bit of a Nurk demon at times, especially. Also known for his DMR Dokkaebi, of course.
Yeah.
So Elevate's saying, you know what, we don't want to be denied on our entries with Melusi, but we don't want you creeping out either with Nurk on the side swap. So I like that prep game here from Elevate.
Yeah, and the Nook actually just received a buff, literally last night.
True.
With the patch that came out yesterday.
Yeah. Gadget doesn't drain unless you're being spotted by a camera now, so you can basically have it on almost forever.
Yeah, exactly. And also, the FMG actually got a buff as well. And after it was nerfed a little while ago, definitely lost a lot of firepower. So I think that buff will definitely help. Holding onto the position now is DCH is the perfect operator for it, being the Fenrir. He can protect himself from several other places with his Dread Mines as he reactivates them. But he's not sure exactly where that drone went. To be fair, I'm not either. I think Onigiri has been spotted too, as the Wamai seems to get flushed out of position. The Candelas come, and meanwhile the Deimos is down below. He's likely to be spotted here though, and I think he'll lose his fight. Ape upstairs does fall eventually. Onigiri holding onto that library stairs position before being traded back by the Ying. DCH, he was the Fenrir upstairs. He's finally taken down, but he's dealt damage. A minute left to play. Elevate have cleared the top floor, but it cost them 2 bodies.
Very clean take there, pushing basement, pushing upstairs, applying so much pressure, but NoCap seemingly knew exactly what was going on, despite Valkyrie being banned, despite not having Echo Maestro. So they don't have any intel, but their knowledge in the server, their feel for the game at hand right now, and what the take might be from Elevate, excellent read. 3-3 in power heavily favors defense, but Mr. Punch, you gotta run. 8 HP, getting shot very much down from that DMR of Speakeasy. Elevate, gonna push that side door, 3v3.
Here's the big flank potential from Scatman. Mr. Punch is low and they know where he is. And now he's taken out. The clutch potential is there. But can Scatman win it? First pick, second pick. It's a 1v1. He knows the diffuser's dropped. Doesn't have impacts to work with. Speakeasy walks into that tread mine. I think he's got that diffuser. He's gone back. The hatch can be opened. Speakeasy, surely he can't stick this, but Balls of Steel, he'll do it anyway. He gets off, he fakes it, walks into a goo mine. Scatman just has to hold on. There's no way this can be won by the attack. What a big 1v3 for Scatman.
The discipline, the patience, and again, the read in the server. There are some things where a coach, a support staff, watching your team play, it's so hard to figure out, guys, what's going wrong this round, because it comes down to what you're feeling when it's playing out right in front of you. Scatman right here, having the patience to say, you know what, they're probably going to go for the smart play and go for a default plan, because they don't know where I am. I'm flanking this without being detected. And I also noticed that NoCap, they had 1 camera alive in that round in the 1v3. And it was overwatching the library/blue stairs. So Scatman knew that his flank was covered, he knew fireplace was clear, he just had to look right in front of him and focus on that small, simple objective of shutting down the plant and play around the time. And he did that perfectly. Cherry on top, the corner hatch was soft and unopened, and with that being popped with a shotgun, it forces Speakeasy off that stick and just basically confirms the round for them.
And how cool is it that Scatman opens up that hatch but knows he doesn't have to peek it? Because he knows that Speakeasy can't stick it. Like, it's just impossible to stick that. If he had stuck it, that would have been such a ballsy move. But in the end, he walks into a goo mine. That means he can't plan anymore anyway. As soon as you hear that goo mine go off, like, Scatman knows the only way he loses the round is if he dies. So he just holds his position, gets out the shotgun. Man, that was a big round. Scatman used to be such a big player. Of course, if you're like, who the hell is Scatman? Never heard of him before. That's Sapper. He's changed his name back to Scatman, which was his name way back in, like, what, 2019? Before he changed it to Sapper. He told me he's just feeling like going back to his roots. He misses his OG name. And he seems to be in his OG form as well.
Love to hear that. I didn't know that was the case actually myself. Oh, Scatman was like a new person that came to the scene.
No,
I didn't know
it's
about
Sapper,
myself.
the GOAT himself.
It's Sapper. Wow, okay. I mean, he did say it was the full core, basically. I was like, well, we're missing a player, but hey, fair enough. Because like Mr. Punch, for example, that's a name that I remember from way back in the day as well.
Yeah, so...
made jokes about that, because player names are funny sometimes, Who calls himself Mr. Punch? I mean, I'm not into anime, so I'm not sure about all the One Punch Man, Mr. Punch. Yeah, exactly.
We always said that we feel like Mark and Mr. Punch, because they both joined the team at the same time. It sounds like a little, like, children's cartoons, like Mark and Mr. Punch.
Is it always Makalele, or is that a new edition?
Yeah, no, they just, I don't know, these guys like to get creative with their names. It's Makalele now, it's Mr. Punch, and it's Onigiri.
That's what I figured too. I like it though, because it's not like the NAL where they change the names to like football player names. For example, you have no idea what's happening.
I mean, that's a bit
They're
pretentious.
just adding more vowels.
yeah. Nah, these guys are just having fun with it.
The drone hole. Didn't quite see it there. Finds the other one though. Elevate called a very early tactical timeout because they need to find success here on chalet attacks. It's like one of the attacker maps at least where you should be in control, feeling very confident. Of course, as you mentioned, their track record is quite good here for Elevate, so they should get, in my mind, like a 3-3 or 4-2 half, and they're already down 1-2 going to this fourth one. So gotta start picking it up.
Well, it seems like a pretty good clear from Elevate so far. On this basement, they are taking the whole map. And I think they've actually managed to take most of it so far. I see 4 players on site. Where is that 5th player there? Oh, Mr. Punch, look at him. He's hiding like a little rat all the way in game room. He's not moving at all. Keep your eye on him in the playground.
It's the small things, right? This is basically saying, A, a little bit disrespectful, but also B, reading into your opponent's habits. Like, they've probably noticed that they don't do any deep droning far off booms or even the bomb site. Why would you drone that, default pad position is on a bar on a basement attack? Well, you wouldn't. So this late round flank from Mr. Punch, he has to find 1 kill. But the question is, when is he going to start flanking? Flank too early, and you're going to get picked off, or maybe only be with 1. If you flank at the right time, when you go for side execute, he's on the prowl, he's looking for it. But there also was a backside, actually.
Yeah, Scatman's actually gone all the way up top as well. There was information, though. Speakeasy was watching a drone. I don't know if Scatman had activated his ability or not, but he's caught out. Meanwhile, on site, it's not all sunshine and rainbows for Elevate, but they have found the advantage. They're tossing up where to play this now. There's a long angle here. This angle goes both directions. There are ACOGs on the defense. Mark with the DMR finds his. Onigiri's gone down as well. DCH in an awkward position now, low HP, and Mark here with this long angle has to make good, but he gets his head taken off. Speakeasy planting, up A to cover. Elevate firing up.
Such a good read to go for the backside execute because they were linking around, right? They could have gone for blue, could have gone fireplace, they could have gone for any kind of execute there for the side of Elevate, but they read it, they have a flank cover top 4, they have a flank cover first 4, and they say, you know what, let's just do a very simple, good old rank take. Breach open, boiler, just to the left here, breach the single wall that we just saw right there, and just walk in and plant. It's a super simple way to play Chalet, but it's so highly effective because there's so few things you have to take care of, means that there's less thing that can go wrong. The one way they lose that, if you're Elevate, is probably to get flanked. That's the one big deal, but guess what? They have that covered too, with drones and with guns. So Elevate is showing us that they can play the fast, the early aggression, the mid-round adaptation, and the late-round execute. They're pretty well-rounded. No cap, they responded correctly though, right? They had to go for a flank rather. They had 2 separate openings, top 4 and push 4. I think they made the right plays too. It just depends on the small timings, right? Elevate didn't have that drone, didn't have that player holding the angle, or didn't win the gunfights that they did. No cap would have had that round. So I agree with you. I think it's gonna be very much like a back and forth, round by round, side by sound kind of deal here.
I would have liked to see those flanks in a little bit more detail. I want to know how Speakeasy countered the Vigil, because Scatman, he was Vigil. He walked straight past the drone. I assume he would have had his ability active, so I'd like to know how Speakeasy had read that as well as he did. Perhaps he just got off the drone and just hard-watched it with his gun. Regardless, really beautiful work from Elevate, as you said. They know these win conditions down to a T. And Cal is very good on this window position as well. Now, the Terd is not opened up. He's checked that, so he knows he's not vulnerable to a C4 at the moment. And he's staying quiet at a distance to make sure that he doesn't overexpose himself.
The Blast, the Ying, the Blitz, the Lion. So, we have Glass in the office balcony, can smoke himself in and go for an injury pick, basically. He can play alone. Then you have Ying for pure distraction and plant coverage, Lion to lock down the clear position, and Blitz for that push. Gonna go for this one. Wilkes out, lies out, Vincent.
And the Blitz is already made good. Taking down 1. This is an explosive entry. It's worked so well. What a beautiful pocket strat here for Elevate. It's left DCH and Mark with more questions than answers. Mark finally does find 1. Traded back. It's all up to DCH now. I don't think they know. I don't think they expect another player to come from the same position. But Upbe's got the coverage. Very textbook from Elevate. Beautiful little execute.
It's always a big question as to what operator should you put in the office balcony, because it cuts off pretty much half the bomb side. But Glass is pretty genius actually, because you can cover yourself. It's like playing Osa or Blackbeard in some sort of ways where you're not gonna fall in a fair gunfight, because you don't take fair gunfights as those operators. But with Glass, not only is it completely unfair to your opponent, but they don't know if you're crouching, standing, or proning in that smoke. So even hitting like a nasty pre-fire becomes a bit of a guessing game against a Glass inside the smoke game. So very simple, very clean, and again from a top-down perspective, Elevate covered all their bases. They had a way in, and a bomb site cut off, and they had distraction game. That's everything that you would want in a rush. I mean, add in some confidence, some good gunners, and you got a recipe that cannot fail. No cap, finally outmatched in a round. That's the first sort of like clean cut that we've seen.
I actually don't know where the blitz came from. Was it bathroom window?
I think it was bathroom window, one piano window, Glass in office door, Lion on big window rappel, and I don't know where Ying came from actually. But yeah, those were the 4 positions.
Usually you either clear solar or you do a map clear from library, and they kind of did neither, which is, I don't think I've seen it execute exactly like that before. Very cool.
So, the big thing is, if there's no frost traps beneath those windows or no castle barricades, you can get in pretty cleanly. The second you add castle and frost into the mix, it becomes a bit of a do we dare go for this, because you have no time to waste going for that fast of a take. But Elevate now gonna change it around, right? Fast previous round, now they're playing very slow. You got a Dokkaebi, which used to be very fast, but with the nerf that happened in the patch yesterday, you had to wait 45 seconds into action phase before the first phone call becomes available. So now Dokkaebi is quote-unquote a slow operator. Twitch, same story. Sap those default cams, take map control, etc. They're changing the pace from one round to another, keeping NoCap guessing, okay, can we afford to roam far off the bomb site in case of a rush? But also, if they play close to the bomb site, they got map control by not roaming. So Elevator put themselves in a great strategical and kind of mind game position right now. You can see how much map control they got in the first 60 seconds because of that.
Yeah, in particular, NIK's position is just so nice here. He's even being really thorough checking for any util that might be waiting for him, any traps, any cameras. He's being so slow and cautious about it. This is relatively early in the round to have this much map control, as you said. And Elevate aren't focusing too much on making sure they have library control. Like, they're just slow and steady. And they've also got this little sneak up from Uppe. Doesn't matter, the Dokkaebi's been nerfed. The round is deep enough. It enables NIK to go in. How does he win that fight? Traded back again. Needing the kill here is Mr. Punch, and he does get it with the shotty. Not usually a shotgun you can trust, but the round has panned out pretty handily for NoCap. They've done a good job at holding this Elevate push at bay. 2 players still up. That user has to be recollected. The roamers are falling on back. All these players on or near the site to make sure that NoCap maximize their chance of winning this.
Love a good anchor player, Mr. Punch, just holding it down and making sure the site doesn't fall. Of course, if he's upstairs, he's definitely in the end of the world, but Elevate, they're struggling right now. They're not even gonna go for the attempt right now. They're looking for a kill. They're fishing, as I like to say, hoping that somebody overextends, aggresses, holds a big of an angle. If they don't pick up the diffuser, well, it might not matter. Scatman finds one. It's just out to Speakeasy with a DMR in hand. That's not gonna be easy.
Walking to a crossfire as well. Finally, he can go get the diffuser. But I think that this is the end of the rope for Speakeasy. 3 players to find. DMR's not terrible. Oh, there's info on him. Yeah, good luck with that one. He's teased a little bit by Scatman. He can't take the bloody camera out, and he gets swung by Onigiri. An embarrassing way to go to Speakeasy. But it looks like the NoCap guys are happy about that. Smiles on both camps, to be fair. This is quite a game. This is quite a match, but both teams are also keeping their cool, which I love to see.
As it's that experience, you know? I mean, they know what's at stake here, but also, I think they appreciate, they enjoy a high-level game of Rainbow Six Siege. And that's something that I kind of wish more players, they would have that ability to sit down in a chair when they're playing and say, you know what? I am doing my dream job. We're playing a great game of Siege for my team. My opponent is matching us and also playing a really good game. And whoever comes out the victor right now will basically be the better team and win, rightfully so. It often becomes a, they got lucky and we had a bad day or, whatever. I think there's, as you said, a lot of respect right now from both sides to each other and also appreciation for where they are in their careers right now.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused.
So how often in your EUL games did you like sit there and be like, wow, I'm so lucky to just be playing Siege and just chill out? Because I always felt like it was a pretty intense environment.
I sadly didn't have that experience almost ever in my career, and it's why I kind of envy people that are able to reflect internally like that, or I guess externally like that. I had 2018 SI when we were down 0-2. It's like that classic story, right? I was going from the bathroom break, because you always have a bathroom break after the second map, because it's like match point. And I remember I walked into stage, and we had like two, 3 guys in the crowd, and like a red team on the right-hand side as I came into the arena. And they're like, let's go, Pingu, let's go, Penta, you got this. And I sat down my chair, and I just took it all in. I looked like 360 the arena, the stage, the lights, the camera, the crowd, the big screens. And I was like, I am so thankful to be here. Even if we go down 0-3 and this will be the end of the final and like we played terribly. That was one of the few times where I like really appreciated where I was in my life. And that's so rare. That's too rare. There's been too many good moments, too many good games, too many times we have that opportunity to appreciate where you are, and it only happens after a couple of years. So I sadly didn't get that very often.
Oh wow. Oh, well. Very good wisdom to impart onto players like these. I mean, some of these players have played on stage before. Most of the no-cap players have. I know that Speakeasy definitely has before. Ape's played in group stages before at majors. And yeah, absolutely wise to take away from that you just got to take everything and enjoy it while you're at it. And it's nice to see all these players are taking this game not unseriously, but they're relaxed, and it's important to maintain your composure, as these roamers have not really been forced out as of yet. Ape's still on the solo stairs. No-cap have been very slow here, but I feel like they are making progress.
I think it's a classic first attacking round. You gotta feel out your opponent. How aggressive are they going to be? Are they doing a deep roam or a soft roam? What's the kind of vibe that we're feeling right now? And just play it out safe. If you're no-cap, if you're any attacking team on Chile, really, if you get to the bomb site in a 5v5, you're pretty damn happy. But when you're playing the jungle, I do expect a bit more comfortability, a bit more aggression, perhaps. We're almost seeing Elevate aggressive outwards as defenders, but they realize that, okay, 1 minute 15, let's fall back, play out the 5v5. But if no-cap can breach all the walls, they got Thermite and they got the Hibana, I think they can still accomplish their ideal scenario because they have enough hard breach.
Yeah, but time's ticking away, and they haven't found a pick. Like, there was no one cutting off those players on the retreat. Now it does give an opportunity for Elevate to just relax on Agiri's in such an exposed position. Another Kiba comes out. This protects these 3 players in blue. I mean, there's redundancy here. One of these players loses a fight, and you've got another one to back it on up. But here comes the hard breach as well. This push is going to come through quickly, and Haikal wins his fight, though.
They can clear out that shield and just go for a plant, but a bit of an unnecessary aggression there for Nikiri, perhaps. No follow-up. Fenrir Mine was there as well. That net is closing for Elevate. They're saying, you know what? We got the side block. We can go for a flank if we want to, applying pressure everywhere on towards no-cap.
This looks so good for Elevate. You've got the player behind the shield being the Warden, and he's found a pick. Smoke doesn't matter. The Vulcan canisters detonate. Scatman's finally found a pick on the flanker, but it's way too late. And now he's got 4 more to find. That's going to be the end of the round, surely. A consolation frag or 2, perhaps? Doesn't matter. Elevate, very solid start. They didn't have to do a lot. They had a good read, and they played the round perfectly.
When you commit a Ram and a Jackal on that attack, I do expect you to, as you said, either get a pick or get a bunch of soft destruction, right? They didn't really do either. So yeah, sure, they use some Ram Boogie drones to like do verticality from office into dining kitchen, for example, to flush out the roamers, but what about the bomb side? They had one deployable shield in front of them, with a Warden behind them, so you can't flash and push it, for example. And because they couldn't clear out that shield, they couldn't go for their default plant strat. Because the goal there is get both walls opened up, as Elite, for example. example, destroy the shield, flash, smoke, run in, plant, hold the lines, win the round. But that didn't happen. They had a Twitch watching the flank from Fireplace onto blue stairs and Fireplace stairs, of course. And then they had Onigiri walk in solo with Jackal, and I understand what he was trying to do. He was trying to get that out-of-nowhere pick, that's super unexpected, but the keeper barrier was replaced, so that denied the angles. He took go very, very far in. Fenrir Mine was above the door, near-sighting Onigiri, but more importantly, giving away his position, and then he dies to a free fire. So, I don't think that was a plan where they said, hey, yo, guys, I'm gonna walk in, play off my contact. There was Onigiri who saw an opportunity, who took it, who then got punished. No cap, for one of the first times, granted, their first attacking round, didn't look like they had a plan in mind for how to proceed in that round.
It's funny as well, because if Onigiri had found that pick, it wouldn't have meant much. Because there were 3 players in blue, so there was a bit of redundancy. Like, losing that fight is more bad than... Yeah, losing that fight is more bad than winning that fight is good, if that makes sense.
Yeah. That's it, though. There's like risk assessment. Like every gunfight in Siege, if you're like, I want to say like a brain player. That's how I play the game. That's how like Fabian plays the game. It's like, okay, what are the odds of this working out? And how good is it if it works out versus how bad is it if I fail? That's how I look at the game. Then you have the Sports, the Shaikus who have such good aim. They see fights as, how many kills can I get this round? Because usually these fights are pretty easy. Onigiri went for the fragging play, but you're correct. There are 2 more players in blue. Getting that kill practically doesn't matter. But dying is a massive detriment to your team.
Ooh, what's going on here?
Did the MP miss?
Yeah, it must have. Second one goes through, but the Tuberel is going to mean that that's not going to go down. Very unusual that you would struggle so much breaching open this wall, but this could be quite devastating if NoCap fails.
Yeah. It actually will, because you have 1 EMP left, but what, 2 Tuberals, I believe. So, if my map is correct, yeah, they should trick this wall infinitely. They have to go below, do soft destruction, and then clear out the Kite Claw, because otherwise I don't think they can get the wall opened up.
There's anything to say, at least NoCap have hacked a lot of cameras. We saw a couple of defaults. We also saw the bulletproof on site having to be destroyed. Now, finally, a breach, but it is on site. It's not on the top floor. That means that Elevate are not really pressured on this top floor. Drones go in. Good information. Are they just going to ignore the top floor completely?
They might have to. I mean, without the breach being opened up, you have Office Door to work with. That's it. Mark falls downstairs, and they might be completely locked out here.
Yeah, and the problem is, if you can't kill the players up above, you can't pressure them, then they're going to have this vert. And Uppe's already found 1 pick through it. Almost a kill back. DCH is so close to winning that fight. He sees the site. He sees it's clear. He wants to go in, but it's a poisoned apple. 30 seconds. Elevator's so happy to just hold on to their positions.
You have 1 plan left if you're NoCap. That is just running in to get those kills, win the 1v1s, because strategically this round is over for you on the attacking side. Elevates, they've locked you out completely.
Such a good setup from Elevate. They can just sit patiently and wait for the onslaught.
C4 ready.
C4 also going to go out. I don't think it's even going to be necessary. Mr. Punch finally finds his pick upstairs. That defuse has got to be picked up by Scatman. He goes deep. Onigiri is still up. He needs to find kills, but neither of them do. And Elevate are soaring here on their defensive side. They look so much more comfortable than they did on their attack.
I think NoCap's biggest challenge is actually something that's happening in the prep phase of all things. I think their operator composition, or maybe the amount of intel they have in the operator repicking phase, like their droning, isn't good enough. If you're up against a Tuber Kaid, why not bring something like the Maverick, for example? Or secondary MPs or double heart breachers, something that gives you essentially a fail-safe. If you're only playing Thermite Thatcher, for example, and you mess up 1 EMP, you don't really have a chance to breach both walls. You have 2 extra thermite charges, you have 2 walls you want to open, but 1 thermite charge got tricked. Now you can either breach the upper wall and get vertical control, or you can go downstairs and get the side wall. Either way, one of those walls will stay closed because you only have 1 heart breacher. So you could have just picked the Maverick, and then you don't need Thatcher, you don't need Thermite, for example, and it frees up your operator lineup, basically. Elevate, they had solutions for, I want to say, almost everything, right? They also played those funky rounds where they play the Ying or the Glass or the Blitz, and they kind of throw you a curveball and stuff like that. NoCap is playing a very simple attack inside of Chalet, and I don't think that's a bad thing, generally speaking, but this is no longer a new map. You're not, catching opponents by surprise, but you're also playing such a simple lineup that you can be punished. If you want to go simple, at least cover all your bases, right? You always want soft destruction in case of a shield, a vertical floor, whatever the case might be. You always need hard destruction, and you need a way to open up the walls. If you don't cover all those three bases, you will meet an issue somewhere in the map, assuming your opponent is a competent defending team, which I think Elevate has proven they very much are. So right now, you're droning, you're seeing the setup, you need to see them pick the right operators for the round, otherwise it'll be over before you begin.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
So are these the right operators? We're seeing the Brava once again. Scatman loves this, and look at how quickly he goes for these first two cameras.
Yeah.
He's got this down to a T. He's gone straight for that bulletproof. I think he might have got it. The bulletproof, of course, does have the ability to EMP it. I think he might have lost his... No, he's hacking everything, this guy. He's a little hacker man. Look at him go around, and he's just checking everything. Like, he's got dread lines. He's so much value out of that Brava.
I'm not sure if this is the right operator lineup just yet, because I'm waiting to see what their goal is. With their current lineup, they can take Library with the Capital probably very comfortably, but they're not going for Library attack. There's 3 guys Master Bedroom Solarium, 4th guy in Spawn, so they're taking the gunfights with Dokkaebi. Very risky for Onigiri, stuck in the corner. He needs help. Somebody please help this man. He might die any second here. Marks in the rappel.
Oh, they're getting aggressive on it.
Oh, they wanted to, but they also said, you know what, guys, let's not risk it. He's baiting us in. They had the double ring reinforced. It was getting opened by the Hibana, or attempted to at least. Bit of a struggle with the mute jammers. That's what I mean. They go for a master take. The office wall is reinforced. They don't have EMPs there. They can't open up the wall. They've picked a library clear lineup, but they're attacking it from master, where there's shields, there's utility, there's mute jammers. I don't think they have the right lineup for what they're trying to do again.
There's a lot of util soak here. We've got the Azami, which you can just keep replacing once they get cleared. We've got the Aruni as well, an operator that doesn't get a lot of love these days, but can be so powerful. It also just soaks up any util, any throwables that you want to toss on in. I really feel like there was a kill that went begging there, and Haikal could have died, could have been cut off, but there was no one on the piano window to watch his retreat. There was no one there to support Onigiri in time. Now No Cap are left again. Very slow. Have to try and push this player at top mezzanine. The flashes go through, but what are they going to do on the back of it?
I believe DCH and Capital is rolling towards Library Balcony, but they need those Capital fireballs. There's no Wamai, there's no way to stop them, so they should strike through, but they're not being used to dislodge any of these positions. Scatman is good for one, it's at a fireplace, that's a good start, but we need more.
Almost finds another one. A little bit of damage done both directions. The Kiri's found here, but Speakeasy on site, traded by Mark. Haikal is half HP, and Ape is still up and alive. Haikal is a deadly, deadly fragger, though. He's got 12 kills in the game so far. Ape needs to have an impact, though. He's about to get hunted down by Onigiri. Low HP, but it doesn't matter. It's all up to the young gunner himself, Haikal, who has been phenomenal today. In a 1 versus 3, we've seen a big 1v3 on this side by Scatman. Can we see it replicated on the other side? He seems to know where Mark is. Onigiri is also gone above now. These two attackers now defending the side are separated, but Mark comes up for the kill. Springing up at the final moment. A sorely needed kill and a sorely needed round for No Cap.
I guess the saving grace there was the Brava, denying all that information early in the round, because Brava walked in fireplace double door, I believe, past the barbed wire, past the Fenrir mine, and past the bulletproof and default camera because they were hacked in the beginning of the round. So Scatman, he did his job, but I didn't see Capital being utilized. I didn't see the Lion nor the Dokkaebi play a massive part in why that round worked out. They hit their shots, they played well together as a team, and that's great, but we still didn't see the strategical elements and the operators kind of click even in that round. Elevate, they can cycle through these bomb sites, right? They can go back downstairs, they can go upstairs after this, and then Kitchen opens up as well. They can keep working with their primary bomb sites and never go back to bar unless they want to, because they have so much freedom, because they're locked in the first 2 defenses basically. And here we see the util again. Goyo canisters, deployable shield, mirror windows, the Warden and the Asami. We need No Cap to now pick stuff that can deal with these things. For example, right now in their operate lineup, they don't have a way to deal with a shield unless you send in the boogie drone from Ram. So they gotta open up the wall, Rookie drone the shield, hope nobody gets, destroys it, C4s it, impacts it, whatever, otherwise that shield stays alive. The other option is go fireplace after a full roam clear and do all that soft destruction and not go for that back take. That's their options right now, because again, shield's a problem because they don't pick the right operators.
They had the line there for a minute, which had nades, but they got rid of it for the Capitao. I guess you can try and use the fire to counter the shield. The main thing I'm really hoping will have an impact is Scatman on the Twitch here. I think that really has to come through when it comes to these Vulcan canisters, and also the Fenris. Because last time around on this bomb site, even though NoCap didn't ever get into a position for a real execute, they ended up having all of those bits of util on site detonated at the last minute anyway. So it's not like they were going to be able to execute had they even been in a position to do so.
It's true, but they had Twitch last time as well, holding the flanks, so
yeah.
I guess now they know, wisdom is key, you live, you learn. But we gotta see that, as you mentioned, the adaptation needs to come through and use that operator differently. Elevate the roaming pretty aggressively, and it makes sense because if you look at the attacker lineup, right? Look at the Capitao, Twitch, Thermite, Ram. Who can afford to down the entry? Who can afford to go into the building and comfortably take these aggressive fights? You don't have any expendable operators where you can go throw your life away. It doesn't matter if you trade 1-for-1. You need all 5 attackers to use the gadgets later in the round. So I'm curious if NoCap are going to feel locked out. 1 minute 30 seconds was the timer. Elevate just said, you know what? We got enough time burned. We can now fall back from the first floor and just keep maybe 1 or 2 roamers top floor here for a flank. Asami's good for 1, but... Oh, there's 2, yeah. So 2 roamers playing library stairs and of course bar.
Yeah, but they still have a lot of fallback opportunities here. That's the big thing about Elevate. It's so routine, it's so well planned out. Even the players on the top floor had their paths through the master hatch, down through kitchen, and down through the hatch on the side already lined up. Here comes the Twitch. Beautiful work from Scatman. This is what we didn't see last time. He's trying to get in and do more, but he wants to protect his Twitch drone. He's actually doing a really good job of keeping that Twitch drone alive for as long as possible. He gets into a good position. He actually spots the Goyo as he tries to go down the blue stairs. He sees the potential flank. He calls it out. He pushes the Goyo away.
The flank with Masami, looking, lingering, 35 seconds. I don't think NoCap has any idea this is happening. So again, with the right timing, he can stop the entire push here.
Oh, come on, land a shot. There we go. Scatman finally gets it. But here comes Enhaikal, as you said, the big flanker. He's had his moment. Uppe's also gone for a huge flank as well. Now Scatman has to come through and refrag this. But the Azami keeper barrier makes it difficult. Nice shot. Big flick onto Uppe. 2v3, but he's still chasing. Ghosts upstairs. Meanwhile, Onigiri is floundering on site. There is nothing to be done for NoCap. The round is over. The game may be dead in the water. Elevate have themselves match point.
Enhaikal flanked around that NoCap couldn't do themselves because they had Speakeasy covering it. That's the big difference right now. NoCap usually have a gap somewhere, either strategically, on their operators, or of course on their map control. They didn't do the full roam clear, and I do think once again that kind of comes down to their operators. Like I was saying, every single life is so valuable to them. Because if Thermite dies, no hard breach. If Ram dies, no soft breach. If Capita dies, no fire or smoke in bomb site. No one can afford to go in and challenge anybody, really. So they do a very limited take, and the only reason why they even got to that execute stage of the round is because Elevate happily fell back. They had 4 roamers, mind you. But at 1 minute 30 seconds flat, 2 of them fell back to side, and 2 of them aggressed towards top 4. It's really well done from Elevate because they have basically a plan throughout the entirety. If all 5 people on both sides are alive, we don't care about the map at 1 minute 30. We will fall back regardless of the outcome. But we will have a flank coming. If Elevate had gotten a kill, they probably fall back even earlier to just keep onto that man advantage. If Elevate had died themselves, they probably stay in the room for longer because they know they have to fight for map control. They have these kind of win conditions and timings in their head, in their mind, and it's working out very, very well. Whereas NoCap, they're kind of just lingering some of these rounds. I want to see a bit more decision making, a bit more confidence from them, if you will.
Well, I gotta step it up now. Match point. You know who's really stepped it up this game? Enhaikal, 16 kills.
Yep.
5-0 on entry. He has not died. He has not been the opening death once. He's got 5 opening kills. That's an unbelievable stat. The guy has a 100% cost rating. 100% every single round. Cost? KOST?
Cost?
KOST?
Cost?
However you want to say it.
Consistency, I like to call it.
Yeah, it's basically the consistency rating, right? 100%. It's insane. Every single
That
round,
makes
his
sense.
impact is being felt. And that Twitch drone already spotted his shield, not been addressed. And there is a long way to go for NoCap.
Yep, I mean, they have Sophia now, so if they want to, they can actually deal with it for the first time ever. But Sophia's, I think, on the library side of the map, or at least droning that portion right now. Yeah, Sophia's library. So again, wrong operator in the wrong position who can't clear out the shield. That's going to stay alive for majority of this round. If they can take down Speakeasy in the mirror here and get in towards the building and find that successful entry, that would be exactly how they should do to start out this round. Flash goes out, maybe this person jump in, fire a Sultan Capital, I believe. But they're not forcing the loop right now. They're just droning out. That's it. You gotta get in there.
Yeah,
Stop valuing your life so much, boys. You gotta get in.
I thought Onigiri was going to jump in, but he's still too scared to do so. And now look at this aggression from Speakeasy. He does get shut down by Mr. Punch, but meanwhile, Mark's gone down, and Shed has come back for the trade-in library, which does put NoCap in a hell of an awkward position, fighting from a man down once again. They need to bait out some aggression here, but I think Elevate have had the read all day long.
Yeah. And again, NoCap to start flashing, Sophia stuff, and then they wait 10 seconds, then they go in after they're no longer blinded or concussed. It's like, if you use your util, then it's time to go. There's no two ways about it, unless you're there's Goyo Fire, or a Smoke, or a C4 being tossed out, for example. But again, they're locked out. Look at this collapse.
What?
Inhale Q is so good. He's good for 2. He's gonna shut them down immediately on the entry.
They completely forgot about the library stairs. They never cleared it, and NHiCal's been there the whole round. Unaddressed. NoCap now being punished. Bit of a shot there from Scatman. Almost takes NHiCal down. 1v4 for the game. With his trusty DMR, he walks into a 3-way crossfire and survives. Look at Elevate. They are so patient. They're not giving him anything, not giving him a chance to get into this, all of them playing passively. This is pixel-perfect play from Elevate. We're finally seeing them get back into it. This is the performance of a top 3 team right here, and they won't give him a chance to clutch up. Big game from Elevate. A well-deserved victory and an unbelievable performance from the rookie. A well-deserved win here. The full 3 points they take to the bank.
You praised NHiCal. I was thinking, you know what, this guy might be the real deal after the first round, but he really showed up like in his decision making. He's feeling the server, the well-timed flanks, of course winning every single engagement, every single opening kill possible. But the man basically did not make any mistakes. And I don't know if he's being like led by his team or making his decisions of his own, but either way, very impressed with his performance.
And overall, what an impressive Elevate we got to see today. We haven't been sure what kind of Elevate we'll see this stage, but it looks like they may well indeed be contesters for that spot at the Montreal Major. But of course, we'll go back to the desk.
Thank you very much for that game, Dev. We now move forward with this.
I know what he's gonna say.
Desk. It's come on, mate. Don't worry about it, guys. It's all right. It's all right. Look, do we even give Xenox a shot at this point, guys, or do we just keep him? I think we just keep him muted. You know what, Xenox? It is a little bit rude. In fact, how about we welcome you in for the conversation for the first time?
It's been a few hours.
3 hours. But look, that's why they pay you the big bucks. They pay you the big bucks because when you say something, it's always impactful. What were your thoughts on that matchup?
I honestly thought that Elevate as a team probably had a bit of a mature step about them, because this is the kind of game maybe in recent stages they would drop and you kind of then left saying, oh, they're not going to be able to compete with the top 2. First half was shaky. That's when I was kind of looking at the game and just thinking, yeah, NoCap's probably going to end up winning this. I didn't really sense that either team was able to get full control of the game, and in the end, the second half, a lot better from Elevate, and they were actually able to get some of that control, snowball a few rounds, and just looked like the better team. I think they got a more modern core than NoCap, who have obviously got quite a lot of history in that roster, sure, but I just wonder if they're running out of time, running out of legs, because, I mean, there's only so much we can keep seeing from this NoCap roster who, was it start of this year, or when did they come back? I can't recall exactly. Onigiri, of course,
and it was stage 2 last year.
Yeah, and since they've come back, I still remember when they played the quals to get back in. It was shaky, lost to a couple of strange teams. I still haven't seen enough in NoCap that says to me they're going to ever be able to challenge that top 2. So, I mean, I don't know if they're like for funners. I don't know how serious they are, but I know Elevate's serious. I know they've certainly got aspirations to crack that top 2.
Yeah, it definitely feels like a lot of us, and maybe it's a bit rough, but a lot of us are holding on to the no cap of old, right? And it's probably just
James.
it's just the bias coming out. But guys, I mean, like overall, this is the step that we needed to see from Elevate. You know, right? Close first half, so be it. But man, when they got defense side, that looked like it was just all over.
Yeah, I mean, I'm keen to dig into it in the interview, but I think their map veto play and the operator bans that they brought out were extremely targeted and worked really, really well. They completely shut down any lurk potential on a map where it can thrive, and I think No Cap would have thrived in that environment, forced the util game, and that's why their second half defensively was really, really strong. So a good mature performance from them. And they'll be hoping to build into bigger and better things, I think, through the course of the stage, because it is just the best of ones for now.
Now, I haven't been given any comms, but I'm just going to throw production under the bus. I see Speakeasy in our comms, so I imagine there's a good chance that he's going to be here and speaking to us. Speakeasy.
That is true.
Look, it's obviously... What time is it where you are right now?
It's 11:45 in Indonesia.
Okay, wow, it's just on the other side of that.
Yeah.
Apparently, I'm being asked if I have vMix muted. No, I don't think so. Look, I think overall, Speakeasy, what we've seen from Elevate from stage 1 now into stage 2 is something that we were all excited for, right? We saw the trajectory in terms of like where this team was going. And now I think in stage 2, it feels like you're starting to hit those strides. You're really starting to look like that formidable team. How do you feel in the server, especially against a team like No Cap that, you know, we put them in easily top 4, that discussion. What do we think that now means moving forward for you in the roster?
I guess what it means for us is just that we are more comfortable playing against teams that, you know, are more aggressive and whatnot, and also like those, like what you said, like top 4 teams, those Fury, those Bleed. Now No Cap comes into question. Yeah, I think we just feel comfortable playing, and there's like no scaredness. Like we feel like whatever we do will just work. Although there are some mistakes here and there, but that's part of the game, eh?
Yeah, it is.
Without leaking the strat book too much, Speakeasy, the operator bans for this match seem quite peculiar, at least before the patch. Nook and Malusi taken off the board, really good at, obviously denying the lurk. Maybe not specifically in terms of this match, but like the Nook in general, right? Is that something we're expecting further throughout this stage for you guys to take it out and play it?
No, I think, well, when we come into No Cap, we know that Mr. Punch like to play Nook a lot. So yeah, we just ban the Nook. We try to isolate him out in terms of like comfort wise, like, you know, get his comfort ops out. And yeah, I think the strat we play against also helps that sort of strats we play. Yeah, sorry.
Speakeasy, it feels like over, we'll say the last 12 months or so, that for your team respectively, it's all about, you know, trying to overtake Fury, overtake Bleed, catch up to those two and start challenging to go to majors. It's difficult, of course, in a region that only has 1 slot. Do you feel like this stage could be different? Do you think you've got enough there that says, okay, maybe this could be the stage where we could say beat Bleed or beat Fury when it comes to playoffs? And if so, what have you guys done throughout the off season from stage 1 to stage 2 to rectify, to improve and find a way to beat those teams and go to the major later on in the year?
I think absolutely. I think this stage will be the stage that will make our mark, show our presence in, hopefully, whoever we face in the finals or the playoff. I think we have what it takes now, especially after the huge break after EWC. I think what I said previously was we did change the roles internally to be more comfortable for everyone here. So yeah, I think you'll see it on the finals.
Yeah, I think that'll be interesting. But just very quickly, usually we like to just wrap up on 4 questions. I actually have one more for you here, mate. Obviously, we're only 2-3 games in now, but you're hitting unbelievable strides as an individual player alongside Enhykel. What's it like right now for you and Enhykel? Because obviously, stage 1 we got to know him a little bit, but we didn't get to see all the glamour and the glitz. Now it kind of feels like it's all starting to get polished. Is that what it feels like?
Yeah, I think Heikel right now, he's really developing well. I would say he's a younger version of me. So I can actually guide him from his weakness and stuff. Because I've been there before, you know. I'm an entry like back then. So now I think it's like a good, I would say, a friend, a good coach, a good mentor for him to help. Yeah.
Jeez, look at that. It's a mini-me. Now, I've just been added in my chat. Xenox is saying that it's your birthday next week. Is that the case?
That is true, on the 17th.
Oh, wow. Now, I'm a little bit surprised. Xenox has jumped the gun here, but obviously we've got a day tomorrow that we might see you for.
Well, they play Fury.
If we don't, he's preempting it. It's not me. It's not my words. But if he doesn't, look, happy birthday for next week. Otherwise, mate, do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
I think, like always, guys, thank you for the fans, for the support, and everyone. You know, it's like 12 a.m. in my time, and I think it's like 1 a.m. in Singapore, like 2 a.m. in Australia. Like, yeah, thanks for all the support, guys. See you tomorrow against Fury.
That's what we're talking about, mate. Best of luck. We hope to speak to you afterwards.
See you, mate.
2 a.m., 3 a.m. What is it? Oh, God. Why do we have to...
I'll just say that is a wonderful graphical transition if I've ever seen one from production. 92%, Robert. 92%. Some may say it's a big brain. Others may say it's a big ego. I would say it's both.
I would say it's absolutely neither, Jake Xenox and Diddy.
I'm talking about the audience, by the way. They've also got double digit, correct? So they know what they're talking about. I know what I'm talking about. Don't know about the rest.
What's really sad, though, is Guz and Pengu, the two supposed analysts of this show, have the same score as a little boy there who was about 12 years old at a birthday party cooking snags for some people. I coin flip, and these boys are meant to be the supposed analysts. Let's go ahead and have a look very quickly at the standings and see how things have wrapped up for the afternoon. Guz, I'll give it to you since Xenox has loved to waffle. He's definitely made up for his 3 hours of snooze fest. Bleed at the top, Elevate just underneath them. I mean, I guess Elevate's big test will come tomorrow when they take on Fury, who have looked relatively like a bit of a wounded beast.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, right? A regulation loss tonight against Bleed, with Elevate now playing well, could be quite impactful for the top 2 seeding. It's not the be-all and end-all. Anyone in the top 6 can make the major with a good enough run, but I think having that additional seeding is a valuable edge to have in that finals bracket, because you get to hide a match, etc., and pocket some strats. So big for Elevate to find themselves in that position, and Bleed, I suppose, continuing their run of form as well. So credit to them, and then I suppose looping back to the bottom of the standings as well. Quick shout out to Hasiv Warriors, able to capture a point. Probably be a little bit disappointed they didn't go on to get 2 in that match. I think they could have actually done it with a bit tidier siege across the board, but still a notable effort, and it does keep that fight alive for them to maybe fight their way out of the bottom 2.
Jake Xenox and Diddy, anything for me?
Yeah, I think for Fury, the loss against No Cap's going to really hurt them here. If Elevate have a substantial stage, and I'll even make it simple, if Elevate beat Fury tomorrow, I don't think Fury are going to finish top 2. So, and that can have some big ramifications then going into the playoffs. And I agree, speak easy. I think this could be their time where they could challenge. I'm not saying that they will qualify for the major, but I certainly think they can challenge. You see them up there with Bleed. It looks good. It looks comfortable. And I'm looking forward to when they actually do get that opportunity against Bleed. We get to really kind of test them. Last stage, they did beat Bleed, but they lost to Fury. This time, maybe can they get that result against Fury to go their way? Lost to them in the regular season, lost to them in the playoffs. It's time for Elevate to take down Fury tomorrow.
Feels like a lot of teams are taking some good strides in the right direction. One team in particular, Guz, what are you laughing at?
I don't know, Jake's just... Like you said before, he just turns it up and he looks at the barrel of the camera and he just says something, and it really resonates with me. I'm sure it resonates with
just saying you don't want to miss tomorrow. Like,
it's why
that's all I'm saying.
He's one of the best of the best, and he's completely right. Elevate need to prove themselves against one of the top 2 teams, Fury or Bleed. It's Fury tomorrow. They win that. Whew, my power rankings have been absolutely dog shit. That's all I'll say.
Guys, there's been a lot of comments about edging tonight, my friend. But you and Jake, you guys just have
at the end just there.
Yeah. you got a special bond, you two. That's all I'm saying, because I have absolutely no idea what Blood's waffling on about. Anyway, it is time to close up shop here. Nah, let's not do that one. Let's keep that one for off screen. Let's leave it there, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you for joining us here for Playday 3 of the Asia League. We'll see you tomorrow.
Attackers activating diffuser.